Legacy rounds 10 and 11.
Okay.
And then we are going to cut to our top 8 of Vintage and then our top 8 of Legacy.
All right. I like the sound of that. We have, 8 more rounds of Magic. Pretty full day still.
Yep.
I like the sound of that. Unfortunately, we were telling everyone that we were going to start at 9 today, Eastern Standard Time now. Daylight Savings Time's over. Unfortunately, there was a bicycle race. And because of the bicycle race, there was a parking garage fiasco, and players are having a bit of difficulty getting in. Gave them a little bit more time, and hopefully we won't have any issues with players not showing up for those last 2 rounds.
Knock on wood, we haven't had any, issues with the software, so that's always a good.
We had a little bit of a lunch break yesterday,
Yep.
but that wasn't a full-blown issue, and hopefully we can have a clean, crisp tournament like we have for the past 2 days.
So we have Cyrus Cormangill is our lone undefeated.
Yes, we saw him at the end of last round kind of clinch that.
Actually, I lied because we also have Cosmo, who's technically undefeated. He just has a couple draws.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, he is Cosmo, our king of the hill. He is 7-0-2, kind of looking to win out at this point.
And I also lied again because we also have Dan Miller, who is also technically undefeated at 8-0-1.
All right, so
spoiler alert: we have 3 undefeateds, but Cyrus is 9-0.
Okay.
And then below him we have Dan Miller at 8-0-1. And then below him, we have Cyrus at 7-0-2.
Oh, Cosmo at 7-0-2.
Or Cosmo.
Yeah. So the better thing to say is Cyrus, being at 9-0, is clinched for top 8. He is our guaranteed top 8 competitor. As long as he gets a handshake in one of the remaining 2 rounds, we will be seeing Cyrus in the top 8.
And I'm pretty sure with his breakers, I think even lose, he might be able to sneak in.
Yeah, lose, he could probably sneak in. I just don't think he wants to risk that. I think he will try to shake somebody's hand.
Well, yeah, he's on Ad Nauseam Tendrils, obviously looking to be as high of a seed as he can, right? Mm-hmm. Because he wants to be on the play with that deck.
Yeah, you want to be able to fire off one of those 7 main deck duress effects with the 4 Thoughtseize, 3 duress, and not get disrupted yourself.
Yep. So, and I think our feature is actually going to be Cyrus versus Dan Miller.
Yeah, they are confirmed as the first table. Makes sense since they're both undefeated. And, hopefully we can get them on camera. I don't know if they're going to try for the handshake. I don't think that's been confirmed yet. But if we can get them on, we have seen both of them on camera. They both are really good at presenting their strategy in a clean way, and hopefully we can see that in action.
Now, Dan Miller's deck, obviously a little innovative. He's got the Blue-White Miracles deck, but he's splashing black.
Can you call it a splash, though, when you're running Liliana the Last Hope?
Exactly. I mean, I guess you can't, right? Because you're playing a 1 black spell, right? So, and he has, really saucy main deck cards with Liliana the Last Hope. Mm-hmm. Also has, out of the sideboard, Inquisition of Kozilek, Duress, Thoughtseize.
I just talked to Cyrus. He says he wants to play.
Okay.
So, we just got confirmation. Cyrus at 9-0 is going to be paired against Dan Miller. And Cyrus is not looking for handshakes right now. He's looking to play. He wants to go in to this top 8 as the top seed. He wants to be on the play throughout the top 8 if possible.
That's fair. And I accept what Cyrus wants to do because he can make it in at 9 wins, a loss, and a draw. Risking a loss here is not a risk at all. If he gets the loss, he can handshake next round and be fine. But why not risk it? Why not just go for first seed? Why not get that play throughout the entire top 8?
Exactly. This is essentially a free round for him, right? He's like, all right, if I lose, maybe I have to extend the hand next round, but let me try to get to this top 8 as the number 1 seed. Let me play against Dan Miller, and with Dan Miller, it's I think it might be a tricky matchup for him to navigate, right? Because with Miracles, you traditionally think, all right, I just have to dodge these counter spells, right? Mm-hmm. But we know, and we've seen on cameras, previously that Dan Miller does have access to Duress, Thoughtseize, Inquisition. So could be a little trickier of a matchup for him to navigate.
Yeah, absolutely. That black really just adds a dynamic to Miracles that you don't usually see. And really, we've seen Cyrus try to leverage his discard spells as a way of clearing the Force of Wills that he expects out of Miracles and the Delver decks. We saw when Cyrus was playing against Delver, he fires them off, tries to get rid of the disruption no matter what, and doesn't really use them for any other purpose. But Dan just presenting different axes of disruption is just going to create a little bit of an issue for Cyrus, especially game one.
Yeah, so the only thing that I think comes into question a little bit with Dan Miller's list is paired with the counters and the disruption, is Dan going to be able to present a clock fast enough that Cyrus won't be able to rebuild in time, right?
Right, yeah, and Miracles is known for establish control, win later kind of thing. Maybe he can get a quick Liliana the Last Hope out to start turning out some zombie tokens. That seems to be what he wants to do, but that's still not a quick way of closing out the game. And yeah, we really you kind of worry about the inevitability of the Storm deck and being able to kind of use Past in Flames as a way of going off multiple times in a turn or attempting multiple times in a turn. Yeah, it'll be interesting gameplay for sure.
Right, so yeah, Dan can use, these discard effects and counter spells to get everything into the bin, but Cyrus can just, all right, let me get Past in Flames and let me just play from my graveyard, right? So
exactly. Yeah, those big haymaker spells are really good in his deck.
Yeah, so, and that looks like that's going to be the feature. The players are getting ready. Pairings have just been posted, and we do have confirmation now. It's going to be Cyrus Corman-Gill versus Dan Miller in our feature match here. So we're going to have the Esper Miracles deck versus Ad Nauseam Tendrils.
Yeah, I was thinking we were going to get deck lists there to talk about a few of the nuances, although we have seen the deck list multiple times. So you had the opportunity actually to feature, be on commentary for Dan twice, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I've called all of Dan Miller's matches on camera so far.
Nice. I think I may have caught all of Cyrus's. So we really have that covered right now. Because I've gotten to see him, how he navigates things. I have a feeling. And do you wanna use those what we saw as our bets for this matchup? Like, do you think Dan's gonna pull it out?
So with Dan Miller's list, the Black Splash really adds, Liliana the Last Hope, Vindicate, game one. So I think, based off of his configuration, actually, Dan Miller's a little bit of a dog. Game
Okay.
one, in my eyes, because, he has the Black Splash. He's playing, the Esper Miracles list. But with that, he's adding, Liliana Last Hope and Vindicate, which I don't think does a lot this matchup.
No, the Vindicate especially is slow and not the axis that Cyrus is on at all. And the Liliana the Last Hope, it does have a win condition built in, but it's a very slow win condition. Those zombies are known as slow walkers and just really take their time to actually close out the game.
And we also know that, with that Black Splash, that Dan Miller does not have accumulate knowledge or, one of those really effective card draw engines. He's relying on his planeswalkers, Liliana the Last Hope, things like that. So it's not just his card engines are not as good as a traditional Miracles list.
Yeah, you usually see the Miracles list not only on top of the card selection with the Brainstorms and the Ponders and the fancy stuff like Portent in order to Terminus.
So we're going to cut to Cyrus's interview, and then we're going to go straight.
All right.
Okay. It sounds like we actually have an interview lined up for you with one of these two competitors. Cyrus had a chance to talk to Cyrus, and
Cyrus had a chance to talk to Cyrus.
I mean, I had a talk. Sorry, it's early. This is day 3. I had a chance to talk to Cyrus. No worries.
I also had a chance to talk to Cyrus.
Did you? I wonder which chance to talk to Cyrus we're going to see. But
man, that would have been so good if we had Cyrus interviewing himself.
Oh, man. He's been on camera enough times. Let's see Cyrus.
Yep, we are going to cut to Cyrus being interviewed by not Cyrus. All right. Who do you
It's
think
you.
the interview is going to be? Morning here with Cyrus Corman Gill. How's it going?
Good. Doing pretty well today, so excited for another day of Magic.
So Cyrus, for those that don't know, is the undefeated here for Legacy. So we're going to be playing 2 more rounds today. Cyrus is 9-0.
Yeah, King of the Hill, last undefeated player.
Yep.
Well, people have draws, but
Yeah, I was say I think Cosmo is technically also undefeated with some draws, and Dan Miller, but
yeah.
you are effectively 9-0, essentially locked for top 8 at this point.
I think so, yeah.
And so for those that don't know, what are you playing?
I'm playing Ad Nauseam Tendrils Storm.
Okay. And so playing Ad Nauseum, not necessarily the perfect storm here. Not playing the Burning Wishes. So kind of what went into your choice for this weekend?
Well, I've played a lot of the Epic Storm, the Burning Wish, Chrome
Yep.
Mox version of the deck. But I just like the A&T the Ad Nauseam Tendrils version because Cabal Ritual and Pass and Flames are just really broken Magic cards. And their ceiling is so, so high where I feel like it just, over the course of a long tournament, you want consistently very powerful cards. And it's the deck I know the best and have the most reps with. And
Right.
it's very good against blue decks, very good against the non-blue, non-chalice decks. Can grind out anyone, so.
Okay. So, I mean, obviously 9-0, you've been playing against, I would imagine, a variety of decks. So what have you been battling against today?
Well,
Or
see,
this weekend?
I've
I
seen
should
some
say.
cool decks. I played against Dead Guy Ale with Shriek Muz.
Oh, wow.
Experimental Frenzy Moon Stompy with Koth of the Hammer, and it was all German foil. Very, very cool deck.
It was funny because I think you even pointed out to me you had to read Cough of the Hammer.
I'd seen it in Cube before, but they were using it to untap their lands to play more spells under Experimental Frenzy, and I wasn't really sure. I was like, I need to call a judge on this one. Goblins, I saw it 6-0. Lots of really cool decks. So, yeah, it's been a really wide range of decks that I've seen this weekend, and it's one reason I like playing combo decks is I know when I sit down, I know my game plan, game one. I know what I need to do to win the game, and so far it's been working out pretty well. Other people have to beat me. I'm the one asking the questions, not having the answer.
Exactly. I mean, with Ad Nauseum, right, you're kind of forcing the issue, right?
Yeah.
So you're like, all right, I'm going to stick to my game plan. You have to try to beat me.
Yes.
So any cool plays, interactions you've had this weekend so far?
Well, I won through Gristlebrand on the camera, so that was pretty cool. I was sweating bullets there. Yeah, I think that would be the main one. I had some. I think I mulled a 5, got Thoughtseize 3 times, and won through a Hate Bear. Game 1. Yeah, won through Chalice on 1, game 1. So been running pretty hot as you have to with the combo
Yep.
deck, and feeling good about my play. So
I know in Vintage you had a turn 1. Did you have any turn 1s in Legacy?
I've actually have a really low number of turn 1s this weekend. I only had 1 in Vintage, which is pretty low for the deck I was playing, Dark Petition Storm.
Yep.
And I don't know that I've had any turn 1 kills this weekend with Storm, so with
Okay.
Ant. So it's only about 10% of the time, but hopefully in the top 8.
All right, so with the deck, so what are you looking to try to play against, the last couple rounds here and in the top 8, and what are you looking to avoid?
Well, traditionally the really hard matchups for Storm-based combo decks are the Chalice decks, so I don't know if any Chalice decks are doing pretty well, but that's my worst matchup. The combo decks can be can be high variance since I'm not playing Force of Will. I also saw Dan Miller playing, and his Miracles deck looks very strong against mine because he's playing a little untraditional version of Miracles with some black spells, and those seem like they would really help the matchup. So I am playing Dan next round, I'm pretty sure, but I would like to dodge him in the top 8 if possible.
Okay. We have seen one of the Chalice decks that was floating near the top tables. I don't know if it's still there. I don't know if you've seen it. Excuse me. Mono White Bomberman. How do you think that matchup is for you?
Oh, I have no idea, but
Have you seen that deck?
yeah, I think I saw Caleb Dorward playing it on stream or similar list. I've played against it before with the Oryx Salvador's Lions Eye Diamond. I don't know. Any Chalice deck is going to be favored against Storm. So
Okay.
because we're trying to cast 10 spells in a turn, and if even one of our spells is countered, that greatly reduces our chance to win the game.
So Chalice against your deck, what's the ideal number?
1. I play like 30 cards that cost 1 mana. So
That's what I figured. Just wanted to confirm for everybody
yeah,
out there.
I mean, there's a lot of people always ask me if we're supposed to name 0, but there's only 8 cards that cost 0, and there's about 30 that cost 1. So, yeah, 2 is also can be fine post board if you think I don't have Repticates, because then kind of locked into winning through a Chalice on 2.
Do you have Abrupt Decays on the board for that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the best storm sideboard card ever printed. It kills all the things that you don't like to see, and it doesn't, ask any questions. It says you're dead.
Any other saucy sideboard cards you got?
Well, I always have the one Miser Xanad Swarm. It's just there when you need it. My little buzzy friend. One Massacre. It's turns out cards that are cost 2 black, illustrated by Pete Venners are pretty good, because so is Tendrils of Agony. Empty the Warrens comes in a lot of matchups. Those are most of the one-offs. The rest is just answers to Chalice and Flusterstorms for other combo decks.
And then that's just basically your sideboard is to just really, essentially, and you just named them, right? Chalice and Flusterstorm are kind of the key cards you're trying to really hedge against, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, Storm's the best deck in the format as long as it gets to do what it wants to do. And so you just need to ask yourself, well, what beats me? Losing before you get to do your thing beats you. So you have Flusterstorm, Counterspells, and blue-based block pieces beat you. So you have Xanad Swarm and Abrupt Decay. And then the rest of what beats you is usually Chalice the Void, Thalia, Other Sworn Cannon, so you have the bounce and removal spells.
Have you played against any Death and Taxes, those type of decks today?
I played against Dead Guy Ale, which is the black-white mid-range deck. It didn't have Thalia, I don't think, because they're also trying to cast Liliana and Hymn to Tarok. But no Death and Taxes. Goblins.
Goblins.
I saw Goblins.
How'd that matchup go?
Well,
I would imagine it wasn't very interactive.
It's a pretty good matchup for me, but I think I got Brainstorm locked about 5 or 6 times.
Oh, wow.
So I was able, game 1, to shuffle a Ponder into a Tutor to win when I was dead on board. Game 2, I got attacked by Goblins and died on turn 5 to nothing else but attacking with Goblins.
Yep.
In Game 3, I was able to, my opponent mulliganed pretty low and I was able to pull it out. So
Awesome. Any final parting thoughts here before we make your way to the top 8?
Well, I'm excited to win Eternal Weekend, so hopefully I'll talk to you again later.
I hope we get to interview you
Yeah.
at the end for the winter interview. So
Me too.
hopefully. All right. Mark Corning here signing off with Cyrus.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yep. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have Dan Miller on the left. He is on Esper Miracles. And then we have Cyrus Corman Gill, who is on Ad Nauseam Tendrils.
Yeah, and we see kind of what we're talking about, how Cyrus really wants to fire off these duress effects and get rid of disruption. In this case, probably counterbalance since there's no actual counter spells.
So Dan Miller with 2 Liliana of the Last Hope. Again, Dan Miller's splash for that is, one of the things that's really good against creature decks, but Cyrus being on Ad Nauseam, not really concerned with a Liliana of the Last Hope doing much this matchup.
Yeah, especially 2 of them. Although, thankfully, Dan has a Brainstorm to get rid of one of them.
Yep. So Dan Miller here just with a lot of dead cards game 1, right? He's got the Swords of Plowshares, he has Terminus, Liliana Last Hope, 2 of them in his opening hand. Just not really going to add much value for him.
It's interesting, though. The as useless as they are in Game 1, the Swords of Plowshares might still come in handy for Game 2 with the one sideboard Xanad Swarm from Cyrus.
Dan Miller is not on the Ad Nauseam Tendrils.
No,
Cyrus is not on blue Blue Red Delver.
Yeah, we will
We'll get those updated.
we will get that updated. There are actually more pressing
Yep.
matters that we're fixing as well.
Cyrus is also 9-0. Dan Miller is 8-1. He had the draw on camera versus Cosmo and his food chain deck. We'll flip the names and we'll get that all sorted out here. But I mean, Cyrus with the duress, obviously seeing that Dan doesn't have much in terms of disruption and just the two Lilianas in there, I feel Cyrus thinks he's probably got a really good shot at just taking this game.
Yeah. Dan tucking away a few of the useless Lilianas and pondering, almost immediately deciding not to keep those and shuffling.
And there we go. We have Dan Miller on Esper Miracles and Cyrus on Ad Nauseam Tendrils.
And Dan making sure to draw off his ponder. Yep. He was really looking at it as a way to clear the bad cards. And
a Thoughtseize now from Cyrus. It looks like Dan does have a force in his hand.
Yeah, I think, especially with the way Cyrus has been playing the Storm deck, he probably will just take the force, and Dan's better off just letting that happen rather than force the willing and losing an additional blue card. In this case, two very good blue cards.
So Dan with Vindicate does essentially nothing this matchup. Terminus does essentially nothing this matchup. So already has two dead cards in hand and a land.
Yeah, he having two dead cards, he does have the ability to tuck them away with that Brainstorm or eventually with that Jace if he gets that far into the game, but runs the risk with the draw 3 of running into more additional poor draws.
Yeah, unless Dan Miller has like a fetch land right on top too, that Brainstorm's not really going to do much for him.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. So Cyrus actually is stuck on one land right now and sees that Vindicate as a way of being shut off from the game.
Oh, wow, yeah. Yes, Cyrus does not have another land drop. That's definitely a great point here. And it looks like Dan picks up a counter spell, so now he is locked and loaded with being able to interact with Cyrus. He has the counter spell, he has a Force of Will, and he can also pitch his Jace the Mind Sculptor and Brainstorm to that.
Yeah, Cyrus continuing to fire off.
And there goes the counter spell.
Cyrus possibly contemplating maybe chaining more? No.
And so Cyrus already with 3 discard effects. However, Cyrus is stuck on one land.
Yeah, not having the additional permanent mana source to combo and duress in the same turn is really throwing off what Cyrus wants to be doing. He needs to find that second land. I do believe he has more duress effects in hand, possibly. I can't really tell at this point.
So at this point, with Force and a blue card in hand, I think Dan Miller is just going to play Jace the Mind Sculptor here.
That makes sense. Even if he decides to Fate Seal, I wouldn't put it past him.
And here we have Dan Miller with a Jace the Mind Sculptor. I mean, with Cyrus being stuck on one land, this is really tough sledding here now.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Dan didn't go for Fate Seal, knowing that Vindicate was worth taking with a duress effect.
So Dan Miller has, the Force of Will pitch blue card. Cyrus, though, needs to be able to interact and get rid of that Force of Will, and then still be able to piece together some mana.
Looks
And
like he's manaing right now with the Lotus Petal.
Does not appear that Cyrus has a way to. He's just looking to punch through this Force of Will right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Cyrus has another duress effect, that might make Dan's hand a lot worse and not able to interact.
And you see this a lot traditionally, right? You don't see necessarily the counter spells hitting the ritual type effects. More so trying to hit, one of the payoff cards.
Yeah, Cyrus with 1 Dark Petition, 1 Ad Nauseam, and 2 Past in Flames. That's really either that or the Infernal Tutor as a last card to go get them is really the sticking point that Dan wants to fight over.
And so as we see the white counter is Storm.
Yeah, Cyrus has impressed me with his ability to track Storm and mana. He has actually the full 5 colors in his deck box we saw during one of the rounds, although haven't really seen green come up at all, or rather white come up at all. He does have green sideboard cards.
So this Past in Flames, I feel Dan has the Force of Will this. Cyrus stuck on 1 land. He only had the Lotus Petals to generate additional mana. Dan is surveying the graveyard and assess that he does need to Force of Will this Past in Flames.
And Dan is nothing if not jovial, giving a little laugh, being like, okay, that's probably the one I want to fight over.
Wow. And Cyrus has Lion's Eye Diamond. And correctly stacks with the Infernal Tutor on the stack, cracking the Lion's Eye Diamond. It's going to allow Cyrus to effectively search for whatever card he wants from his deck.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense with the way that this played out. Keeping a 1 land with Storm, yes, you can go off pretty quickly, but you usually want a few more, especially if Cyrus knows what he was up against. And just we see the power of his hand. He had it lined up to deal with a Force of Will by having the second way of fetching the win condition, and Dan concedes to that.
Dan concedes. Cyrus is going to be able to Past in Flames, go through his graveyard again with Past in Flames, hitting double Cabal Ritual, and effectively getting a Storm up to the point where it's going to kill Dan Miller, which is why we saw the concession there.
Well, we also saw the Tendrils.
Also Tendrils. Tendrils is good. Now, if Dan Miller Force of Willed one of the Cabal Rituals, do you think that might have played out differently?
The first Cabal Ritual would have left him with just the Lotus Petal as a mana source to get going again. Unfortunately, he did have a second ritual, but was also a Cabal Ritual. So really, that first Cabal Ritual was the sticking point.
Yep.
If it's a tough read to make because you do want to focus on the Infernal Tutors, the big payoff cards as what you want to fire off Force Will against. But yeah, in this case, that first Cabal Ritual would have really done him in.
Yeah. And maybe one of the signaling points there was, Cyrus being stuck on 1 land. Maybe you do fight over, the Cabal Ritual right off the bat there.
Yeah, it's a cup. I don't blame Dan for taking the line that he did, and yeah, it really had to play out exactly how it did for Cyrus in order for that game to.
I definitely agree with that, right? Because you're sitting there with your Force of Will. You're thinking, all right, I need to hit the payoff spell. And Dan Miller obviously wasn't sure that he needed the Force of Will, that Cabal Ritual.
Mm-hmm.
But Cyrus Core McGill takes down Game 1 against Esper Miracles. And you got to imagine, a lot of, all the dead cards are coming out of Dan Miller's deck. The Swords of Plowshares, Liliana the Last Hope, and then you're going to see a lot of Dan Miller's discard package coming in, right? He has, Inquisition of Kozilek. He has the Thoughtseize. He has the Duress. We're going to see, additional Flusterstorms coming in for Dan.
Yeah, and Cyrus has a few options in his sideboard as well. I guarantee that we're probably going to see the Xanad Swarm, which creates a interesting dynamic for Dan about whether or not he wants to sideboard all of his creature removal pieces out. So the one Xanad Swarm, there's 2 Abrupt Decay, maybe putting Dan Miller on counterbalance, considering I believe he saw game 1. And things like Chain of Vapor and Flusterstorm to probably fight permanents and on the stack as well.
Right, that's the interesting tap dance that Dan's going to be playing with in his head, because with the Xanad Swarm coming in for Cyrus, is he going to be aware that's coming in? And then 2, does he want to still dedicate some creature removal slots for that?
Yeah, I would say if Dan wants to keep in Liliana of the Last Hope, like, you can probably hit Xanad Swarm with a Force of Will as well. Like, you have that covered in the first 2 turns. But if Liliana Last Hope then makes it onto the battlefield, that can easily take care of Xanad Swarm without being as dead as Terminus or Swords of Plowshares.
Yeah, I mean, Liliana of the Last Hope at least threatens a potential endgame for Dan Miller, whereas Terminus and Swords just... I'd be really hard-pressed keeping those cards in.
Yeah, he wants to be proactive as much as possible and just seal the game before Cyrus can rebuild.
And then Cyrus just winning essentially just off 1 land.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if Back to Basics makes the cut.
No, I think Back to Basics is absolutely too expensive. Cyrus, yeah, he fires off spells in the turns leading up to the combo turn, but it's just way too much punishment with that 3 casting cost, and yeah, I expect that to disappear in the post-war games.
I mean, at worst, right, Back to Basics is blue, so it always pitches the Force of Will.
Yeah, you can't always say that, though.
That's my qualifier. Every blue card pitches the Force of Will. Always going to be my qualifier.
Yeah, thankfully a few of the blue cards are a little more useful as well, and he can probably actually cut down on blue cards if he wants to bring in non-blue answers, because he's so blue heavy now, and Force of Will shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. A Kit Kat on Dan Miller's side. Need to point that out, because that is pack 1, pick 1 candy for me. Kit Kat just all the time.
I politely disagree.
I mean, it's okay to be wrong, Mike.
Okay. I prefer a good Haribo Gold Bear myself.
I guess you are partial to the gummy bears.
Yeah, so these players, Cyrus may be the 9-0 that we have, the only one coming into day 2, round 10 of this tournament. But Dan Miller being one of the other undefeateds, Dan Miller won 1 draw, and then Cosmo Quack, who is guaranteed to be in the Vintage top 8 and still has the potential to get into the Legacy top 8. He is sitting at 7-0-2 with 2 draws, one of which is Dan Miller's draw.
I will say, and I feel a little ashamed almost admitting this. So recently I just had, I'm a big Kit Kat guy.
Okay.
I had someone at work introduce me to a Reese's stick, which is essentially a Reese's peanut butter cup that's a Kit Kat, which blew my mind.
Jeff.
And we have lists now.
Yeah, so Dan Miller showing quite a few pieces of spice in the sideboard. This is the first chance I've had to see Dan in action this weekend. Looking to have things like 2 Flusterstorms possibly coming in, 2 Surgical Extractions coming in, and ooh, that's I didn't see that at first because that looked like a last-minute addition. Mark pointing out that combo console of allocation. Yeah, you want that. You want that guy. He wins the game almost by himself.
So, right, that's going to be the tap dance that we see with Cyrus. I'm not sure Cyrus is going to be prepared to deal with combo here.
Yeah, it really depends on how Cyrus boards. He might board in the abrupt decay for the counterbalance, and then we could see the splash damage affect the combo. And we've also kind of seen him hedge his bets with Chain of Vapor, but it depends on how much Cyrus wants to dilute his main game plan with those answer cards, and you might not see them show up in time to deal with combo.
I think, though, Cyrus is going to be looking into to board some of his catch-all spells, right? He has Abrupt Decay, he has Chain of Vapor, Echoing Truth. So I think Cyrus will have answers in his 60 going to game 2 for a Kimball, but, you know, I don't think he's expecting that card, personally.
No, I wouldn't expect that. Although, with Dan's configuration of Miracles, the sky's the limit in terms of innovation.
Yep. And it looks like they're shuffled up.
Hopefully, we'll see some sevens battling.
You always like to see 7v7 here.
Yeah, it just makes for better games watching both players fire on all cylinders at the same time.
Notably, Cyrus with the VIP badge for Card Titan.
And I feel like I jinxed Dan there. He is taking a mulligan to 6. Didn't like it. I did see a Force of Will, but I don't think he had any of the other payoff cards in order to craft a game plan. He just had that answer and nothing much else to speak of.
And yeah, Dan, I mean, with, you know, one of his primary ways to interact being Force of Will, Dan Miller already mulliganing the 6. You got to feel that, you know, Cyrus has this discard suite in his deck as well that it's really shifting towards Cyrus.
He's going to 5?
Yep. He's
All right.
going to 5. Wow.
Yeah.
This is definitely, you don't want to be here going against Ad Nauseam Tendrils. He has a Force of Will. I think Dan Miller's just like, all right, I have Force of Will and probably a blue card in my hand. I think I just have to keep F5 here.
Yeah, you need, when you're that far behind, you really need to just keep the interaction, kind of make sure that you can stop Cyrus from just taking advantage of.
Yep. I mean, Dan's 5 is very impressive. He has Flusterstorm, Force of Will, Counterbalance.
Yeah, I actually can't think of a 5 that you will want to craft in terms of stopping Cyrus any better. That would be any better than that.
I mean, that's probably one of the best, if not the best, 5 cards Dan could have had.
Yeah, now Dan doesn't have any way of controlling the top card of his library right now, so that counterbalance is just kind of blind. He can't really plan around. I don't see a brainstorm. There's obviously no Jason play, but if either of those two happen, that's when that counterbalance really gets humming.
Cyrus fetching green. Are we going to see Xanted Swarm here?
I'm guessing we might see Abrupt Decay to deal with that counterbalance. And there's counterbalance, uncommon from Cold Snap. Whenever an opponent plays a spell. And yeah. So Dan, because the Abrupt Decay is can't be countered, Dan elects not to trigger counterbalance and look at the top card. Or reveal it, rather. Oh, and we have the new version that was just, if not, it was either just released or maybe released in a week from the Golgari Guild deck.
I'm more of an OG printing myself.
I can get behind that. There we go.
So Cyrus has more lands this game.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't have too many. Yeah, Cyrus seems to be light on, possibly light on discard effects. He hasn't fired one off yet to really see if the coast is clear. I would have expected at least one by now.
Cyrus with access to all of his colors now. He has the Underground Sea, has the Volcanic Island, drop down, Xantid Swarm, things like that.
Yeah, you're really pulling for that Xantid Swarm, and I completely agree. It'll get the Force of Will out of Dan's hand because he wants that Flusterstorm to also be active.
I mean, at this point, Cyrus is just waiting for either a discard spell, and here we see he's trying to figure out, can I go for it? Dan has Force, and a Flusterstorm, and I'm not sure what else is in his hand.
We'll find out. Yeah.
There's the Kimball.
Yeah, I like Dan's choice here. If he elects to go for Force of Will, he's going to lose one instead of two if Dan had actually Force of Willed. I can't imagine you would have wanted to pitch the Flusterstorm.
Dan kept in at least one Terminus here. And, again, that could be a hedge to maybe like an Empty of the Warrens.
Yeah, it's very possible.
But, and as we can see now, Dan is just stuck on his two lands.
Yeah, that mulligan to 5. And we do see, as kind of predicted, the one Force of Will going away, not losing the second one because he chose not to actually use it.
Cyrus looking like he's counting his graveyard, making sure his rituals are online here.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I would imagine Flusterstorm's gonna counter this Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I expect that over
Yep.
just taking it.
So now shields down here for Dan Miller. He only has the Force of Will, Kimball, and the Terminus. And we see the Storm die come out. Looks like Cyrus is going to be going off here with his combo.
Yeah, that was okay. Yeah, and he was counting for the Cabal Ritual. Yep. Yeah, he's doing something. I don't know what the payoff card that he's choosing is right now, but okay, it's probably the best choice. We're gonna see him go get something. Since he has so much mana and only 8 Storm for Dan Miller's 19, he's probably just gonna chain an Infernal Tutor into a Tendrils.
Yep. And Infernal Tutor into Tendrils, and that's the match.
That's the match. Cyrus moving to 10-0, completely undefeated, no draws, no nothing. He is essentially locked for first seed, I believe, unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, I got to imagine Cyrus is probably moving in the top 8 as the 1 seed.
Yeah. Dan Miller dropping to 8-1-1. A win next round still gets him in, so this isn't a heartbreak for him at all.
Yep. At 8-1-1, Dan Miller's definitely still alive for top 8 here. Unfortunately, Dan will be looking to play his last round.
Yeah. And we're back. So yeah, once again, something that Chad has been clamoring about, how amazing Cyrus is, getting to see the master in action, just really knowing how to pilot his deck, and
Yep.
and in 2 easy games, we saw that happen.
Yeah, exactly. Dan just not really able to piece together enough. Mulligan to 5 doesn't help, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah. It was a great mulligan to 5. I would argue it's probably one of the best, if not the best, for Dan Miller. But unfortunately, just when you're going down that low in cards versus a combo deck like Cyrus is playing, it's not where you want to be.
Yeah, exactly. We saw, with the counterbalance, with the Force of Will, the Flusterstorm, possibly the Cannonball, and we really saw just Dan's entire disruption package show up. But it was just too little, too late, too small of a hand size to really capitalize. And Cyrus pulled it out.
And Cyrus had the cards to interact, right? He had, the discard effects to, get rid of the Flusterstorm, get rid of the Force of Will, make sure the coast is clear, and jam the combo.
Boom. So we're going to find out if we have some sort of backup match. It may be a match from yesterday. I heard whisperings that we might have a Charbelcher match. I can't guarantee anything yet. It was promised to me by Randy, but we'll see if we can get that queued up.
Yeah, I'm queuing it up now.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have Charbelcher for you.
John Pogmeyer on Charbelcher versus Garrett Landhorse on Sneak and Show.
Okay. See, that's we have. So Charbelcher is going to be playing against Sneak and Show. I've had the opportunity to play this matchup a few times. One of the interesting dynamics in this matchup is the card Show and Tell. So Show and Tell, you get to put each player gets to put a non-planeswalker permanent into play. It kind of spells it out a little bit, but it ends up being non-planeswalker. Each player gets to show and tell something. Now, because you're playing against the Force of Will deck, you don't want to run your Charbelcher itself into a Force of Will. So one of the things that you can do is you can actually present the 3 mana to activate Charbelcher, and you can let your opponent get your Charbelcher into play.
So what the Charbelcher deck is essentially looking to do is deploy that Lion's Eye Diamond, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that way, threatening with a show and tell that they can drop the, all right, then I'm going to put my Belcher into play for free and just kill you before you're able to do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we might see that if the Sneak and Show player is aware of that, he might get kind of put off a turn, kind of waiting for the sneak attack, because that's really the only avenue he has to win. And focusing on trying to brainstorm and ponder into just that card and losing half of your payoff cards is kind of rough.
So being the aficionado you are with Goblin Charbelcher, what does that do? For those that don't know.
All right, for the Charbelcher deck, it's a red-green combo deck. It runs some of the most powerful rituals available in those colors. You have your Tinder Walls, you have your Pyretic and Desperate Rituals to go from 2 to 3. You have a lot of the artifact mana. You have the Lotus Petals, you have the Chrome Mox, you have the Lion's Eye Diamonds, and you basically use the 8 Spirit Guides to basically count to 4. You can get a little craftier than that, but there's 7 payoff cards in the main deck.
All right.
You have the 4 Charbelchers, which we mentioned, and 3 Empty the Warrens. For those of you, Empty the Warrens, you're storming off, so you can create a couple of goblins. If you get to double digits, that tends to seal the game. But you also have 4 Burning Wish for consistency. And it sounds like we're ready to go.
Here we go. So how many times with Goblin Charbelcher have you just revealed you play 1 land in your Goblin Charbelcher, and when you activate Goblin Charbelcher, it deals damage to target opponent until you hit a land?
Oh, wow. So we have a Lion's Eye Diamond.
Lion's Eye Diamond, Force of Will.
Wow.
Oh my God! Wow.
So
here we go. We have
in lightning speed, which is about how Charbelcher matches feel. We see him actually leverage his opponent's Force of Will in order to generate Storm Count. That's usually how that works.
That was lightning fast. as fast as Derek was shuffling the cards through his hand.
So, Sneak and Show knows what's up now.
John able to just deploy a quick empty the warrants here, and wow. That was made out of Goes Fast.
That was made. That was basically like DC's The Flash in full action there.
Yes.
Yeah. Being on the Goblins plan against Sneak and Show is really good. He was able. One of the things that people say with that matchup is that, oh, you just lose to Force of Will. Well, he clearly didn't lose to just Force of Will there. He presented his line in such a way that he was able to bait out the Force of Will on something that was inconsequential, and then was able to use that Storm Count from the Force of Will to create a bunch of Goblins and win.
So, I mean, Goblin tokens, you would have used Gummy Bears, but he actually had Goblin tokens.
Yeah, they show up better on coverage. I accept that.
Wow, that was fast. That was a real fast game one. John actually on Goblin Charbelcher. Derek is on Sneak and Show. We don't have a Sneak and Show player playing with Empty the Warrens.
Yeah, so Derek getting an opportunity to kind of craft his hand this game.
Empty the Warrens. What a great card. Just let me deploy, a few goblins and just I don't think your sneak attack or show and tell is gonna get there fast enough.
Yeah, Wizards of the Coast being the first foray into Storm Count being Tendrils of Agony. They were like, let's make sure we don't print a 4-mana win condition when we bring that Storm mechanic back, and unfortunately they did.
So land grant, allowing John to get his one land in the deck.
Yeah, electing for a revised Taiga. I've seen a bunch of different land choices. Some players even going with the foil rushing stomping ground. You figure that one's got a nice price tag that might even be more than that Taiga. But it looks like John is effectively going to rely on Empty the Warrens this game. I don't imagine the Burning Wish really playing a factor. And hopefully he won't run into a Force of Will and get stuck on lands, or on mana rather. He can't possibly get stuck on lands at this point because he's got the one in play.
So, and the beauty with Pyroblast, right, is he's able to target any permanent to just generate additional storm. It doesn't even need to destroy or counter a spell.
Yeah, so this is nice. Sideboard Pyroblast came in, and the line that he was able to take allowed him to keep it up in order to cast the Seething Song and then potentially the Empty the Warrens.
And from Derek's side of the board, it's got to feel bad, right? Even if you try to force something here, you see just the Pyroblast in hand.
Mm-hmm. Now, John has, it looks like, 8 goblins, which it takes 3 turns to kill with that many goblins at this point, and he'll be able to count to 3 himself and possibly show and tell.
So the beauty of John not using the Pyroblast there is, right, he's going to make Derek have, 1, he needs the show and tell, 2, he needs the Force of Will backup.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see if Derek's still able to pull this out despite the combo having gone off. It does look like he has both pieces in hand, in fact.
And the Goblins enter the red zone. So Derek has 2 turns here, effectively, with only 8 Goblins on board.
So we're going to see show and tell. Let's see what comes into play. Yep.
And again, by John keeping the Pyroblast and not using it to generate additional storm, he's able to force Derek to have show and tell with the Force of Will backup.
Yeah, that Griselbrand. The number of goblins that are attacking, unfortunately, that kind of breaks even. You have 7 goblins actually hitting Derek, 1 hitting the Griselbrand, gaining 7 life. So he's just going to stay back for now.
Griselbrand enters the red zone, puts Derek's life up to 16. So Does the Goblin Charbelcher deck have any ways to deal with that resolved Grizzlebrand on board here?
I mean, they generally don't. Unfortunately, Derek's life total has gotten a bit out of hand. In some situations, assuming that the opponent is shields down, you might be able to Burning Wish for Goblin War Strike and just not even have to go into combat. Which might be what he's doing now.
And we might see this, actually. John able to piece together some mana here, turning on the Burning Wish.
Yeah, so if he's able to War Strike here, that should be game. We'll see if
Derek's going to draw 7 here, looking to he's got a Force of Will and a Spell Pierce.
Yeah, Spell Pierce is going to be a bit more relevant here. Yeah, unfortunately, that puts him to 1. We've seen that a few times where, Force of Will also pay 1 life, and you don't think that comes up that often, but it certainly does.
Here's the thing, though. So Derek swings in with his Grizzlebrand, goes to 8 life. There's 8 goblins on this board.
If you have a time extension or if you require assistance,
but sneak attack.
And Grizzlebrand gets his partner with Emrakul, and we send it to game 3.
Yeah, John's hand there. He had a really good configuration in terms of being able to Pyroblast in case there was some sort of Force of Will disruption. But unfortunately, the way that his actual rituals lined up with 2 Spirit Guides just kind of kept him off of like one. He probably needed 1 more Storm in order to have the correct number of goblins to line up with what his opponent was doing.
So would you have gone with the Pyroblast then to generate that additional Storm? I mean, hindsight's 20/20, right? But
yeah, I don't think so. It is very interesting how Pyroblast, it just has to hit anything. It's actually particularly worded compared to Red Elemental Blast to just do the thing in case if the spell or the permanent is blue. It's not like Red Elemental Blast where you have to target something blue, so you can just fire it off, generate Storm. But I think he really just wanted it as a disruption piece still in case he got show and telled.
Exactly, right? Because he's keeping it because then he needs the show and tell and Force of Will. And we enter here on John's turn 1 with Derek Lango here. We have the land grant.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you have to rely on land grant sometimes and kind of let your opponent know exactly what your line is. You can't really bluff a specific line.
And Derek, unfortunately, has a Force of Will for the Seething Song.
Yeah, so that puts it's really going to take a while to rebuild enough rituals to get to what's left in his hand. He's on a real back foot and has to run pretty hot here.
Yeah, his hand's decimated at this point. He only has a Burning Wish. He needs to essentially run into a ritual effect to even get that off because Goblin Charbelcher only has that 1 land.
Mm-hmm.
So Derek has just plenty of time to run into his own combo.
Yeah. Trying to find it. Plenty of time to find it.
And Derek right now just not even, afraid to worry about tapping out just because. And here we see Derek with a show and tell.
Oh, okay.
So now, interesting enough, if John draws a Lion's Eye Diamond, he can just kill Derek.
I don't think he does.
Nope.
So even with the life gain from Grizzlebrand, I believe John's hand deck size rather is enough that he's still able to kill with the Charbelcher. It counts how many cards are left in your deck if there is no land to hit.
The real issue is Derek can draw, 7, 14, 21 cards being at that life total. I don't think we'll be seeing a Lion's Eye Diamond resolved.
No, and especially with this a braid, rather. Yeah, I think this kind of seals it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think Derek is going to be able to run over John now with the Grizzle brand. And just an embarrassment of riches now with all the cards in hand and being able to draw more.
And this. Yep. And the hand is extended. I'm disappointed that Charbelcher wasn't able to make it. But you know what? It was well played. We got to see a rather cool comeback in Game 2. Even though the Charbelcher games are kind of a lot shorter than what you expect from Magic, you do see some back and forth go sometimes. So he was able to deploy those goblins, but then the Griselbrand came to kind of seal up the battlefield and then the comeback.
And interesting to note, John had 2 Simian Spirit Guides in hand.
Okay.
He potentially needed just one more, and then he wouldn't have even been able to interact, Derek, with that Goblin Charbelcher activation.
Yeah, I think that braid came at the right time.
Yep.
Pitch 2 Spirit Guides, tap your Taiga, activate Belcher, kill your opponent.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was interesting. Like, sometimes people kind of harp on Belcher for being non-interesting. It's kind of a glass cannon with a literal cannon in the deck. But there is some play to the deck
So
sometimes.
that timely braid essentially saved Derek.
Yeah. It's
I mean, would have been dead otherwise. 5 matches left? All
5
right.
matches left.
We
All
have
right.
5 matches left down the field, and then we'll be entering the final round of Swiss for the Legacy portion.
Absolutely. Do we have?
After that, we're going to go to the Vintage Top 8, and then after that, we're going to have the Legacy Top 8 today.
Yep, 8 full rounds of Magic. We'll try to get as much action on camera for you all at home. I wonder if we still have we have one player, I believe, in the Legacy event that's playing this round and next that could possibly be a repeat in both, and that's Cosmo Quack.
Do we know if Cosmo won?
He's still playing.
Oh, he's still
Cosmo
playing.
is still playing right now.
Okay. So Cosmo, the result's still out there. We don't know how Cosmo's going to do this round, but he's still in contention to be the double. We had last year Eric Virgo was able to pull the double, getting the Legacy Top 8 with the Rug Delver deck, and then the Vintage Top 8 with Workshops.
Yep.
So I would like to see something like that happen again.
It's always fun to have a double, right?
Yeah.
Just means a long day for you. I mean, first world problems, right? Like having to play, oh my God, I have to play a Legacy and a Vintage Top 8.
Yeah.
But that's where you want to be, right? That you come to this weekend hoping you can pull that off.
Mm-hmm.
Cosmo just got his Notion Thief Force that he played into his opponent's brainstorm.
Unfortunate. Yeah. Sometimes Cosmo trying to employ some technology this weekend. He has a Notion Thief. Unfortunately, his opponent brainstormed. He Notion Thiefed, but it was force willed. Yeah, kind of a heartbreaker play there. We like seeing some Notion Thieving happening. Hopefully, I mean, he's playing Notion Thief in Vintage as a 4 of. I almost said 5 of there. It feels like that sometimes. But yeah, Notion Thief will definitely be in his deck when he does the Vintage Top 8. He loves stealing some card drawing, and maybe we'll see some Notion Thief action from him still today.
So, unfortunately, it's not looking very good. Cosmo's in our feature match area on one of the backup tables. It's not looking good.
No.
So, and with a record of X1 and 2, probably going to be pretty difficult to break into the top 8.
Yeah, I don't know how that math works out, but it doesn't sound good. Usually, with the events like this, we're probably going to see one player with 2 losses make it in, but there's a lot of players that have 2 losses. So
It'll be interesting to see. I don't know how he ended the day, but I know Rich Shea was hovering around X2 the majority of the day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where his record's at right now. That's another potential double top 8.
that's true. Yeah, Rich Shea securing his 5th total lifetime Vintage Champs Top 8s, which puts him at the record. He tied the record last year that was set by Paul Mastriano for 4 Top 8s, and then broke it this year with the 5th one.
Paul Mastriano also lost to me. Just throwing that out there.
Throw that out there.
Throwing
Yeah.
it out there.
Yeah. Paul was he was looking at this year's painting is Time Walk. And he was kind of looking at that Time Walk as kind of the one that got away and was hoping to kind of get it this year.
Cosmo just got surgical extraction, but they're about to call time, so he may end up picking up his third draw.
Ooh,
Wow.
Okay.
So Cosmo is going to be entering time. Might actually pick up his 3rd draw of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I'm,
Yeah.
I mean, effectively, if he finishes 8-0-3, that's effectively 9 wins, points-wise.
Yeah, that is 9 wins.
Yeah.
You get 1 point for each of your draws, and yeah, that's 9-2. It's I don't know how the tiebreakers really work out for that. That's a very interesting dynamic that I
Yeah.
didn't even think of.
He might be able to sneak in depending on his tiebreakers, but if he picks up the draw here, I mean, he effectively has 9 wins if he wins his last round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he still has to win out from this point if he picks up the draw. So, yeah, still a lot of work ahead for Cosmo. He's going to have to play it out and then turn right back around and play out the first round of the Vintage Top 8.
And Cosmo is no stranger to sneaking in the top 8. With Vintage, he is the only X2 that snuck into the top 8 for Vintage.
Yeah, he is 8th seed going into that. I believe playing against Brian Koval then.
Yeah.
In the quarterfinals, Brian Koval we saw make top 8 with a paradoxical outcome deck that there were 2 copies of in the total top 8.
Yep. And, yeah, with that deck, I mean, Cosmo's going to have 4 Notion Thief. He came to game.
Yeah, he came to game. Yeah, paradoxical outcome. If you drop a Notion Thief in response to that card, you are going to be filling up your hands.
You're going to be drawing a lot of cards, needless to say.
Yeah, easily finding some more disruption and such. Yeah, that's the kind of a. I mean, hopefully, we'll see something cool like that happen. I don't wish ill on Brian in that regard.
I think the plan is for Vintage top 8. One of the big matchups in that top 8 is actually going to be Matt Sperling versus Rich Shea.
Yeah, Matt Sperling versus Rich Shea, the 2 big names that made top 8 really facing off one another in the quarterfinals. We have Matt Sperling on what we are calling Teamer Pyromancer.
It's Rug. It's Rug.
It's Rug. Well, okay, we can
I'm
call
not
it Rug.
a Teamer guy. I'm a Rug guy.
I was just gonna spin it that it's basically blue-red splash screen, so you don't even need to go with either of those.
If I'm in Eternal formats, a la Legacy or Vintage, it's Rug.
Unless it's Canadian Threshold.
I mean, yeah, you can get me there.
Okay.
All right.
Gotcha. Yeah, so Matt Sperling playing a blue-red Pyromancer deck, splashing green for some Ancient Grudge flashback action and 4 sideboard Nature's Claim, all of which will come into play against Rich Shea's Workshops deck. Kind of the typical build that we saw a lot of last year. Same kind of configuration this year. Didn't really gain anything else, but it still has raw power that it always had.
And one of the key cards, just kind of glossing into that matchup a little bit here, with that is, Arcbound Ravager. That effectively negates a lot of, those removal cards that Matt Sperling's going to try to deploy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to that. It would be nice to see those 2 players be in like the semis or the finals. It would be an epic finals, but hey, we'll get the finals and the quarterfinals with the guaranteed matchup.
I would be also interested to see if Brian Koval going for a paradoxical outcome and then Cosmo just slamming down the Notion Thief.
Yeah, maybe we can get both of those.
Yeah, hopefully, we'll get them maybe on one of the backup cameras here. We'll get that match time spiraled here as well. I think the plan is to try to get as much magic as we can today.
Mm-hmm.
So we're obviously going to be pushing to get all of the top 8 matches for both Vintage and Legacy on camera.
Yeah. Yeah, see, we did a little bit. We did a little bit last year of playing around with the semifinals and such. Try to play around. We getting those time spiral matches, trying to get as much gameplay for you guys and girls at home and everyone. It's really this might be the longest span of time I think that we haven't had gameplay
Yeah, I know. We're not slinging cards right now.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it sounds like we have only a few matches out there still. I'm really looking forward to seeing what we can come up with for round 11.
I know Cosmo is one of the matches in time. Hopefully we can get an update. I got to imagine, he's looking for the draw. A loss, effectively, I think, destroys his top 8 hopes.
Yeah, I think he's mathematically out in that situation for sure. Yeah, so chat talking about 3 Thalias being in the top 8 of the Vintage event that we'll be seeing. That was one of the decks that we didn't really touch on, is a survival deck.
Yes.
Did, in fact, make top 8, running 3 Thalia.
As correctly predicted. I called a survival deck.
I did have a survival as well.
All right.
I had a dredge too, though. We will not be seeing dredge.
Obviously I had a dredge.
Yeah. Yeah, so we will see survival as the deck of choice, kind of showcasing the power of Bazaar of Baghdad. Interesting kind of year for that card. Last year, survival wasn't around. I don't think there was entire. I could be wrong, but there probably was not a survival of the fittest registered last year.
Cosmo. You want to? So Cosmo just picked up his loss. So he is X1 and 2, effectively out of top 8. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I don't think Rich. Do we know if Rich Shea's still X2 trying to sneak in?
I can take a look.
Okay, we'll get that to you here, but I don't think the double is alive for anybody now.
No.
With Cosmo picking up his loss.
No, I do believe that mathematically gets him out of the. It gets him out of that repeat.
And I'll tag in Randy here.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, Randy.
How are things?
Things are pretty well. We just saw Cyrus and Dan Miller play out the Esper Miracles versus Ad Nauseam Tendrils versus Esper Miracles, if you want to keep it in order.
Right.
Matchup. We saw Cyrus pull ahead to 10-0.
Wow.
Yeah, I believe that locks him for first seed if he chooses to either draw or if he effectively loses this round 11. So
Sure.
yeah, pretty good
And
for
Dan
him.
now has to win his last one.
Yeah, absolutely.
That puts him on 8-1-1.
Yep.
Makes sense.
So how are things out there? Are you looking at the top tables at all?
I was watching talking some of the Legacy. I got in a game or two of middle school.
Okay. I'm glad you found that.
I did watch Cosmo lose.
Okay. Unfortunate heartbreaker, but dethroned. He was our king of the hill for a number of rounds, and he's not the king anymore, unfortunately.
Alas.
Yeah. So middle school, you got to jam some games. I'm
did.
going to let you talk about it. You floated it. I knew you wanted to play all weekend. What did you end up playing? What did you end up playing against?
I have only played my own decks against each other. I have found
Okay.
plenty of people willing to shuffle up one of my decks,
Okay.
which has been fun. Landak Scroll Rack is a better card drawing engine than Necropotence.
That's fair.
We're going into the next round. Could you explain middle school for people who are watching?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
should explain what middle school is. I know also it looks like the pairings just came out for the final round of the Swiss for Legacy, so you only got to stall for five minutes probably.
Yes.
We'll have future matches. We'll have magic to show you. Middle school is the middle school format is after old school, but before modern.
Okay.
So it's 1990 card. It's basically cards that were printed between 1995 and 2003.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a band list. Most of the ridiculous Urza Saga cards are on the band list. The interesting take that the middle school folks have taken is to ban all the good tutors, all the fast mana, but then leave legal some of the more powerful cards. Like Necropotence is legal. I,
Yeah.
of course, built a Necro deck. I built a sort of Necro Summer style Necro deck. Mono black. My Pump Knights get upgraded to Nantuko Shades, which is nice. And so it's got Duress, Hymn to Turok, but you don't get Dark Ritual.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got Hypnotic Spectre, but it can't come out until turn 3.
Right.
It's interesting. It's tricky because there's no way to go get a Necropotence.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to naturally draw it, which means you don't get to count on having it, and it makes deck construction difficult. I'm not convinced I've got it built right, but it definitely has interesting matchups against Illusions Donate, which is one of the other decks I built. Mono
Okay.
Blue Illusions Donate, sort of Sapphire Medallion, Intuition, AK.
Mm-hmm.
That style blue decks, 8 counter spells. That matchup's interesting, and I think the Illusions deck is favored, but it's weird because the Necro deck has so many ways to just gain just a couple of points of life.
Mm-hmm.
Just, hit the Ivory Tower once, get above 20.
Yeah.
Drain life you for 2, get to 22, where that then means the Illusions Donate deck has to combo off twice.
Yeah, you have to. It's the exact 20 with the Illusions of Grandeur. Give it to your opponent with Donate. They can't pay the cumulative upkeep. So it's interesting how the natural life gain of the black deck and the rack deck can really just make them have to have it twice, as you said.
Unfortunately, if you don't have Necropotence, they can.
Yeah,
They
that's
just
fair.
can. Like, they have so much card drawing. If you don't get card drawing of your own, they can combo off twice. Maybe you can get to 40, though, sitting on an Ivory Tower long enough.
Yeah,
I did
that,
win one game that way. I got comboed once
Okay,
and got to 40, so I couldn't get comboed again.
nice.
That's good times. The Scroll Rack land text deck I have, though, is the one that seems just the most ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean you base it off of your old school.
Oh, yeah.
Not with the scroll rack, obviously, but with the land
Right, I mean,
tax
it's-
power.
It's my old school deck upgraded to get Scroll Rack. I think it's better than my old school deck.
Yeah, scroll rack is a huge piece in
It's
that.
insane.
Yeah.
I was playing against my Necro deck, Matt Sperling piloting my Necro deck.
Okay.
I went land tax off of Mox Diamond, so he can't even fight the tax game. I have literally 0 lands in play.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to get the land tax.
Yeah.
Then I get a scroll rack. And then, so now it's draw 3 and draw step.
Mhm.
And then, sure, you drew 4 cards. Sure, 3 of them are basic lands, but now you use the scroll rack to turn those basic lands into random cards. So
Mhm.
basically you drew 4 cards that turn.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I found another land tax. So now I'm drawing 7 cards a turn. Literally spending 1 mana to draw 7 random cards a turn.
Wow.
It's absurd. Matt plays Necropotence, and I'm blowing him out. I'm drawing so many more. I'm drawing more cards, and I'm not even paying life for mine.
Yeah.
It was absurd.
Yeah, you got
It's good times.
Yeah, Necro with just with the way the card's worded, they can only ever have 7 cards at once to play with. Whereas you're starting your turn, you have 14 cards. It's twice as many cards. You're able
Right.
to have many more options and
Throw in an
overwhelm
Ivory
them.
Tower.
Yeah,
Throw in a Library of Lang if you really want to. I do have one of those in the deck,
nice.
which makes the towers ridiculous. Towers unrestricted. Yeah, I have become. Look, I like Tax Track.
Hey,
It's fun.
it's good. It sounds good.
We had 5 minutes to kill. I'm not going to inflict my middle school stories on you. There's actual magic to watch, but
Yeah, we have a little bit of time to explore some of the other stuff that's happening at this event. They are being very old school friendly. We have the
Oh, yeah.
the trios event
Yeah, it's a
with
great
the
point.
legacy, vintage, old school. Which
and I know
is
that
groundbreaking.
yesterday.
Okay, we do have feature matches.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I know that you mentioned they added another old school side event last night just due to popular demand. They're just like, here's another old school side event for you.
Oh, nice.
That's Eternal Weekend's awesome.
Yeah.
It's always that way. I mean, just this community gets together, has a good time playing Magic, and it likes the Eternal format. So
Mhm. And
it's definitely the place to be.
and it also likes the artists. We have a wide array of artists. I couldn't. If you gave me an hour, I couldn't remember all the artists' names.
So you have the feature matches.
I do have the feature matches. But yeah, the artists are super happy to be able to talk to players that are really into the art.
Sure.
Bringing some of the older cards, that they know, especially with Mark Poole and Ancestral Recall and all those other alpha cards.
All right. So we've got Brandon DeVera versus Daniel Miller, Tyler Andrews versus Christopher Walton, Alexander Kaviras versus Brendan Hagen, and Miguel Chavez versus Jake Weinman. Jeff, can we see the pairing sheet to see the standings implications?
Yeah.
This is the last round of the Swiss, so I don't know if there are 4 clean win-ins, but if there are, I'm sure that's what we've got. Looking at the standings, Cyrus Corman Gill is in. He's at 30, and he took a handshake this round with Matthew Dilks. So Dilks is in at 28. That's 9-1-1. That's the magic number you want to get to. Table 2 was also an ID, John McDermott versus Patrick Green. So that gives you half the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
But now we're out,
Yeah.
right? Brandon DeVera would like to shake hands with his opponent, but you know what? Got paired against Daniel Miller, who can't take a draw. He's already got a draw. So we're down to the 25 pointers already in 6th place. Yeah, Brandon and Daniel will have to play it out. It's a clean win and in. The winner will be safely through. Similarly, Tyler Andrews versus Christopher Walton. Those players are 8-1-1, playing to get to 9-1-1. Alexander Gaviras also on 25 points. So we actually have fully 4 players on 8-1-1 coming into this round, must win.
Mm-hmm.
We only had 4 players on 9-1 to take the ID. So people have picked up some unintentional draws along the way.
Yeah, we saw quite a few of those.
So yeah, Kaviris is paired down to a 24-pointer. That's an X2 player, Brandon Hagen. So by my count, we're going to have 4, 5, 6. There's room for 2 players on 9 and 2. Well,
Okay.
if Alexander Kaviris wins, there's room for 1 player. He's in. So it's there's going to be 1 or 2 players at 9 and 2 who do get in. That point, it comes down to tiebreakers. I don't know if we have Jeff. Do we have access to a copy of the standings to see?
I'll grab one.
We'll get
Okay.
a copy of the standings to make sure we understand, who's got the tiebreakers to actually be that X2 who sneaks in.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, there's a ton of them. The tables which have 8 and 2 players paired run from table 6 all the way down to table 16, and then a pair down on 17. So, there's like 20 people in that scrum.
Yeah.
Most of them are playing for, a good finish.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that yesterday with just so many players that are in that span of points that gets you into top 8 with a win. And it's really, once we get the standings, you'll see maybe the top 3 in terms of tiebreakers are the ones that are actually in contention.
I do not see Rich Shea among these players, so. Okay. He lost. He's on 21 points. Still in the tournament, still playing it out, but at 21, that means he's 7-3, not live for the double, even with a tiebreaker miracle. With him losing early, I doubt his tiebreakers were such that he was realistically alive for the double, even if he won out. Still
Yeah.
fun to dream about, though.
Yeah, exactly. I did want to pull. I was pulling. I kind of this round we lost it with Cosmo.
Yep.
But pulling for somebody to get a double top 8, Rich was one of those possible names. Cosmo was one of those possible names.
So what we're gonna do is, while they're shuffling up, we'll play Dan Miller's interview,
Okay.
and we'll check that out.
All right. So Dan Miller's match is the match we were going to watch?
Dan Miller's interview. Yeah, it sounds like that we're going to be.
Brandon Tavera versus Daniel Miller.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to cut to the interview with Daniel Miller and then have a chance to see Daniel Miller pilot his Esper deck again if that holds true.
Yeah, Tyler Andrews versus Christopher Walton is the other clean one. Really? Does Tavera think his tiebreakers are good enough? I need to see standings to understand that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get standings.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, Daniel Miller, if
Daniel Miller.
no, he needs a win. So the only way that they could avoid playing is if Brandon Tavera is willing to concede,
Yeah.
which would be super risky for him.
Mhm.
Right? If he concedes, he's essentially betting his top 8 life on his ability to win the tiebreaker scrum against like 12 people.
Yeah, I really think he saw it. If he accepts that, he really saw the standings and was at the top
Right.
of the potential X2s.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know how risky you get with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, Miller needs a win, so I would expect them to play Magic. It's only if Brandon Tavera is willing to concede and trust his top 8 fate to tiebreakers.
Dan Miller is against
Brandon Tavera.
Yeah.
Brandon Tavera. Brandon.
Right, they're playing unless Tavera is willing to concede.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tavera's tiebreakers are really bad.
And Tavera's tiebreakers are not good, so he should not be willing to concede.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I don't know
being
why
a
they
good
wouldn't be
option.
playing Magic.
Yeah, he's on the bottom of the 27s right now.
Yeah, at 0.56 or
Yeah.
0.57 with rounding. And then the top 24s are 0.72. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's not too good.
Daniel, I hope he doesn't think he's in with a draw. 26 points is not going to get it done.
No, he seemed pretty aware of that.
Yeah. No, they're going to need to play. In terms of the 24-pointers, Brendan Hagen seems to have the best chance and the best breakers. Miguel Chavez is probably next. Hagen is the one paired up against Alexander Kaviris, so that's a pretty clean win and in. And then Chavez versus Jake Weinman is probably a win and in as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems like you've got 4 people handshaking and you've got 4 win and ins.
Yeah.
Tables 3, 4, 5, and 6. If they have to play, I mean, there's some tiebreakers involved in They're not mathematically precisely win-and-ins, but they're pretty much win-and-ins.
All right. Do you happen to know? We know Cyrus has been on camera many times.
Yeah.
Is guaranteed in the top 8 with the Ad Nauseam Tendrils. Do we happen to know what the other 3
That's a good
draws?
question.
Yeah.
I do not. Matthew Dilks, I don't think I've seen.
Yeah.
John McDermott does not ring a bell for me. Patrick Green, is he the blue? No, it's Patrick Owens was the blue-red Delver guy, right?
Patrick. Yeah, I believe it was Patrick Owens. Is blue
But it's
red.
Patrick Green who's on table 2.
John might have
Pa-
been.
Patrick Owens is in the X2s. He's on table 8, kind of hoping for a tiebreaker miracle if he wins. Probably not going to get it, though.
John might have been our sneak and show player that we just saw the times per hour matchup, but I'm not 100% on that. I do think that
Charbelcher lost that.
Yeah,
That's too bad.
Charbelcher. Yeah, I know. I was pretty upset about that, but it added some back and forth that actually made it a pretty interesting match.
This is going to be the last match of Legacy. Once we get this Legacy Swiss finished, figure out that top 8, then we get to good stuff. Then
Yeah.
we get to go back to Vintage.
Yep.
They're gonna play me.
All right.
They're gonna play.
Brandon's like, I don't want to play. I can't.
Yeah. Should have said something sooner. Yeah. Okay.
Feature match shouldn't be too far away, hopefully. Seems like our players have resigned themselves to the fact, yeah, they really do need to play Magic to figure out their top 8 fate.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have that queued up momentarily.
Yeah. Do we have that interview queued up to run before they figure it out? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we might have a interview with Dan Miller queued up before we actually see them play, but because they're doing this discussing, we don't want to have dead air afterwards as well.
Looking to Vintage, a lot of people looking at that Matt Sperling Rich Shea match
Yeah.
as just huge.
Yeah, that is the finals in the quarterfinals kind of thing in terms of just how much power in terms of just name is in there. Like that's where the name is concentrated. You do have like Brian Koval has a resume as well, but I really feel like those are the 2 above and beyond players that
They're
we
definitely
saw.
the 2 biggest names in the top 8. They've both had their success over the years. Rich Shea with his 5th Vintage Eternal Weekend top 8. That is the record. You know, Matt Sperling making his Eternal Weekend debut, but he played plenty of Vintage on Magic Online, and including on some Vintage Super League.
Yeah.
The matchup, everyone agrees, favors Matt Sperling.
Okay.
Complete consensus. I hung out with Matt a little bit. You know, he feels favored, but he's like, you know, the games where I draw Ancient Grudge are great. The rest of the games, you know, he doesn't feel like it's a blowout matchup.
Okay.
Talk to Rich Shea's crew. They're like, yeah, good luck, Rich. You're getting killed. They think it's a blowout matchup.
That's when that's a real big indicator of just how like when the side that's probably unfavored is very honest about that. It's just like Rich, yeah, pull off a miracle, man. Yeah, that's that's just a sentiment that's being echoed everywhere, and it's just compounded by the fact that Matt Sperling's on the play. Like
Right.
yeah,
Yeah, Sperling does get to be on the play by virtue of his higher seeding. He's the 2 seed. And, you know, his deck really is well set up. It's not – the thing is, his deck is well set up against Shops. It's even better set up against Paradoxical Outcome. So, I mean, hats off to him for having a deck that could be positioned against – you know, I haven't seen metagame stats,
Mhm.
but I've got to believe those are the 2 most popular strategies, Shops and PO.
yeah, absolutely. And they
Assorted random blue decks may probably add up to more than PO. I don't think that was half the blue decks, but all the other blue decks came in a bunch of different little buckets. So.
Yeah, it was nice to see the little buckets. I mean, the Pyromancer deck, the Landstill deck, like blue. People kind of think of blue as just like, oh, it's blue, and they all have the same game plan. That's absolutely not what we saw all weekend. Like it's just blue is just kind of a baseline, kind of how you see blue be a baseline for decks in Legacy, where you'll have like in Legacy what we've seen with the 4 Ponder, 4 Brainstorm, but the sky's the limit after you do that. You kind of see that in Vintage as well. With you want Force to Will, and you want the powerful blue spells and Ancestral Recall and Time Walk, and then just you can build around it, and so many ways to take it.
The interesting thing going on elsewhere in the bracket, Sperling and Rich Shea on their side of the bracket, I forget which players it is on their side of the bracket, but the matchup is Shops versus Survival,
Okay.
which is kind of a coin flipping match.
Mhm.
You know, I had dinner last night with Rich Shea's crew,
Okay.
and they were talking about that matchup where some of them played survival, some of them played shops, and played draw matters. But it's pretty coin flippy.
Okay.
Right. The survival deck, sometimes you can destroy all their mana, but sometimes they land a survival. They've got a Mox to get started, and they're just they put 4 Vengevines into play and can't deal with that.
Yeah, you really get that chain going soon. Yeah, because that's the thing about Vintage. Sometimes you get Black Lotus,
Yeah.
and it just becomes a completely different game.
But so we talk about how Matt Sperling's deck is well positioned against Paradoxical Outcome and against shops. It's not good against Bazaar of Baghdad.
No, not at all.
It's just he's probably better off than most Xerox decks because he's got Nature's Claim and he can actually just blow up the card Survival of the Fittest. His green splash, as opposed to most people's white splash, gives him this 1 mana answer to an enchantment. I know he was thinking about Oath of Druids when he put that in his sideboard, but
Yeah.
Survival of the Fittest also definitely an up-and-coming player in Vintage nowadays. Now, Matt has had success against that archetype online, but now he's got a player who's good enough to pilot it through a top 8 at Eternal Weekend. So, Matt gets through Rich. He's rooting for a shops matchup again in the semis. We'll just say that.
That's fair.
Dan Miller's basics were called, so he needed to change them. And then as soon as he got done changing them, he needed to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Wow. All right. Dan Miller still hasn't started shuffling.
Yeah.
Can we watch the other match?
No, we don't have. The other matches have started, and it's not live, it's recorded.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we can't cut into the other.
Do we have backup from last round? I guess we don't have enough time to run that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're trying to find some content for you guys. Unfortunately, there's been a few things going on the main camera with the players, just trying to figure out the tiebreaker math, trying to figure out how their decks are. Some of the I mean, this is round 11. Your sleeves are going to get broken and the like. So, kind of making sure that that's all good, and then of course Dan having to kind of step away from the table for other reasons as well, because we'll get to it.
It sounds like some round 11 nerves going on for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that Dan would want to be in a much better like mindset, like basically as good of a mindset as he can be. He took a loss. He was really he had 2 shots at a win to get to the top 8.
Oh, wow, this is his 3rd consecutive winning in. How insane is that?
Oh yeah.
This is his 3rd consecutive winning in. He played a winning in last night to get to clean 9-0. Drew, right? No, lost.
Yeah,
Wait, when did he get his draw? When did he-
I think he drew against Cosmo round 8. I think
That's
he
what it was.
lost
Okay.
round 9.
We're going to go to the interview.
All right.
Okay, we're going to go to an interview with Dan Miller, get you some legacy content, and then we'll come back and watch Dan Miller play round 11. Hello, and welcome to the 3rd day of North American Eternal Weekend. We're here right now with Dan Miller. Dan making a really good run on day 1, the first 9 rounds of the Legacy event with some kind of a spicy Esper Miracles deck. He's rocking a team shirt, it looks like, Team Arabian Nights. Can you tell us a little about the deck that you played?
Yeah, the deck. Well, I want to talk about the team since you brought it up.
Okay.
One of the things about the team is we're a bunch of Northeasterners and one guy from Europe who we like. And basically, we're a bunch of good players, great brewers, a bunch of knuckleheads who enjoy the game and are willing to take some chances, like my list this weekend. As far as the deck, some of the people on the team, like Joe Brennan and some slackers like this guy, and specifically I want to thank Zach Dobbin because I lost my list coming here, and he had saved a copy of my list that I posted to the group chat as a picture, and I was able to modify it and submit it today without having to rewrite everything, and the judges loved it. So as far as the list, it's your standard double blue, double black, double white, back to basics deck. Control. The mana base is perfect. It basically was designed to play against a combo and aggro. Had a basically standard field this weekend, and it's been performing admirably.
Yeah, we've noticed, especially on camera during the first day of this event, people are kind of worried. Like you usually see these blue-white Miracles decks They want the double blue. They want maybe double white eventually. But you were doing some tricky stuff with some Planeswalkers as early as turn 3.
Yeah, Planeswalker Liliana, the Last Hope. Liliana for the Mostly Hopeless is a very powerful Magic card, and the format's full of big creatures that get cheated. She's not great against either one of those, but she's fantastic against the little creatures that get played. Almost everything that's not cheated in spends some time either being too big to be killed with lightning bolts and small removal things, or they're small enough that they're X ones, and Liliana can just gain loyalty, move towards a win con. It effectively replaced the Entreat slot. I don't need a dedicated win con. Lily controls the board and then acts like an Entreat 4 turns later.
Yeah, you get your zombie tokens instead of the normal angel tokens. I like the sound of that. Now, you said that you encountered kind of a normal field. What was that? What would you call a normal field?
I would consider Delver, Storm, Sneak and Show. I saw around me a lot of Death and Taxes. I haven't played against that. I think Liliana the Last Hope would be fantastic there.
I agree.
I played against Infect, which is not necessarily normal tier 1, but it's definitely tier 1.5, tier 2. The most interesting decks I played against were Food Chain. That got on camera, and I realized I should respect Notion Thief more.
Okay.
Especially since I'm playing it. I should know that the card exists. He telegraphed it so bad. I apologize. Like, that was awful Magic. He took the Swords to Plowshares. Everything else in my hand was better. And I was just like, he left 4 mana open. I should have known.
Yeah.
Cosmo's a similar spirit, so it doesn't surprise me that he ran 4 Notion Thief yesterday. So it's well within his wheelhouse.
Yeah, Cosmo already into the top 8 of Vintage with the Notion Thief that we'll see later today. Yeah, it's kind of fun. We did get to see you play against Cosmo in the 8th round if you want to check some of the replays. And, yeah, that match unfortunately went to
that was my draw.
Yeah, I didn't want to spoil it, but I guess it
I'm sorry. Now you know. Forget and watch it.
But it's still very good gameplay, and we were excited. The players were really good about it at the end, and we saw that big old hug at the end. And
I want to give a shout-out to Sam Castrucci, a rarely attending member of the Arabian Nights, for our round 4 matchup, which should have been on camera, because it was 2 very sweet, innovative decks. I was on mine, which I think is innovative. I didn't get it from anywhere.
Right.
And the other, he was on Jun Scapeshift, which I believe is a tier 3 deck, which he's trying real hard to make tier 2. And I had probably one of the best games of Magic ever, game 2 in that match.
Yeah, that deck is pretty sweet, kind of using the Nick Fit engine in a little bit different way with Burning Wishing and Scape Shifting and all that kind of thing. All right. Is there anything else that you wanted to tell the audience?
No, just I look forward to winning the event, hopefully.
Awesome. Well, you're 8-0-1 right now. You need one more win to secure it,
Correct.
And we hope to see that win in the next 2 rounds.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're very
Pleasure.
welcome. Thank you. All right, and now that he's gotten up from the table from the interview, he is now sitting at his feature match. Dan Miller, not on Sneak and Show, but instead Esper Miracles. And then we have Brandon DeVera, who is, in fact, on Sneak and Show.
Well, Omni Sneak.
Well, it's got the sneaks. It's got the shows. It has
got
two.
Omniscience.
It has Omniscience. Yeah, Omniscience. I've listened to some of the experts on this deck talk about Omniscience. Like, some of them see it as a different deck, while some see it as just we run Omniscience to deal with cards like Karakas, which would normally take care of the main game plan of Griselbrand and Emrakul.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know when the deck crosses over from Omni Sneak to Sneak and Show. The vagaries of legacy deck names elude me.
Yeah, maybe it's that 2 to 3 when we were calling it Omni Sneak.
Right, 2 Omniscience at Sneak and Show, 3 and now it's an Omni Sneak deck.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to buy that.
As many Omnis as Sneaks, maybe.
Dan Miller is still on the Esper Miracles deck. We've seen this a couple of times. He's had a couple chances. He's been at the top of the Swiss for quite a while. He got all the way to, 7-0, and then drew with Cosmo in round 8? Or was it 8-0 and drew with Cosmo in round 9?
He drew with Cosmo in round 8. I do believe the loss was picked up in round 9. Or rather, yeah. So draw round 8, lost round 9, lost round 10 this morning.
No, he only has one loss.
He only has one loss?
He only has one loss.
Oh, sorry.
They wouldn't be here.
That's my mistake. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry. So, yeah, he picked up the loss last round. Sorry.
Yeah, he shows up this morning at 8:01.
Yeah, 8:01.
And it's like, just need to win one of these 2.
Okay, yeah.
And didn't win the first one, so Definitely wants this one to get through. Jeff, you've got the deck names reversed. Yeah, it took these guys a while to get started. I mean, I think the judges are giving them an extension, but I mean, we're a good 15 minutes into the round as these guys start.
It certainly feels that way.
I mean, that'll happen sometimes. The last round of the Swiss, you get the feature matches, the win and ins, and judges will kind of give them a little bit of space.
Will possibly give us a good turnaround for Vintage if these guys are the last ones done. We'll know the result of this and then be able to get more action immediately afterwards.
All right, Ponder with a fetch land available. Brandon will be able to keep however many of these he likes.
Yeah, Dan's loss was from Cyrus that we saw on camera, who is now 10-0. Probably shook hands.
Brandon not sure what he wants here.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon's just going to go through a few cantrips trying to set up. I don't know. I can't tell if he has any pieces in hand. Maybe we'll get a look in a moment. Yeah. Saw a quick flash. Looks like Brandon has a lot of cantrips in hand. I did see a brainstorm. He's just kind of cycling through his deck to piece it all together, piece the disruption to deal with what Dan's going to try to disrupt him with.
This is a clean win and in for top 8. Winner is in. Loser is basically out. Brandon Devera's tiebreakers are not good enough to be the 9-2 that gets in. We're expecting 1 or 2 top 8ers at that record, but unlikely that Brendan could be one of them if he loses here.
Good. Dan as well, just trying to ponder his way through his deck, find the force of will, unfortunately, something like counterbalance won't be as potent in this matchup as we saw it potentially be in the Cyrus matchup. So he's looking for something to counter the payoff cards, maybe sweep up afterwards with a Terminus, but that's a little
this feels
harder
like
to
a
deal
key
with.
turn. Brendan's gone through 3 cantrips. He's got Dan with just an island untapped. Brendan clearly the beatdown in this matchup.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it doesn't look like he thinks he can go off, so try to set up and pick a better spot later. Main phase brainstorm from Dan.
One of the interesting cards that Dan has in hand right now is Baleful Strix. So if Brendan elects to go for the show and tell route, he can easily block Gristlebrand and not as easily block an Emrakul. It'll probably be annihilated, but potentially. Absolutely. Brandon, another player on snow-covered islands. One of the things that I've heard before, especially when Miracles was playing Predict, is if you're playing basic lands, you want to have a split, like a one-for-one split, so that when they predict you randomly, like usually you try to set up Predict, but if you're trying to hit an opponent's basic, you want to half snow covered, half not so covered, so they can't guess as easily.
Funny. Aha. Vendilion Click. Brandon's Sneak and Show list is pretty interesting. There's a lot of random one-ofs in here that give him, various new angles of attack. He's got a Vendilion Click. He's got a couple of Spell Pierces to supplement his couple of Flusterstorms and the usual collection of Force of Wills.
Mm-hmm.
So, you might think you know how this matchup works, but he'll, something like this Vendilion Click, this is kind of a big deal. Dan was just setting up his mana, sitting on his counterspell, and now here all of a sudden there's a 3-power flyer, and he's lost his Force of Will. Dan actually has no permission now. Snapcaster's got no targets. No permission targets. I mean,
Yeah.
he's got cantrips for days, but he was sitting on untapped mana trying to look like he could counter a bunch of stuff. And the Vendilion Click just kind of exposed him.
Yeah, you really just don't expect hand disruption out of a Sneak and Show deck.
And Brandon's like, Windmill Slam Sneak Attack. Vendilion Click. Cleared a path.
Yeah.
And now here we go.
Yeah. No mana to activate it this turn, but I'm sure he will next turn with that Volcanic.
No, I don't know if I'm sure. He's only got 6 creatures in his deck that he can sneak out, but probably.
Sure that he can activate it. It's a matter of will he, though.
There are 10 minutes left to register for our Two-Headed Giant
Yeah, there's
Battle
no-
Bond event at 11:30.
No wastelands in
If you would like
in
to
Dan's
play
deck to
the
take care of
Two-Headed
that.
Giant Battle Bond and you have not yet registered, please make your way to the registration stage. It is 10 minutes left in registration for Two-Headed Giant Battle Bond.
Yeah, Dan's just trying to come back from the unexpected.
Oh, the
Ooh.
Vindicate. That was a clutch find, but Brandon's got it covered. Force of Will to defend his sneak attack. Now, does he have Giant Monster to sneak into play? Emrakul's lethal on the spot. Grizzlebrand's probably good enough to get it done. There's Emrakul.
Yeah, sure enough.
Yeah,
18
we're done.
power.
Brandon DeVera, just the way he drew it up. Sculpted his hand for a couple of turns, sat on Vendilion Click on turn 3, cleared away a Force of Will, had a Force of his own anyway. And yeah, Brandon DeVera now 1 game away from not just the top 8, but if he gets to 10-1, he's the 2 seed. Only Cyrus is going to have more points.
Yeah.
Brendan will get to be on the play in both the quarterfinals and potentially the semifinals.
Yeah, that Vendilion Click looked really nice there. Like a blue-red deck being able to provide some sort of hand disruption is not something you see every day, and apparently something that Dan wasn't really expecting.
Yeah, information too.
Yeah.
Right. Knowing what Dan was sitting on and being able to clear away the Force of Will. Huge.
Yeah, now that
It feels like almost modern tech. You don't see a ton of Vendilion Clicks. You'll see occasional Vendilion Clicks in Legacy, but
yeah, there's been times where you've had builds of miracles with Vendilion
right,
Click.
right. Yeah, that's where I've seen it more often than elsewhere. But it makes a lot of sense here. It lets him play almost the way Splinter Twin decks used to play in Modern,
Oh yeah.
where they can just like pretend they're this pseudo-controlled deck and apply a little pressure with a click or like a Lavamancer.
Yeah. Beating down with Snapcaster instead of actually deploying Splinter Twin at all during
Right,
the
right.
game sometimes.
Do you think sideboarding changes this matchup much?
I don't think it really does. You do see. I'm looking through Brandon's sideboard right now. It's his first chance I've really had to take it in, and there's not too many things that he can actually bring in here. Dan's already set up as a back to basics deck, so I don't think anything like Blood Moon will come into play. Surgical Extraction, probably not. Arcane Artisan is an interesting choice. Arcane Artisan from recently printed Battle Bond. It can provide an additional sneak attack / show and tell for the deck, being able to drop it on turn 3 and just activate and create a copy of one of the big monsters that way.
What do you think that's in the sideboard for? Like, when is that the thing that he wants to bring in?
I think it's in this kind of situation where you want a bigger threat density like that. I just don't know. I don't know what you take out for it in this case. Maybe Omniscience. I don't know if Omniscience is where you want to be. Dan might have Karakas. In this case, he doesn't, though. Yeah, out of Dan's sideboard, we do have the Containment Priest, which is very obviously coming in. 2 Flusterstorms, probably to fight some of the Counterspell Wars and to fight the Show and Tell. Pithy Needle to shut off the sneak attack.
I like the discard suite for Dan as well. 1 Thoughtseize, 1 Duress, 1 Inquisition of Kozilek. Those all feel like they allow him to disrupt Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Brandon's the one who's going to be trying to set up, so just giving Dan a 1-mana spell. The information is nice. Taking away a key combo piece could be good.
Yeah.
Kind of a Vanillion Click of his own that might be relevant also.
True. Yeah, some of the slower stuff might come out for that. The 2 back to basics. Maybe the Liliana Last Hope. He does want ways to win. Back to basics can't win in the game, but he doesn't want to trim too many win conditions so he can actually seal the game before Brendan can rebuild.
Yeah, Liliana Last Hope seems awful here.
Yeah.
Those 2 definitely want to come out.
Yeah. 3 Baleful Strix and 1 Monastery Mentor as creatures to win, and 3 Jace. I'd say you take both out for sure then. And 3 Snapcaster Mage, yeah. The way Dan's deck list is laid out with a bunch of puns, it's hard to see exactly where the win conditions are. And I think he'll, with 8 win conditions taking out Liliana, yeah, that should be fine. Maybe even a 9th bringing in the Vanillion Click. Yeah, we see the jovial nature of both these players. I haven't had a chance to talk to Brandon, but as we saw with Dan, yeah, he's a fun dude. He's a Philadelphia local. And so I've had many opportunities to talk and hear him crack jokes and just create a good play experience for his opponent.
Brandon just stares across patiently.
And
Quick shuffle the opponent's deck. We should be off with game 2.
Last call for Battle Bond 200 Giant.
yeah, Dan will be on play this game. Yeah, deck lists for the event will be posted on Card Titan's website. I believe we have vintage top decks on cardtitan.com/vintage.
Turn 1 Thoughtseize from Dan. He did bring in that discard suite. He's going to see multiple Force of Wills, a Sneak Attack, a Ponder, and there is the Arcane Artisan you were talking about.
Yeah, with the mana to bring out turn 2, that's pretty good. No payoff creature yet to actually cheat into play, though.
Right.
And there's Arcane Artisan. New from Battle Bond. A Human Wizard comes out off that Ancient Tomb of Volcanic, possibly, and lets you create, when you discard, or exile, rather, lets you create a copy of whatever you exiled if it's a creature. And, hey, if it's a Gristlebrand or an Emrakul, that's pretty good. Pretty good way of cheating those into play.
And it is the Artisan that Dan takes. Leaves the Sneak Attack, which I guess is the less powerful effect. Sneak Attack only gives you 1 copy of the creature. The Artisan makes a token that sticks around. Also leaves Brandon with multiple Force of Wills. Lotus Petal and a couple of Brainstorms on that Ponder. That might be a reshuffle?
Yeah, I think so. No.
He's going to draw a Brainstorm.
I believe the Lotus Petal is on top right now. This allows Brandon to deploy a turn 2 Sneak Attack.
Is that good?
Apparently not good enough because he chose to play a fetch land instead.
I mean, he's set up for Brainstorm Fetch here, which is nice.
Dan kind of considering his line here with how to play around the 2 Force of Wills. Brandon has an embarrassment of riches. I saw at least 2 Brainstorms come off of that Brainstorm. He needs to find the actual creature. I haven't actually seen him draw one yet.
Right. Not cracking his fetch land, though. Once again, does not attempt to cast the Sneak Attack there. And now he's going to think about this Vendilion Click.
Yeah.
Could actually hard cast the Force of Will if he's willing to sack his Lotus Petal rather than pitching.
Okay, so it looks like he's letting the Vendilion Click resolve, but he wants to kind of tuck away the important cards while the trigger is on the stack.
So he's brainstorming as a response to the Vendilion Click. This allows him to potentially hide some cards. Shows a hand with Kozilek's Return, Show and Tell, Brainstorm, Force of Will, Force of Will. So chose not to spend a Force of Will on the click. And now Dan's got to decide what to get rid of.
Probably tucked away the Sneak Attack as one of the
looks
2
like.
cards. This is an interesting...
Which Dan should know. I mean, you might be tempted to take the Show and Tell out of this hand because it's the only way to cheat a creature into play. But Assuming Dan wrote down the hand that he saw with his turn 1 Thoughtseize, he should know there's a sneak attack on top of the library.
Yeah, and depending on what Dan takes here might inform what Brandon, whether Brandon cracks Scalding Tarn if he tucked it maybe like 2 cards deep.
Maybe. Yeah, Force of Will makes sense.
Draws a peak for the turn.
This 3-1 flying click definitely puts a clock on Brendan Nevera. I would have been tempted to just use a Force of Will on the click. Not get... I mean, he was probably going to lose the Force of Will anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a random card. Well, it's not a random card. He got a card deeper into his Brainstorm stacked library. So it's not like he lost a card, but I don't know that he wants this 7-turn clock.
Yeah, plus the information that that Dan had, it very well could have.
It's true. It's true.
Could have been the better play. Yeah, everything that Brandon hid was back in his hand.
Peak reveals a Spell Pierce in addition to that sneak attack.
Players, your seatings for the player meeting are going up.
Peak kind of the
on yellow paper.
the prior to Gitaxian being printed. This is one of the few ways to cheaply look at your opponent's hand as a blue card. We see the Odyssey version, which is what Dan's using. Yeah, make it sorcery speed and 2 life as an alternate payment. It gets pretty good. We see a cam ball out of Dan, which Brandon has to read.
3 toughness. Not going to die to the Kozilek's return.
That is very true. Yeah, looking like he wants to respond to that one. I don't blame him.
Starts with the Brainstorm.
I'll take that back.
Flusterstorm with, I believe Brandon does have enough mana to pay for it, even without sacrificing the Lotus Petal, but with sacrificing the Scalding Tarn.
Interesting. Yeah, Dan effectively using this Flusterstorm as a mana short. I think you pay. I don't think that mana is that important. I mean, at some point, I do think Brandon Devera planned to fire off that Kozilek's return to kill the Vendilion Click.
Mm-hmm.
This sort of takes that mana away.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Brandon values the Scalding Tarn more here to make the Brainstorm stronger. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I do think the Petal is the correct one to leave around. You just want to be able to sneak attack and activate sneak attack in the same turn.
It's Combo good in this matchup? I mean, Brandon's got a lot of cantrips.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to play a long game, Combo is going to get some work done.
I mean,
I guess it's good.
Dan's deck is Legacy's long game deck, so I do
Right,
like
but you play this card for this sort of random 3-mana sorcery speed thing, permanent. And
Maybe-
Brandon doesn't need a lot of spells to win.
Mhm.
He's like, okay, I need to resolve a sneak attack or a show and tell. It's not like Storm deck, which is where you usually see Combo come in and completely wreck shop.
I wonder if it has something to do with
Wow. Second
omniscience.
Flusterstorm.
Okay.
Okay, the Flusterstorm is going to resolve on the Brainstorm. Brandon is then going to force a will Combo. Brandon thinks Combo is good in this matchup. I mean, this particular game, it was a very fast clock. Right, Brandon's looking to take 5 damage next turn, and every spell costs 2 life due to the Combo drain effect. Yeah, Combo was going to be good here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean he's at 10 now. It's possibly a 2-turn clock.
Okay, Kozilek's return. Finally going to clean up this Vendilion Clique. Presumably. I mean, Dan can fight.
And he can. And will.
It's another spot where you can pay for Flusterstorm, right?
Kozilek,
3?
Snapcaster.
Has to lose the pedal. Return, snap, fluster.
So yeah, it's just losing pedal. He's still losing.
And
his
tapping
playing
Tomb. I mean, which is
No.
and the Snapcaster dies. Yeah, I don't know about that Snapcaster mage there.
Yeah, I really do
I think maybe Dan thought that was enough, and it just wasn't.
Yeah, one more storm.
One more storm, and that would have been great. You defend your click and add a 2-power creature to the board, but instead, Dan has deployed 3 creatures to deal functionally 12 damage, but they're all gone now.
Take the one that's not a repeat, but yeah, 3 of essentially the same effect. And it feels like both players just not getting the Xeroxy side of their decks and just kind of playing off the top.
City of Traders goes away.
Yeah.
City of Traders should go away because he played Polluted Delta.
They can go away now, too. All right, Brandon able to break the non-Xeroxy stalemate first, although he doesn't like what he sees. Yeah, thinking back to the Snapcaster turn, I really like Snapcaster more as repopulating the board with a creature and letting Kozilek's return result.
Right?
Yeah, just casting a Brainstorm with Peak. Who knows?
I agree.
Instead of Flusterstorm.
I mean, Brandon's hand is show and tell, sneak attack. The random 2/1 body could quite possibly have just won this game.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been plenty of turns since then.
Vintage top 8 is queued up, standing by, waiting for Legacy to finish. Dan's hand has a Vindicate, So he can potentially blow up sneak attack. Brandon Devera, though, slow rolling it wisely, waiting for a creature before he exposes it.
And there's a Vendilion Click.
Yeah, it was big in game 1. Dan's did some damage here in game 2.
Ooh, choosing.
Clicks himself and puts Spell Pierce on the bottom, deciding that Mana Denial Counterspell, not looking great against Dan's 7 lands with more in hand.
Yeah, this match has really highlighted the strength of Vendilion Click from both sides. We did find a target from there for that Vindicate now.
Sure. Yeah.
Easy choice.
Brandon doesn't seem all that broken up about it. Show and tell. Always fun. Does he really have the creature? Is it a bluff to get the first counterspell?
Looks like a bluff indeed, although it looks like Dan has Surgical Extraction in his hand to maybe follow up, knowing that he saw a second show and tell in Brandon's hand earlier.
Interesting.
So
Please raise your hand and call for a judge at this time. Once again, legacy champs competitors.
if it is a bluff, it'll turn out to be a very bad bluff.
Dan knows that Brandon's been sitting there with multiple show and tells for a while, not casting them. He's been waiting, which would tend to lean you toward not a bluff. We also know Brandon's got a sneak attack in his hand that he's not casting.
10:30 team trios, round 2 pairings.
Was that the? I thought that sneak attack was the rest. He might have drawn another one since then. There's been a lot of turns since that duress. A lot of turns since that duress. All right. Yeah.
Dan decides this is probably real. He spends a counterspell on the show and tell.
Getting some rules clarification. Maybe, possibly could have been asking about. Ooh. Okay, so he did want a surgical extraction, the show and tell. I'm wondering if the question had something to do with the timing, like who has priority for a possible second show and
Right.
tell.
If Brandon was going to cast a second show and tell, he just needed it to be the next thing.
Yeah.
Like Brandon has priority. Dan can't just cast surgical extraction because he wants to.
Mhm.
He has to have priority to do it. So he has to respond to something from Brandon. This Lotus Petal has probably screwed up the sequencing here. All right, there is a Grizzlebrand. Why did Brendan play the Lotus Petal there? He just gave Dan an opportunity.
The Lotus Petal offers Brendan the opportunity to actually activate Grizzlebrand. He's only at 8 life. Tapping Ancient Tomb puts him at 6.
Okay. So he was going to use Lotus Petal mana rather than tap Ancient Tomb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he should have done that before the first show and tell.
Yeah. Yeah, the sequencing was a bit off, and, yeah, Dan capitalized on it.
Definitely. I think you're right about him realizing, oh, I want Lotus Petal mana, but because Surgical Extraction is a card that the opponent might have, this is just bad sequencing from Brendan.
Yeah.
And he's lost a show and tell out of his hand because of it.
And so Brendan left with Force of Will, Gristlebrand in hand.
Oh, Boseiju. Just a little late. Boseiju could have made those show and tells uncounterable.
Would have had the same problem with activating Gristlebrand as well, though.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Get Gristlebrand into play. Dan seems to have nothing. Dan was on Counterspell, Surgical Extraction, Land. I mean, Brendan basically had this if he doesn't get his show and tell Surgical out of his hand. Could still have it if he comes up with a... No? He's not going to come up... Like, what does Boseiju even do now that his show and tells are all exiled?
Not much from the looks of it.
All right, Arcane Artisan. Blind Flip on Counterbalance. Land. This could get a copy of Grizzlebrand into play. That might be good enough. No. Dan has found a Force of Will in the many turns they've been sitting here. Boseiju being tapped for mana, so I guess Brandon has a counterspell back that he's going to make uncounterable.
Yeah. Using that Force of Will we saw, but it's possibly deciding to make it uncounterable itself, so he guarantees the resolution of this Artisan.
Wow, he guarantees that Force of Will is not going to stop it.
Yeah. Dan might have another waiting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is Force of Will mana.
Force of Will usually taking 1 life off. It would be taking 4 instead in this situation.
I'm typing up. No, I already gave you the profiles. I'm typing them up on the website.
Yeah.
Coding them up rather.
Looks like in the subsequent turns he picked up another Force of Will and an Omniscience in case Dan has another.
Yeah, there was a quick flurry of draw go there. They played like 6 turns
Yeah.
since the big surgical fight.
We have 5 minutes left in our noon Legacy Challenge sign up. If you would like to register for our noon Legacy Challenge, please make your way to registration. It's 5 minutes left in registration for the 12 o'clock Legacy Challenge.
All right, does Dan Miller have an answer for Arcane Artisan? Yes. He's got a Council's Judgment. But there's the other Force of Will. Brandon exiles and Omniscience. Blind Flip Counterbalance on the Force of Will. It's a 1 mana card. Baleful Strix. That can block Grizzlebrand eventually. Baleful Strix also drew Dan into the Ponder, which he immediately casts. And is that another Council's Judgment?
Yeah. It doesn't look like he wants to keep it. Oh, okay.
Oh, Pithing Needle on Arcane Artisan. Wow. All of that, he finds a Pithing Needle. Now what?
So Needle on Artisan.
I think now 3 attacks from a Baleful Strix are going to win this game for Dan Miller and send us to game 3.
I agree.
Monastery Mentor. Yeah, Dan's got this. Brandon couldn't find a creature forever. Finally found 1 copy of Grizzlebrand, but managed to get his show and tells exiled out of his hand
Mhm.
and never was able to get that Crystal Brandon onto the table. So we are on to game 3.
Yeah,
Crazy.
there were a few times that some of the choices that the players were making, especially in that Kozilek's return turn, in that double show and tell turn or possible double show and tell turn, little edges that were employed, and yeah, the game eventually going to Dan, but who knows if things had been sequenced differently.
Yeah, I wonder how much time they have left for this game 3. Yeah, we'll try to get word. I know they had a significant time extension. They were pretty slow to get started, but I thought I heard time called on the main floor.
Yeah.
So they're on 9 minutes.
Okay.
This is quite likely to be a draw.
Yeah.
Like, Dan Miller on a Miracles list, it is hard to win in 9 minutes, and they're still shuffling.
Yeah. It was very methodical playing by both players. Yeah. You
Yes.
Lost a lot of time, and yeah, like a draw out of for Dan. It gets him out of knocks him out of top 8 contention,
No.
and Brandon is happy to have that
Yeah,
draw.
Brandon wanted an intentional draw. The only reason Brandon didn't intentionally draw this round is that he's the guy that got paired down.
Yeah.
Of the 4 players on 9 and 1, he's the one that got paired down, had to play against Dan Miller. He's, you know what, quite fine with time just running out. I'm sure, at the beginning of the match, it was Dan who had to change some sleeves or basic lands or something and took a bathroom break. I'm sure Brandon was like, take all the time you want. Yeah, it's definitely pressure on Dan to finish this match. I mean, obviously Brandon's not allowed to slow play, but at the same time, he's content with a draw.
Yeah, the configuration that both players went for in that second game, lending itself to the long game. Dan, I don't think made any changes for this third game to try to quicken it up at all. Saw at least 3 cards in that spread that were different, that were originally in the main deck. So
Which ones?
an Impulse, an Omniscience, and a Lotus Petal.
Okay.
So that's at least 3 cards brought in.
All right, let's see. 1 game. Winner makes top 8, but if it's a draw, Brandon DeVera makes top 8.
This is the last call for noon Legacy Challenge registration. If you are not in line currently, I will not be able to get you into this event, my friends. Noon Legacy Challenge, last call.
End step Brainstorm for Brandon DeVera.
Brendan looks like he had Show and Tell and the mana to cast it.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I
he
see
has.
Ancient Tomb.
Yeah.
Plays an island. And a Ponder.
Snaps off a Flusterstorm with that Ponder.
I mean, if he's sitting on Show and Tell, that's probably fine. Trade your Ponder for a good counterspell out of the opponent. Dan does seem to have a Force of Will. Ancient Tomb pass. Brendan not ready to go for it. Pithing Needle in Dan Miller's hand. And Brendan once again brainstorming.
So Dan Miller with a threat in hand that I really hope to see hit the battlefield this game.
Is that Notion Thief?
Notion Thief.
Exciting. Well, I saw Brandon definitely found a Force of Will off that brainstorm, so it may be time to fight. City of Traders is his 4th land drop, and here's Show and Tell. Dan eyeing up a Force of Will. Oh, he does have Snap Flusterstorm in his hand, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to start with this Force of Will. Brandon's going to force back, exiling a Force of Will.
Mm-hmm. So.
And yeah, here's Cracked Fetch Land. I suspect this is going to be Snapcaster to get back Flusterstorm.
Yeah. Not nearly enough mana to pay for it this time.
It's actually close. It's only the 4 spells? Oh, it's 5 because the Snap and the Flusterstorm.
Yeah.
11 a.m. Vintage players. Your round 2 pairings are being posted on pink paper.
All right, here's Snapcaster. The Flusterstorm is obvious. Does Brendan DeVera have another counter? Does not. So his Show and Tell gets Flusterstormed. Snapcaster is online. As is Counterbalance.
I mean, Dan's got the threat in play. If he wants to win this game.
Yeah, no, that Snapcaster, he just needs to turn it sideways 9 times. That is realistic.
Yeah.
Oh, Cracked Fetch Land. Only got to turn it. That's another time Snapcaster doesn't need to attack.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably won't be using the Ancient Tomb that much, just to give him that much more time. Dan really wants the 4th land to get Notion Thief out and just have the faster clock.
Sure.
Actually, you know what?
3 minutes remaining. Brainstorm quick, Dan.
Point 2 back. Did find the 4th land.
It's surgical. Bye-bye Show and Tell. Sees a hand with Emrakul and Mountain. So I think Dan has a Pithing Needle in his hand. Do you just Pithing Needle Sneak Attack here? Or is he going to wait and see if it's a Sneak Attack or an Arcane Artisan? Problem is, if Sneak Attack resolves, Emrakul just comes out.
Yeah, he has 2 red. I do say you get aggressive with the
I
the
agree.
Pithing Needle
I
at
think
this
you
point.
I think you go ahead and Pithing Needle Sneak Attack.
Yeah. Yep. Has the mana for that extra threat.
10 a.m. Legacy Challenge players.
Dan does
Your
not
pairings
go for that
round
line.
3 are going up now. 10 a.m.
Can
Legacy
Brendan draw his way out of
Challenge
this?
round 3
Wow, Sneak
pairings.
Attack off the top.
Oh my goodness. Do you have it covered, Dan?
What's he thinking about? He's looking at that Pithing Needle saying, why aren't you in play?
Yeah, he really was just focused on the Notion Thief line there,
I see.
and decided that that's closing out the game, being the
I
the
see.
beatdown.
That's got to be what he was thinking about. He finally had the 4th mana.
Mhm.
He finally had the ability to cast the Notion Thief, so he didn't want to spend the 1 mana on Pithing Needle. Left himself vulnerable for 1 turn to a top deck of exactly Sneak Attack.
Unbelievable.
And there it was. There's Emrakul.
So this is
Also-
not lethal.
Yeah, but Dan has exactly 6 permanents, so this is all the permanents. Oh, no, funny. Notion Thief gives him a 7th permanent.
Yeah.
Attention Eternal Weekend players with the
Probably
vintage
keeps the
top
Notion
eight
Thief
players.
as the
Please report to
better
main stage.
beatdown.
All vintage top
You're
eight
right.
players, please report to the main stage.
He can actually still win because the Emrakul drops Dan to 1, and Dan has a 4-turn clock in play with this Notion Thief. Brendan's out of gas. He's got nothing left.
Yeah, but he has to. Dan has to fade a lot of draw steps here. He can't even draw a Force of Will for anything. Brandon does, like pondering and brainstorming to find that creature. He's just he just has to hope for 4 turns of nothing.
There's not that many things, I guess Brandon's draws are Emrakul's and Griselbrands.
Mm-hmm.
That's 5. Then what? There's like a Kozilek's return
Kozilek's return for removal, but
and the cantrips.
the
to find him there.
cantrips, yeah.
Time was just called. Dan Miller does not have the 4 attack steps he needs. He gets 3 attack steps with this Notion Thief.
Yeah.
Dan cannot actually win this game because he ran out of time. I mean, like you say, he's got to fade 4 draw steps where there's 6 auto win cards for Brandon along with a bunch of cantrips. So I don't like Dan's chances of winning weren't great, but now that they're in extra turns, I believe they're non-existent.
Yeah.
Notion Thief knocks Brandon to 6. That's extra turn number 3.
I guess the Notion Thief locks out Brainstorm as well, but Ponder can
Oh,
still
good point.
rearrange.
Yeah, good point. Those cantrips.
Okay,
Oh, there was
yeah.
the Griselbrand anyway.
Non-issue.
So
All right.
Brandon Devera wins it clean, finds the Griselbrand to deal that last point of life. Yeah, you're right. The draw steps weren't as scary with Notion Thief blocking off most of the cantrips.
I was just seeing it strictly as a 3-1 with Flash in that case, which Dan was too, but yeah.
But Brandon found the Griselbrand.
Yep.
4 draw steps to find something. He found it. Would have been in with the draw anyway. Brandon Devera joins our Legacy top 8. Wow, that was a really interesting match of Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have, so Guarantee in this top 8, Sneak and Show, and Ad Nauseam Tendrils. Not 100% sure on the tables at Drew what the remaining decks are.
Happy to see Dan capable of smiling there. It's been a rough morning for him.
Yeah.
He showed up at 8-0-1,
Mhm.
second place overall in the tournament, undefeated on the day, just that 1 draw marring his record, and lost to miss top 8. 2 win-and-ins queued up, was not able to close the deal.
Let's go over the vintage bracket real quick, and then we're going to cut until 12:30.
Okay.
12th. Okay. So the vintage top 8 is going to start in 30 minutes.
The vintage top 8 will start in about 30 minutes. We'll start with
Okay.
your interview with Sperling, and then
Cool.
we'll cut into Sperling's.
Okay.
Sounds good. So we're going to look at so it's time for vintage. Big
Yeah.
picture. Legacy results. I haven't seen the final results. I'm sure we will bring you guys the Legacy top 8 once it is known. Jeff, it would be great to get our hands on the Legacy top 8 just so we can announce it at whatever point that information is known. But mostly we're going to switch into vintage mode now.
Yeah.
The vintage top 8 is getting ready to start. Those players have been summoned. It's not going to start, in the next couple of minutes, but we do have the bracket we can show you, and we did an interview with Matt Sperling as well. I was talked to him yesterday, sort of on the heels of him making the top 8. When he did play the Legacy yesterday as well. So, am I clear to just talk through this top 8, or are they doing an in-room announcement?
They haven't done the announcement yet.
All right, so I can't talk about this yet.
We'll talk about
It's our secret.
you go ahead and talk about the ones that we know about.
Okay.
All right. I do have the Legacy final standing. So that was the last match of the round. We'll wrap up the Legacy before we transition into Vintage. Number 1 seed, we already knew this. It is Cyrus Corman-Gill.
Yep.
He's the only player on 31 points. 10-0-1.
Mm-hmm.
Hell of a performance.
Yep. Undefeated.
From the podcast star. And then number 2 seed is Brandon Devera.
Okay.
That's who we just watched winning. Couldn't get the draw, had to earn it, but he did.
Yeah.
Totally did. May wish he sequenced the game 2 a little better, but he got game 1, he got game 3.
Yep.
He's the 2 seed, and they're just starting to do the announcement in the room. So
Yeah.
I'll wait for them to catch up with me.
Yeah. As those names go out,
Yeah.
we'll get them out to you.
3rd place on 28 points. One of the intentional draws we knew about. Matthew Dilks is our 3 seed. Also on 28, having ID'd his way in, John McDermott is the 4 seed. 5th seed off an intentional draw. Is that right? Christopher Walton is the 5 seed, so he'll be paired against McDermott. Patrick Green is the 6 seed, rounding out our 28 pointers. Then we did get 2 players in of 12. 12 people on 9 and 2. The best 2 of them on tiebreakers go through to the top 8. 7th place on 27, Brendan Hagen. So congratulations to him. 0.71 on tiebreakers. Down at 0.68 in 8th place is Jake Weinman.
All right.
By 0.01, yeah, 68% to 67%. Jay Riley
Yeah.
is the unlucky bubble boy. Then the top 16 rounds out Dan Kraus, Sean Liu, Michael Antrim, Kostas Tataropoulos, Brent Clausen, David Lance, and Rami Mansour. The other players on 9-2 and 17th plus, Patrick Henry, Jason Drosis, and Matthew McCollum. So there's Legacy.
Yeah.
That's queued up. We'll get to watch that top 8 in, it'll be a couple hours because we're going to switch to Vintage now.
Yeah.
You've
So-
got a Vintage bracket.
Yeah, this is what I'm excited about. So we finished out the Swiss of Vintage 2 days ago at this point. It's been a full weekend.
Oh, yeah. Always is.
So we have the 1 seed, Brian Koval, playing against Cosmo Quack on Grixis Thieves. Brian Koval on a fairly standard Paradoxical Mentor deck. We saw Mind's Desire in the deck, but otherwise pretty conventional. And then also on that
Notion Thief can do some naughty things. in
Oh
that
yeah,
matchup.
there's a lot of thieves. There are a full 4 Notion Thief coming out of Cosmo's deck.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see that play out. Also on the side of the bracket, Kyle Dorgan versus Elliot Burke. We have Paradoxical Mentor, the other copy in the top 8, versus Landstill deck.
Yeah, so we will have a blue deck in the finals. This
Yeah.
side of the bracket, 4 of the 5 blue decks. One of them will guaranteed make the finals. PO, Paradoxical Mentor deck, definitely one of the biggest boogeymen in the room, one of the most expected decks. And, people were ready for it. Didn't dominate, but it did put 2 in the top 8. And, we'll see if it can handle these other blue decks. I actually don't like PO in these matchups. Right, the other blue decks tend to just have – that tends to be where Paradoxical Mentor is at its softest. It's weird for the combo deck to be good against shops,
Yeah.
but it kind of is.
Yeah, it's just the downturn, like all the restrictions with Thorn especially, and Shops being more of an aggro deck these days and not much of a prison
Yeah, you
deck.
basically just, you sit on your Hercules Recall. Eventually, the turn before they're going to kill you with their aggro draw, you Hercules them, untap, try
Yeah.
to go off and win. It usually works. But something like Grixis Thieves, I haven't seen the exact lists, but the other blue decks in the format tend to be on, 8, 9, 10 plus permission spells with Fluster Storms and Missteps and Spell Pierces and maybe a dozen counters. That can be rough for the Paradoxical decks. So
Yeah.
we'll see. That's what this side of the bracket is going to be. We know it'll be a blue deck. Will it be Paradoxical? Unclear. Then there's the other side of the bracket where there's only one blue deck. That one blue deck on this side of the bracket is Matt Sperling with the Pyromancer control deck. He's
Yeah.
our 2 seed, and I mean the all-star quarterfinal matchup against Rich Shea.
Yeah, absolutely. Rich Shea making his 5th top 8 in the Vintage Champs, setting a record. He's the first one
Yeah.
to hit 5. He had
is.
tied Mastriano last year at 4 and then hit the 5th this time. Being on the draw against Pyromancer control on this side of the bracket.
Yeah, and then the two shops decks in our top 8. You see here Namtran and Rich Shea. Namtran's matchup against the Survival deck. That's kind of the breakout deck in Vintage in the last couple of months, winning the Asian Eternal Weekend. It's a Bizarre Baghdad deck. So normally we're expecting the Bizarre Baghdad deck to just be a dredge deck.
Right.
And this Survival deck, a lot of people deployed their Bazaars with Survival of the Fittest instead of all the dredge creatures this weekend. And yeah, that's the Bazaar deck that got through to the top 8. That it goes up very quickly. And you see Vengeful Survival here.
Yeah.
It is very much a Vengevine deck.
Absolutely.
I mean, essentially what happens when you play a Survival of the Fittest is you go get a Basking Rootwalla, you go get a Basking Rootwalla, you get a Vengevine, you get a Vengevine. And so those Basking Rootwallas, you just cast 2 creatures for 0. So it's just like, how many Vengevines could you load up into your graveyard before the turn where you went Basking Rootwalla, Basking Rootwalla?
Yep.
Well, they all come out. Maybe they fly because you have Wonder off your tropical island. Maybe they're hasty because you have Anger. But it's basically a Vengevine deck. And yeah, the Survival of the Fittest engine fueled by, you've got Squee, good old-fashioned Squee, Goblin Nabob, maybe 1 or 2 copies of that for raw card advantage, which can work both with the Survival or with the Bizarre Baghdad itself. But fundamentally, yeah, you deploy a quartet of 4-power creatures, and most Vintage decks just die.
Yeah.
And, you know, if they kill them, well, you can do it again. Like, you can bring them back, and then they definitely die.
Yeah.
No vintage deck can handle that twice.
Exactly. So one of the big printings that really put Survival on the map. Now, there wasn't anything really this past year that did it, but Hollow One was the
Yeah, good
card that really, that's like,
You're right.
sometimes it's the last card that you cap off with the final search. You've discarded 3 cards possibly to the Survival, definitely to the Bazaar because you always
Right.
have to. And that guy's free. You get those Vengevines. You have 8 4-power creatures in this deck, especially if you have an Anger. That's just way too much aggression for a lot of decks to deal with.
You see Hollow Ones, they showed up in Dredge sideboards because tapping a Bazaar of Baghdad and then getting making all your Hollow Ones free is just good, even when it has no synergy with the rest of your deck. Like they were the sideboard plan for Dredge. A lot of Dredge decks have just moved them into the main deck.
Yeah.
I was just like, you know what? Turn 1 free 4/4 is pretty good. 2 free 4/4s probably going to win the game, even in Vintage. Now, yeah, switch to Survival, and it's not just the Bazaar that can turn on those Hollow Ones. It's also the Survival of the Fittest. So, you know, the Vengevines, the Hollow Ones. It's great. It's a great point. That is the only really new card in this deck. I mean, you could have put this together before, and maybe it's that the Hollow Ones pushed it over the top, or maybe it's just that the Hollow Ones got people sort of messing around in this space again, and they finally sort of stitched this list together.
Yeah, because a while back, I'd say like 2005 is when it kind of left the scene, but there's the Oshawa Stompy decks, the Survival Bazaar, usually mono green. And you had things like Arrogant Worm and obviously still the Basking Root Wallas. And we've seen kind of this deck, but it's been 12, 13 years since something like this has really been.
Yeah, it was
in
legal in
Vintage.
Legacy for a little while, right?
Yeah,
So
actually.
it was a Survival deck running around Legacy.
Yeah.
Caleb Durward was playing it, right?
Yeah, he was the one to really this full engine. Obviously, no Bazaar Baghdad in Legacy, but Vengevine, the mana creature in Noble Hierarch. There's also one Deathrite Shaman. Just having this beatdown plan that can just catch your opponent out of nowhere.
So that is the bracket. So we're going to go to an interview at this point? Or we're just going to take a short break?
We're going to take a break. We'll
Okay.
come back with Sterling's interview in probably about 15.
All right. So looks like we're 15 minutes from the start of this Vintage Top 8. We've shown you the bracket. It's going to be awesome. It's Sperling Shea, right? I never got it officially confirmed. But
The All-Stars.
15 minutes from now, we'll get the Vintage Top 8 started. We are going to watch the All-Star Slugfest between Matt Sperling and Rich Shea. So we're going to take a quick break. We will be back with the Top 8. Don't go anywhere. Not going to be much longer now.
See you soon.
Hello, Randy Bueller, sitting here with Matt Sperling. Been a good weekend for you so far. Top 8 of the Vintage, huh?
So far, so good in my first Eternal Weekend, my first Vintage Championship.
Yeah, I was going to ask, you haven't had the chance to get to Eternal Weekend before?
I haven't, no.
But this one just
Itself is a mulligan, right? So they've mulled the 5, one I'm trying to do this weekend.
And good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Randy.
Cheers. Hello, Randy Bueller, sitting here with Matt Sperling. Been a good weekend for you so far. Top 8 of the Vintage, huh?
So far, so good. In my first Eternal Weekend, my first Vintage championship.
Yeah, I was going to ask, you haven't had the chance to get to Eternal Weekend before?
I haven't, no.
But this one just lined up with your schedule?
Yeah, you know, I'm playing fewer of the pro point awarding events, and so I have kind of transitioned. Some acquaintance called it the senior tour or something, right? Like I'm playing more Eternal and less, and I'll let the kids deal with standard and limited, and I'm playing Legacy, Vintage,
welcome
Modern.
to my world.
Yeah, so it's good. I'm in good company here.
It's good times, absolutely. So I know that you've been enjoying Vintage on Magic Online in particular, Vintage Super League. This is just a format of the formats you could play, this seems to be the one you're choosing to play just because it's fun.
I've been playing Vintage for years. I've been having a lot of fun with it. It was really exciting to me when Magic Online not only had the cards, but had them at an extremely reasonable price, a super easy entry point to where you can actually try multiple decks. And in paper Vintage, it doesn't always work that way.
Right.
Given the cost of the cards. But online, I'm able to play different decks. I can switch today, play a different deck tomorrow. I've had a lot of fun with it. I really recommend that people try it.
Yep.
And the leagues, again, it's convenient, it's cheap. And then for paper Vintage, I used to play paper Vintage a lot, sold all my cards.
That was my next question. How much of a history do you have with paper Vintage?
Yeah, I've got a long history. I don't own those Power 9 anymore. I actually borrowed my Power 9 from Bob Marr, and who was generous enough to loan them to me. And so, yeah, I mean, paper Vintage, it's in a weird bubble with the economics of the format.
Right.
But in terms of the gameplay, I think it's in a really great place, and I'm having a lot of fun playing it.
When what were the decks that were around when you did have Power back in the day? What did you play?
So there was, I've always kind of played blue decks that were tinkering for Blightsteel, but I was playing. I had a Shops deck also that had like unrestricted Lodestone and maybe Chalice also, just like a stupid. I wasn't playing when Trinisphere was unrestricted.
You missed that month. I think it was 6 months, but
so I didn't get to play 4 Trinispheres, but I did get to play Lodestones and Chalices and played some Dredge. I at one point I literally had like 3 or 4 of the archetypes in Vintage, and I could build either Ritual or a blue deck, and but I sold all those cards years ago.
Reasonable. Now, as far as Vintage goes right now, your weapon of choice. What do you call it? We've been calling it a Xerox deck because, the pile of blue cantrips. No, that's your choice. That's your weapon of choice.
Yeah, I call it Young Pyromancer Control because for me, that's conveying information that I'm not playing the Mentor version and I'm not playing Delver Young Pyromancer. I'm playing Young Pyromancer Control. So for me, it's just like the name ought to tell people what I'm playing, and so I just play Young Pyromancer Control. But yeah, it's really a Dak Faden deck if you get down to it the way I've built it.
And you're playing 4 copies of Dak Faden.
Exactly.
That is, I haven't seen a 4 Dak Faden list before. This is just your take on the right way to build this archetype.
Yeah, I treated nothing as sacred. I mean, Steve Menendian, when I told him I cut Gush from a deck with 3 Young Pyromancer, his jaw hit the floor. I don't think he's picked it up yet. I mean, he was like, he's like, it's my favorite card. Like, how could you ever cut that from Young Pyromancer? So I treated nothing as sacred. The numbers, so I went no library, no Gush. I play more Spell Pierces than Flusterstorms. Again, just no Sacred Cows, just approaching everything from like what's working, what's effective.
Right.
If I expect to face Survival the Fittest and Oath of Druids and I want to beat those cards, maybe I ought to think about Spell Pierce over Flusterstorm. If I'm finding that Dak Faden is almost as effective as Jace at winning the game if unchecked, then why am I not just playing 4 of that card? It's blue, it only costs 3, the first one cycles the second. Like, is there actually a compelling reason to only play 2 or 3, or is that just what people do? And so I didn't feel boxed in by what are people doing right now, and I just started playing a lot and iterating on it.
And you also said no Mentor, no white mana whatsoever, but instead Tropical Island so you can flash back main deck Ancient Grudge.
And not just for Ancient Grudge. So then the real light bulb moment, so it came in phases. First I knew I was going to play Dak Faden, so I kind of locked that in and just, what's the best Dak Faden list?
Yep.
But the real light bulb for the rug, that version I had, which has a basic forest in the 75, the light bulb was Oath is a really hard matchup for blue-red Pyromancer. And everyone's sideboard is main deck Ancient Grudge, sideboard's Shattering Spree. And then the light bulb was, what if I change the Shattering Sprees into Nature's Claims? It'll let me destroy Oath and Sylvan Library and Survival the Fittest. Yep. Well, that sounds great in this metagame.
True.
It's still going to be a bomb against Shops, like a 1-mana destroying artifact. And Shattering Spree, I think, is one of the most overrated cards. In those post-sideboard games, you oftentimes, like, you're in top deck mode, you can't really, they don't lay out 7 artifacts anymore because it's a little bit tighter. I mean, it's still obviously good, it's obviously a great card, but it actually doesn't measure up to Ancient Grudge. So I wanted Ancient Grudge as opposed to Shattering Spree, because killing one now and one later ended up being a lot better. Anyway, I'm getting into the weeds here, but
No, it's great.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interesting choices, and just the numbers and the slight tweaks, they make a huge difference in this format.
Now, I assume you're happy with the list, given that you haven't actually lost yet this weekend, right? You know, ran off the 8 wins, got the double draw into what worked out to be the 2 seed. But how did the metagame compare to what you were expecting? Like, did those choices matter over the course of yesterday, and how much?
So the metagame was very close to what I predicted. And Steve Menendian was helpful to me in understanding kind of what some of the differences might be paper versus online, and explaining that, okay, expect maybe a little bit more shops, maybe a little bit more of the Eldrazi, and then some of the players who own the 4 Bazaars, some of them are going to convert over to the survival deck, some won't. And that's kind of how things shook out. And my matchups, I mean, I had a pretty different, I played against 1 Eldrazi, a couple PO, you know, a Xerox, kind of like what you'd expect to play in a sense. A Shops player here, you know, a Bloomier there. So yeah, I felt well prepared, and obviously, I mean, the result, it's vintage. It's a little bit like I did draw probably more Black Lotuses than my opponent. That's part of it, but that's that's what we signed up for.
It is what you signed up for, absolutely. Did you see the Oath? I mean, the decision of Nature's Claim was in part informed by Oath. We did see 3 Oath decks in the top 8 last year of this event. You know, it was 5 shops, 3 Oath last year. I didn't really see Oath today, or yesterday.
Yeah, so I didn't play against Oath, and I only played against the draws in the early round. So there's this thing going on where the shops decks are gonna kind of hunt the Eldrazi decks out of the winners bracket.
Yeah.
The Paradoxical Outcome decks are going to kind of hunt the Oath decks out of the winners bracket.
Yep.
I can't say for sure that's what happened, but that's kind of what I expected to happen. I still wanted to be prepared, though. And Oath is still a super powerful deck. Like, it wouldn't have surprised me if an Oath deck or 2 made top 8, because it's really powerful. It's a blue deck. So I wanted to be prepared, but at the same time, I'm not shocked that those decks kind of probably aren't in the top 8.
Yeah, we actually had more diversity of blue decks in the top 8 than I was expecting, but none of them are Oath, right?
Right.
It's a land still that snuck in.
Yeah.
There's there's what's the other weird one? Right, there's a Grixis Thieves deck, and then a couple copies of Paradoxical Outcome, which I think was the most expected. Have you seen the top 8 breakdown? Do you have
I have not.
opinion about your chances tomorrow?
I don't know the all 8 decks. I know that I'm playing Rich Shea, who's on shops in round 1.
Yes.
I have the play game 1 by virtue of the higher seed, which is actually really, really important, clearly. But I mean, but especially when you're playing young 3 Moxen, young Pyromancer, Dak. I mean, play draw becomes really, really important. So I'm feeling good about that. I'm also playing a deck with 2 Lightning Bolt, 2 Grudge, 4 Dak main, which doesn't hurt.
You're actively happy with the shops matchup, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think I'd prefer Paradoxical Outcome.
Okay.
I mean, I just was really prepared for that, but
yeah, well, in my mind, your deck is set up. Those are the 2 targets, right?
Yeah.
Those are the 2 things. You're like, what's the best deck I can build if I think the metagame is, at the top is shops and Paradoxical Outcome. Is that fair?
Absolutely. What do I expect the 2 decks to be that are going to rise to the top, that not only are a big part of the starting field, but as we narrow down, I expect it to bias even more towards more shops. Shops is a deck that's super powerful, not that difficult to operate in terms of like the players, like they play close to an optimal line for a novice player. And there's a lot of amateurs. Again, there's no pro points awarded here. Yeah. For better or worse, like that matters. And so I expect to play against
you have the most Pro Tour top 8s in the field. You probably have the most pro points. I'm pretty sure you have the most pro points in the field. So you're right. I mean, I think that's a fair analysis. And so your point being, though, that shops, maybe people aren't going to play it perfectly, but they're going to be close.
Exactly.
And Rich Shea may actually just be
perfect. Rich Shea is not in that category, but just in general, I think the second and third best line are pretty close to the first line. The second best line with like the Storm deck, the second best line is often like so much worse than the best line, right? Sure. I don't think shops quite works that way. There's certainly some intricacies. Rich Shea is, I'm sure, a skilled pilot. But anyways, this is part of why I expected shops to do well. Paradoxical Outcome, I think, is just probably the most powerful deck right now.
Okay. All right, so you like the shops matchup. Maybe you're a little better at dismantling Paradoxical Outcome. I saw you do that a couple of times yesterday. That matchup just looks great from your side.
Yeah, you get to attack their spells and their mana with the artifact destruction, and then their card draw engine requires artifacts to be in play. And so the way things shake out, it tends to be, again, a matchup that I prepared for, and my card choices kind of reflect that.
Yeah, and you're just blowing up their artifacts on site, right? As a mana denial strategy, that also
And so-
downpowers their POs.
And so when they end up in a spot where they go, okay, this guy's playing Ancient Grudge and maybe after sideboards a couple Nature's Claims, I better hold my artifacts. So now everything they cast is getting Spell Pierce. I'm Snapcaster Spell Piercing because they're holding the artifacts.
Right.
And and sometimes they can find a window. You tap out for DAC and they can go artifact, paradoxical, and then sometimes you just have a Force of Will, or it's like you have these tight windows where you have to navigate. Do I tap out now? Oftentimes it means you're not going to tap out. You're going to try to lean a Snapcaster, but eventually the artifacts come out, you blow them up, and the opponent doesn't have anything left.
Yeah, I was really impressed watching you in that matchup. That's what we had when you were featured yesterday, and the Spell Pierces in particular just looked spectacular. Given the way you were playing the rest of the matchup, it just turned Spell Pierce into this much more powerful card than I think anyone else is used to seeing Spell Pierce as. It was nice.
Yeah, Spell Pierce, definitely like one of my MVPs yesterday. I mean, I played against Standstill also.
Oh, sure.
And you think about Flusterstorm versus Spell Pierce, your opponent casts a Standstill, that could be the match right there. I mean, that difference is huge.
All right, so you're qualified for the Vintage Top 8, but there's still plenty of Eternal Weekend left. Probably looks like you don't get to play the big old school event on Sunday because you'll be busy with the Vintage Top 8.
Poor me.
A high-class problem to have. That just means you need to add another top 8, right? You got to get to the Legacy top 8 now.
I'm certainly going to try.
What's your weapon of choice in Legacy?
In Legacy, I'm playing Dredge. So
okay.
I tested Blue Control, I tested Burn, and in fact I borrowed some cards from Patrick Sullivan in case I decided to go that way, but I didn't feel like Burn had what it took. And so it was kind of for Legacy process of elimination kind of deck selection. What's the best? What do I think is the best deck that I didn't try and not like? And that ended up being Dredge, which I didn't get a lot of practice with, but just felt like a powerful deck that I know is fairly well positioned. People are kind of cheating on their hate.
Okay.
Not that they're cheating like they should be playing more, but there's just a lot to worry about in Legacy.
Yeah.
I gotta beat Cloud Post one round, I gotta beat Grixis the next, and Miracles the round after that, and then Death and Taxes. You can't put 7 sideboard cards for Dredge. You just can't do it.
Right.
And so in that environment, and then I talked to Dredge aficionado Richard Feldman. Anyone who's interested in Dredge should Google The Dark Art of Dredge Fu, which is an article by Richard Feldman. And he talks about playing fearless Dredge. Do not try to Nature's Claim or Serenity Away a Leyline. Just, if they play Leyline, you're casting Narcomoeba and you're attacking for one. Like, it's fine. You'll get the next game, or they mulled to 4 and they might lose. And, a lot of times people are mulliganing deep. They're missing land drops because they mulled to get to Leyline. And the Leyline itself is a mulligan, right? So they've mulled to 5. One of those cards is Leyline. They think, okay, I got this. They might just lose to Narcomoeba. But anyways, you play fearless, be as strong and as dangerous as you can. That's what I'm trying to do this weekend.
All right, well, we'll let you get back to the Legacy. Thanks for chatting with us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Randy.
Cheers. Hello and welcome. It is time for the top 8 here in the Vintage Championships at Eternal Weekend. I am Randy Bueller. I am joined in the booth by Brassman. Welcome, Andy Probasco.
Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to see this match.
Yeah, this is definitely the match to watch. Matt Sperling, the most decorated Pro Tour player in the room. Rich Shea, probably the most decorated Vintage player in the room.
I think that'd be fair to say.
Sperling did get to play first. He was the number 2 seed, undefeated on the Swiss rounds of this tournament. Opens up with a Strip Mine and an Emerald. And we'll see what Rich with the Workshops deck has for his first turn. I talked to both playtest teams I saw yesterday, and the consensus seemed to be that Matt was favored, but you know what? A turn 1 Trinisphere can change things.
I think so. And I think game 1, Matt's got a lot of cards that aren't going to do much against Rich. This start looks
that's
pretty good
all
for
the
Rich.
mana he's got. That Trinisphere is going to be savage
Absolutely.
Wow, what did Matt keep? He's got a Sapphire in his hand that he can't play because it costs 3 now. Oh, and here's Lodestone Golem. This game is going to be fab. He drew Black Lotus again, can't play it.
That's unfortunate.
So his draws into the Trinisphere have been a Sapphire followed by a Lotus.
Which would have been quite good, even if his Sphere was in play. But that Trinisphere is just going to lock that out.
And it's a one-off. It's restricted, but sometimes they have it on the first turn. Wow. Yeah, Matt needs land, and he needs land immediately. Not going to have a lot of time either. Oh, geez. Walking Ballista, Arcbound Ravager. Are we done? This is an attack for 5 Arcbound Ravager can eat a bunch of artifacts, then drop a bunch of counters on Walking Ballista. I guess he can't quite one-shot him, but it was close.
Yeah, Matt gets to play one more spell this game, and
only if he draws a land. And Matt failed to draw the
Yeah.
land, and wow, just like that, Rich Shea breaks serve, wins a game where he was on the draw, and now we go to sideboarding. Rich just needs one more to get back to the semifinals.
yeah, that's a great position for him to be in. But Matt has a lot of hate in his sideboard.
Yeah, let's talk about this sideboard because Matt, Pyromancer Control, you see it there. If you were listening to the interview, you know that Matt spent a lot of time tuning this list himself. He decided on a green splash in his blue-red Pyromancer deck rather than the typical white splash for Mentor because he gets so much artifact hate that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's when you see the list cutting the white for green, that's what Matt's saying here is he's willing to sacrifice a little explosiveness for Mentor to get all of those Ancient Grudges and all those Nature's Claims.
Yeah, he did have 2 Ancient Grudges in the main. He's got, is it both of the others in the sideboard? One more in the sideboard, along with 4 copies of Nature's Claim. Now, you'll see some people will run, Shattering Spree. Matt seemed to like the fact that Nature's Claim could potentially blow up an enchantment. It could blow up, say, an Oath of Druids or a Survival of the Fittest. Also, it's still great here. It's 1 mana, blow up a key artifact in this matchup.
Yeah, it's also being an instant as opposed to Shattering Spree.
Right.
Sometimes doesn't matter against Ravager shops, but can affect a combat or kill a Ravager or something in response to getting tokens on it. It can be very useful.
And like you said, sideboarding here has to favor Matt Sperling because he gets to take 4 copies of Mental Misstep out of his deck. He gets to take 2 copies of Pyroblast out of his deck. That's 6 cards that do actual nothing.
He's got a Flusterstorm in there too.
Oh yeah, Flusterstorm. Fine. One of the missteps can counter Soul Ring, I guess. That's about all that selection of 7 cards can do.
I suspect he will board the mat anyway.
I agree.
Yeah, he gets to bring in, at minimum, a Lightning Bolt, a basic Forest, which is obviously great with the Nature's Claims, 4 Nature's Claims, and an Ancient Grudge.
Yeah, he probably will bring in his Null Rod as well.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. If he brings in the Null Rod, he's cutting one of the other cards that isn't dead, but is probably worse than Null Rod.
Yeah, you saw that combo that Rich had at the end, though. So many of his creatures to have activated abilities that do awesome things. The Ravagers, the Ballistas. He's even got a Triskelion. He's got Hangerback Walker, Steel Overseer. There's a lot of creatures in Rich's deck that you just turn them off. Suddenly Steel Overseer's a 2-mana 1/1.
Yeah.
So's Ravager.
Especially with Young Pyromancer being hard to defend against a Walking Ballista.
Totally. Yeah, I would definitely expect him to bring the Null Rod. Meanwhile, over on Rich's side, his sideboard, there are some minor incremental upgrades, but Rich does not have any cards that are actively bad in his main deck for the matchup, and does not have any Silver Bullet level cards in his sideboard either.
Correct. Plenty of cards that are fine.
Yes, fine. It's like, okay, Hangerback Walker, it's fine. Maybe Wormcoil is a better monster than, some of the ones that he's got in his main deck, but then Matt might play Dak Faden. He's got 4 copies of Dak Faden in his deck, and suddenly your, 2/2/3/3 Hangerback Walker is going to kill you.
That's real tough because Hangerback Walker is maybe the best card against 3 Ancient Grudges and 4 Nature's Claims, but it's one of the worst possible cards you can have against Dak Faden.
Precisely. So yeah, I kept hearing Rich sort of quiz his playtest partners on what they thought he should sideboard, and I don't know if a consensus ever emerged other than, just running it back is an option. Like nothing is dramatically better than the starting 60. That said, Rich got the first game, so I like his chances to win one of these 2. I didn't get a great look at Matt's opener in that last game. It looked like a sketchy keep the way the game played out.
Yeah,
but, Trinisphere can make anything look sketchy.
It's true.
Can make a lot of reasonable draws turn into sketchy draws.
I mean, that Strip Mine, now Matt didn't know that Trinisphere was coming. Strip Mine can sometimes lock a Workshops player out under their own Trinisphere, but the way Rich Hands was set up, that was not going to happen.
All right. Here we go. Game 2. Sperling on the play again. Looks like he's got a Force of Will. He's got a Young Pyro. What's his mana look like?
It looks like he's got a couple lands.
Sounds like a keeper.
And Sean Griffith. If you were in the hall, please report
Which one of them is thinking? Or are they waiting for a cue from us?
Sean Griffith, if you were in the hall, please report to Los
On
Angeles.
the
Belong to you.
leading up to the tournament, I had a conversation with someone getting into Vintage for the first time. He was playing a blue deck and asking, how do I play against workshops? And something I said to him was, when you mulligan, having 4 lands in your hand is much better than having 2 sideboard cards. We look at Matt's hand. I don't think he has any Ancient Grudges or claims, but that's fine. If his mana is strong, he will draw them.
All right, Rich with 2 Moxes and a Workshop, so 5 mana so far. Hangerback Walker is what he's going to lead with, and it's a 1/1 Hangerback Walker, certainly implying that there's more to come, like, for example, Sphere of Resistance. Matt does have a Force of Will.
And I believe the blue card to, yep.
Yeah, and he's decided to exile Dak Faden and stop Sphere of Resistance from coming down. Dak Faden's great, but he's going to have trouble casting it if he lets the Sphere effect start to build up.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And he's also got a Wasteland, which he's got to be tempted to waste the Workshop. Drop Rich down to 2 mana here.
Yeah, for sure.
Could play Young Pyro. I don't know how Matt's going to play this. What else is in that hand? It's definitely a Wasteland and a Young Pyro. Is that another Dak? Hard to tell.
I think I see a Misty Rainforest.
Yeah, there's definitely a fetch land. There might be 2 fetches.
Yeah, so the waste against Workshop play is, it's always kind of a gamble, right? He could just win the game right here.
Oh, it's confirmed second Dak. Right, you can just win the game. Like, you hit their Workshop and suddenly they can't cast their monsters.
But sometimes you're sacrificing tempo against a deck that is built to win a tempo game. This looks somewhere in the middle. He wasn't entirely punished for it, but would rather Rich have not had another land.
I think I liked Matt's gamble. I think I would have wasted Workshop there for whatever that's worth.
I mean, compared to the other play being Young Pyromancer or Pass, there's so many ways that could go wrong.
Matt's got a Lightning Bolt now.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt, the Forest, the Misty Rainforest. So his mana is good, which makes the waste even better. The Dak Fade in there. So
Hangerback, though, starting to build up. Arcbound Ravager can explode it at a moment's notice.
Yeah, so the Ravager in play makes Dak much worse, but Matt obviously knows that. He has the ability to bolt the Ravager first. Now Rich can save it, but he'd have to lose a lot of cards to do that.
Bolt Ravager looks pretty solid here.
I don't hate that.
I think that's better than Young Pyro, I think. Like, at some level, he can Young Pyro, then when he bolts the Ravager, he'll get a token. But if he bolts Ravager this turn, then he can play Dak next turn, potentially.
Correct, yeah. And being able to Dak steal the Hammerback would swing the game around entirely.
Yeah, I think so. The judgment call here is Young Pyro or Lightning Bolt. Okay, looks like Matt agrees with what I was thinking. I assume this has to be pointed at Arcbound Ravager.
Yeah, and Rich could save the Ravager.
He can. He has to eat 3 artifacts, though.
Yeah, so
he has to eat the Hangerback.
Yeah,
in fact,
the Hangerback.
Like he can't save it without eating the Hangerback. Which at that point, okay, Dak. Now you're Dacking a 5/5 Ravager, and you're probably okay with the fact that it'll explode itself.
So he could sack 1 Mox, the Hangerback, and one Thopter.
Right.
That leaves him with a big Ravager and a Thopter, and then Dak can't. Dak doesn't have a target. Now, but he would still end up with a Dak in play against 1 card from Rich. It still would be good for Matt.
What do? Do you let the Ravager die, or do you eat some stuff?
I mean, Rich has to. He doesn't know that Matt has a Dak, but he just has to assume it. The deck has 4 Daks. He has to be constantly playing around it. Without knowing what's in Rich's hand, something could change things, but I'd be very tempted to.
He is afraid of Dak, so he's going to eat the Hangerback Walker. That's going to turn the Ravager into a 2/2 and give him a couple of flyers. Now, presumably, he's going to now eat 2 more artifacts to get Ravager to a 4/4. He's got his choice of Moxen or flyers. That's definitely a play made because of his respect for Dak.
Absolutely.
Okay, and he's going all in on the offense. Eats both his Moxes. He's down to 1 mana, just at Mishra's Factory. But he's got 6 power worth of attackers. 8 if he has a land to activate Factory. Mana Crypt to activate Factory. All right. This is a pretty good offense. drops a Foundry Inspector with his mana, so this is an attack for 6.
Just getting as much damage in as fast as possible.
Next turn is lethal?
Yeah, I mean, Matt gets to play Dak next turn, but it's not.
Right, Rich is setting this up where he has a potentially lethal attack next turn. We know about the Dak that's going to change that math.
But yeah, this is 6 now. 6 now, 9 next turn.
Well, 11 with the Mishra's Factory.
Oh yes.
And then you eat the Mana Crypt. So. Yeah,
So it's like,
Rich
yeah.
has the ability to deal 12 next turn. I don't think he can still deal 12 if Dak points itself at Ravager, because he won't be able to dump enough counters and still. Well, maybe he can if he eats the Mana Crypt and comes up with a land to activate Factory. He can still deal 12 through a Dak activation targeting Ravager. Wow.
Yeah. So Dak stealing the Foundry Inspector will save more life.
Yeah. True.
But at the end of that, Rich will still have
a Ravager.
A Ravager in play, be able to kill the Dak.
And a couple flyers, and you know what? That Wasteland Workshop play did not work out. If all this had happened one turn faster, Matt would just be in a much better spot.
True.
And Rich hasn't really needed the mana. Like, Rich has got one card left in his hand. It's not clear that losing his... I guess losing his Workshop meant he didn't get to play Foundry Inspector one turn earlier. But I feel like Matt wanted to be able... I don't think it worked out. I thought it was Judgment Call that I thought made sense at the time. And Rich is just...
It's tough because the Workshop deck is so good at pushing a mana advantage, and it wants to trade 1-for-1 lands all day. But sometimes it just easily wins. Now, this still buys Matt another turn, and if his draw is an Ancient Grudge, he's around still.
All right, Ravager does not eat the Mana Crypt. It does dump all 4 counters onto a flyer. Mana Crypt is going to deal some damage. The entire world has decided odd is damage, so no need to even ask.
Yeah, so
5, 6 in the air, 5 on the ground. Yeah, there is nothing Matt Sperling can do about that. We're done. Rich Shea in a blistering
very fast
5-minute quarterfinal, 10-minute quarterfinal, through to the semis, and Matt Sperling's run at his first Eternal Weekend is over. Great deck, great player, but wow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Matt was prepared for the matchup for sure.
Yeah.
But any given Sunday, right?
Oh no, he had one hand that kept it. It was a little mana tight. Turn 1 Trinisphere. And Matt's deck was like, here's a Sapphire, here's a Black Lotus. Literally never played a spell. I guess technically the Mox on turn 1 counts as a spell.
Yeah.
So he got Trinisphered. Then in the next game, I mean, the Shops deck it is an aggro deck. It exploded the way it's capable of. Matt did not have an Ancient Grudge. And, I did talk to Matt based on his playtesting. Actually, he was like, the games where I have an Ancient Grudge are totally different than the games where I don't have an Ancient Grudge. And this was a Hangerback Walker that Rich managed to keep away from Dak Faden's greedy clutches. And, yeah, just dealt the 20.
Yeah.
Threw a Dak. Too quick for Matt Sperling.
Too quick indeed. Yeah, the Hangerback Walker is very valuable in every situation except when your opponent has Dak.
Yeah.
Surviving those lightning bolts was great.
All right, so we've got one semifinalist. It is Rich Shea. Rich is going to be waiting for the winner of the match, which is our backup match. I think we're probably trying to get to the backup match.
We're going to try to get a backup match. We've got one being recorded. Once this is the first match to finish.
Okay, this is the first match to finish.
We're going to pull somebody up. Which one of you wants to talk to Rich?
I'll talk to him. Either way. But so the backup match that we had before is being recorded. We're not going to switch to it live.
We're not going to switch to it live. We're going to play it as soon as they finish.
Yeah, sure.
We don't have anything.
Okay. So we will do our best. That is the first match that's over. Rich Shea is going to be waiting for the winner of Nam Tran and Martial Authors. That's.
We actually had one just finished. It looks like Kyle Dorgan versus Elliot Burke.
Aha. Kyle Dorgan and Elliot Burke just finished.
Finished game 1.
Oh, finished game 1. Who won?
Dorgan. Yeah, Dorgan's up a game.
Dorgan's up a game, and we're going to try to move the rest of that match under the camera.
Pull them onto the camera.
Sweet.
All right.
So Kyle Dorgan versus Elliot Burke, which Elliot is the Landstill player, and Kyle Dorgan's on PO.
Elliot was one of my losses yesterday.
Ah.
So.
Yeah, no, he was. We watched him a little bit too. His deck was cool. was a little greedy in a couple of spots. You know, he got a little lucky on camera at one point where he's literally dead unless he top decks an untapped land for the moat in his hand. There's only like 4 untapped lands left in his deck, but he pulled it off. I think that may have actually been his winning in. So Landstill versus PO, we will move them onto the camera. We'll go watch some more Magic as soon as we get that set up.
Perfect.
Meanwhile, Namtran versus Marshall Arthurs, which is survival in the hands of Marshall Arthurs against the other Shops deck. We're recording that one, so we will be able to watch that in its entirety once it finishes, is the plan. The other quarterfinal, still in Game 1, Brian Koval versus Cosmo Quack, which is PO versus Grixis Thieves.
All right.
You know, when I was asked yesterday who I thought was going to win this, I said it was going to be the winner of Matt Sperling and Rich Shea. That was my pick. And I had Matt Sperling as the favorite in that matchup. He was on the play, but Rich got it done. All right, I'm going to kick you out of here. Let's talk to Rich Shea while we wait for our next match. Oh, other update. Brian Koval now up a game over Cosmo Quack. So both of the come on in, Rich. Put on a headset. Looks like both the PO decks are up a game. Man, congratulations. That was fast and brutal.
Gosh, Randy, that was better than I could have hoped for.
What did you have your chances at? I kept talking to you yesterday, talking to your buddies who were playtesting, and nobody gave you a shot.
I had my chances at. I hope I get to go to Jimmy John's. I hope they're open on Sundays.
You're just making lunch
sandwich.
plans.
Yeah, I was making lunch plans. I tested this matchup a bunch, and I have to say, my friends Vasu and Ryan tested this matchup a bunch too. It wasn't looking all that good, and but you know, vintage is vintage. It's a non-deterministic format, and I drew incredibly lucky, and Matt didn't draw any more lands.
Yeah.
Game 1, so he said that he held back a Sapphire.
Oh, he held that Sapphire. I thought it was his turn 1 draw step.
No, he
Wow.
he held it back on account of fear of Revoker.
Oh, because that was his only blue mana.
Right.
What was the rest of his hand? We could never got a good look at it.
I never got to see it. He just said that he started with the Sapphire. He opted
Oh,
not to play it.
jeez. Yeah, so that's crazy. Yeah, his opener, he then drew a Black Lotus, also locked out by Trinisphere.
Wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah, no, I thought his draw steps went Sapphire, Black Lotus after Trinisphere, but I could see holding back a Sapphire there. Basically,
I have 4 Revokers.
he only gets punished by the 1 Trinisphere.
Right.
Right? He goes Strip Mine, Emerald, holding back a Sapphire because he didn't have anything to do with it there, but yeah, he needed the blue mana, did not want to risk Revoker. That's the one he'll be thinking about for a little while, I bet.
I feel fortunate. It was fortunate, but it's a tough road ahead.
Yeah, he played around a 4 of in your deck and got punished by a 1 of.
Exactly.
It happens.
Yeah. Yeah. So how are you liking seeing all of this?
I mean, I want to watch more Magic now. You didn't give me enough. I want more. You'll give me more in the semis, right?
Here's hoping.
Yeah. Now this is your 5th top 8 here, right?
That's right.
Which is the most.
I have the world record for most failures in vintage top 8s. So,
no one else has lost that many. That's
exactly.
funny.
So that's an exciting achievement right on the old CV.
No, you're still tied there, right? Doesn't Paul Mastriano have 4 losses, or did he win 1?
I think won 1.
Oh, he won 1, so he's only failed 3 times.
Exactly. See?
That's a very precisely articulated record you've got there, Rich.
That's right. Even if I win today, I won't lose that record.
I'm sure you would love to finally win one of these.
It would be amazing. It would mean more to me than anything else I could do in Magic. You know, this is a thing that I've been going to since Wizard started them, and Carl Winter won the first one.
Yeah.
Won that Lotus painting a long time ago.
Yeah, the Time Walk looks pretty sweet too, doesn't it?
The art looks great. I can't wait to put it in a different frame.
Put it in a different frame, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds about right. Now, what do you think about the rest of this top 8? Like, you're through. Now, I know that I don't know how much time you spent thinking about the rest of the top 8. I know you kept playing Legacy. You were still playing Legacy this morning,
I was
right?
playing Legacy this morning, yeah. I was on Lose to Matt and Get Lunch. So, but my next matchup would be with either the Survival deck, which is scary, and I've asked my friends to think about how should I sideboard against this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Or against Namtran, who is an extremely good workshop pilot.
Yeah.
He constantly does well in events. I used to be on Team Reflection with him circa 2004.
Cool. So, would you rather play the Mirror the pseudo mirror, or would you rather play against the survival deck?
I think I'd rather play the mirror. I feel pretty
Okay.
comfortable playing workshop mirrors.
Got it. And then is that more unfamiliarity with the matchup, or do you think survival is actually favored against shops?
I think it's more in familiarity. Survival is really draw dependent.
Yeah.
Survival, I don't think fits neatly into the concept of a rocks, paper, scissors. It has these draws that are really hard to beat.
Okay.
Sometimes it's sometimes it's dredge. Other times it's this fair creature deck. And
Fair creature deck that puts like 4 power guys into play on turn 2.
Just as Brian Kelly has called the mock Sturkwood boars.
Mock Sturkwood boars. I like it.
Yeah. So I don't think either of them are terrible, but I don't think I feel wonderful about either.
Okay.
It's gonna be a hard road either way.
Yeah, and then it's 4 blue decks on the other side of the bracket. So if
Yeah,
you get to the finals, it's versus a blue deck.
Right, which is sort of what you expect to play with shops, right?
Fair. Yeah.
Yeah. But, I'll take it as it comes. I try not to be too emotional. I try just to take each game as it comes, look at my 7, decide whether I keep, and go from there.
Fair enough. It's been working so far.
I can't complain.
How was the Legacy?
Oh, I went 8-3 in Legacy.
That's pretty good.
I played Eldrazi Post. That deck's great. I really like that deck.
Okay.
It's a bunch of soul lands.
Yep.
And a bunch of giant monsters. When I started playing Magic back in 1994, I was on a mono green deck with 7 walls of wood because 12-year-old me didn't quite understand how mana curves work.
Mm-hmm.
But this childhood dream of playing green monsters for not just slamming them down until good things start to happen, you get to do that in Legacy now.
Fair.
Ostrich big monsters and turn them sideways and exile permanents somehow.
They're not really green.
Well,
can't have everything.
They're almost green.
I'll buy it. Awesome. Well, yeah. So if you're watching, Rich won his quarterfinal very quickly. Matt Sperling is out. Rich is through to the semifinals. Our other 3 matches are ongoing, and we are in the process of putting one under the cameras for you guys. We're also recording one of the others. So, yeah, more Magic is coming. Just kind of hanging out with Rich, waiting until I get signs from the producer that we got Magic to show you.
That's right. Until then, you'll have to deal with me. So, Randy, what's been the coolest deck you've seen this weekend, Vintage or Legacy?
I mean the 12-post deck. I don't know if that's the same thing. It wasn't really an Eldrazi deck. So you're Eldrazi post.
So I'm colorless Eldrazi. You
Yeah,
mean
okay.
The mono green?
The one that I saw that was insane was like, it's actually 13 post, right? It's Cloud Post, Glimmer. It's
Oh.
Cloud Post, Glimmer Post.
Okay, yeah.
Vasuva, and then it even had like a Thespian stage, and it's summoning Emrakul, other Emrakul, Kozilek, it just all the giantest of the Eldrazi. That deck, at one point, we watched a match, and in both of the games that it won, it had so much mana that it was able to go get Eye of Ugin, play it, activate it, and summon an Emrakul.
That's awesome. Now, did
That's
that have
like
green?
30 mana.
I think I've seen a mono
Yeah,
green
it was Ancient
version.
Stirrings. This was an Ancient Stirrings version.
To tell you how I feel about that deck,
Yeah.
I bought 3 Candelabra of Tanos this weekend.
There you go. Right. It was
So,
Candelabra of Tanos,
yeah,
Ancient
I
Stirrings. That deck was sweet.
literally bought the cards I needed to build that deck, so I'm very excited.
You're going to
about it.
upgrade your version.
I think I'm going to try a mono green. Which basic forests do you prefer?
Which
If you're
basic
gonna-
forests do
That's,
I
I
prefer?
think, the most important question.
I'm a fan of the old like APAC promos from the 90s.
I love those.
That's what I
Yeah.
have in my
Yeah.
my Sylvan Library Oath of Druids Tax Rack middle school deck.
Very cool. Those are really nice. I think Christopher Rush did. He did the ones I have from that.
Yeah, there was a couple different promo ones. I forget how to describe the different ones, but like
I don't remember.
I have it
either.
in my head. It's definitely
Yes.
like APAC promo lands from the 90s would be my choice.
Those are really nice. One of the things I liked about that deck is it gets to play with a bunch of basics. One of my losses was to this Miracles deck that didn't let me untap my lands.
Okay.
So going back to basics, not good on the post decks.
You say that, but Candelabra changes everything.
Absolutely.
Candelabra, the opponent that we watched against this 12-post deck, technically 13-post deck, played back to basics on turn 3. And it was like the other side had a forest and a Candelabra, and the back to basics did nothing. And now Ancient Stirrings promptly found a second Candelabra. So you're just like, the first
man.
one untaps one of these, like, tap for 4 colorless mana lands. Then the second Candelabra does the rest.
I have to go home and build this.
That was crazy.
Okay, so we got Burke and Dorgan shuffling up.
Sweet.
I'm gonna get Andy back in.
All right. Appreciate
right.
you hanging out with us, Rich. But it sounds like we've got
Absolutely,
Kyle
Randy.
Dorgan and Elliot Burke shuffled up, almost ready for Game 2 of their quarterfinal
Sounds
match.
good.
So
Thanks for having me.
good luck in the semis.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on in. All right. Did we actually succeed in getting a printout of the deck lists, or is that just a pile there? I don't think our printout ever got to us.
Who were you doing, Elliot? And
Brian Koval. No, yeah, Kyle Dorgan and Elliot Burke. I think maybe those. I know it's PO versus Landstill, but I want to make sure we get the details right. Now, who do you like in this matchup in general? This is the 4 seed versus the 5 seed. Looks like PO. I mean, PO's up a game, but pretend you don't know that. Who would you generally pick between Paradoxical and Landstill?
all right, so Landstill's got the Stony Silences, lots of counters.
How many Stony does he run?
1 main, 1 sideboard.
Okay. Oh, we've got an Arcane Lab in the sideboard, too.
Arcane Lab, which is definitely coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
the 2 Energy Fluxes as well.
You know, and yeah, I think
Probably.
some Energy Flux. I've tended to like the in the Jeskai Mentor versus Paradox Mentor matchups. I've tended to like having graveyard or not artifact hate, even just like shattering sprees and things like that.
Mhm.
Energy Flux can be good, but probably not as good. But that outcome deck, especially these, I think newer versions where they're running Night's Whisper, so they can kind of like play a slow value game, a control game. It's tough to beat, right? Like it's all business. That deck.
It is, but the Landstill deck is rough. I mean, it's 2 copies of Mindbreak Trapper in the main deck. It's got all the missteps. This guy, Elliot Burke, is actually running it with 3 mana drains too. So he has a lot of counterspells. And the thing about Paradoxical, sure, it's incredibly powerful if you resolve that key, that 1 key card drawing card. You have to get off a paradoxical outcome for decent value. Like you have to set up and maneuver the game where you actually get to resolve something like that. If the opponent has enough counterspells, sometimes you just run out of gas.
Yeah. Being able to, position your mana drains and your Flusterstorms to make sure that that first outcome doesn't resolve is very big and can really take out the deck, right? If the Paradox deck draws 6 artifacts and an outcome, then they need that outcome to resolve.
Yeah, certainly, like Paradoxical, if it's explosive enough, like it is faster than Mana Drain. Mana Drain's expensive at blue. I mean, it's not just a 2 mana spell; it's 2 specifically colored mana.
Yeah. I would, the red decks that have access to red Elemental Blasts is probably better in the matchup.
Yeah, I actually think Jeskai is what you really don't want to face if you're Paradoxical Mentor. So it's like, okay, Landstill has the similar permission suite of the Jeskai deck, right? It's got Flusterstorms, it's got Mental Missteps, it's got more permission than you're going to run into in the mirror match. Talking about this from PO's point of view. But, yeah, the Jeskai decks tend to also have Pyroblast that they can sideboard in, which is much scarier than anything. Landstill, it's just a blue-white deck, right? It's like, tell me whether I'm going to play against Energy Flux or Pyroblast. Give me the Energy Flux.
Yeah,
I can deal with Energy Flux. It's a 3-mana enchantment. It's kind of slow. I don't necessarily even need to leave my artifacts in play.
That said, that Arcane Laboratory is not a card that is played as much, so it's probably something that Kyle hasn't played as much against.
Fair.
And I'm not even sure how.
But he's got repeals, is your answer.
You can certainly answer it, but
it's tricky, right? Because that's your one spell for the turn, so they can then counterspell your repeal, and you can't fight. It's tricky. You kind of have to wait for them to cast a spell, then you repeal.
And Landstill is very good at not casting spells.
True story. All right, Kyle Dorgan on the draw now, having won the first game, but this draw is pretty sexy. That is an Opal, a Pearl, and a Black Lotus. He's going to sack his Lotus for turn 1 Karn.
Yeah, turn 1 Karn.
Crazy. In from the sideboard to give him another angle of attack, another business spell.
Yeah, it's really nice to have Karn when your opponent, plays a Stony Silence or Arcane Laboratory. Actually, Karn.
Yeah, sure.
if this card evolves, suddenly Arcane Laboratory is not very good at all.
Elliott very quickly went for a Brainstorm, and he did find a Force of Will off the Brainstorm. I don't know if Kyle can fight back, but I suspect Karn is going to get Force of Will. Jace and Energy Flux are the two blue cards Elliott has to choose from if he does want to cast Force of Will.
Yeah.
And he does.
That's interesting because the Jace is by far the more powerful card, but he can play Energy Flux on his next turn, and he can't play
And
that
it will
Jace.
be good. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
going to exile Jace, holding on to Energy Flux. But the Flusterstorm. Wow.
Yeah.
Karn has hit the table.
But while Karn is very good against Nullrod, it's not so good against Energy Flux. Energy
True.
Flux is a worthwhile response to that.
It's true. Yeah, and you see Kyle make a construct. He's happy to just win the game here with this Karn. He's not necessarily playing a card advantage strategy from here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess he also needed the construct to turn the Opal back on after he sacrificed Black Lotus, huh?
True.
Makes that construct a little better.
Yeah, I think the default plan is definitely you play Karn and you just try to get as many constructs out as possible. But once Elliott plays that Energy Flux, Kyle might have to immediately switch gears and start drawing with it.
Indeed. Yeah, no hesitation from Elliott. This is the plan he drew up. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Last two cards in Kyle Dorgan's hand were a Force of Will and a blue card. No Energy Flux for Elliott Burke. Construct stays large. Second construct from Karn. And Elliott Burke is down to one card and not very many turns in his top 8 here.
Yeah, I believe that card is the Tundra. Wasteland off the top.
Wasteland Tundra. Elliott Burke is fighting with a Mishra's Factory, a Sapphire, 2 Tundras, and a Wasteland. That does not sound like it's going to get it done against a couple of constructs.
That is I have never seen Karn flip up those two cards. That's
ironic.
Quite funny. Now Elliott still has an Energy Flux. Totally puts him in this. I think it's pretty unlikely that he kept the Moat, but Moat
sure.
would also totally turn this around.
Doesn't have much time though, right?
Oh, not much at
It's
all.
a 2-turn clock. He's got 1 draw step left. Those constructs are 5/5s.
They get bigger. Oh.
Well, now they're 2/2s. Hold, please. Let's see how big they are.
Getting bigger and bigger by the minute.
All right, Delta. The Pearl is back. Sapphire's back. Opal is back. Mana Vault is back. Time Walk. We're done.
Yeah.
I guess can a Mishra's Factory chump block actually keep him alive, or are we just done?
He hits
Yeah.
for 12 now, and then 12 next turn, 18 if you block. So, yeah.
Ball game.
It's a quick
Kyle Dorgan is through to the semifinals. Paradoxical Mentor. Wow, that Landstill deck looked like it had very little game there.
Yeah, and his cards were good in the matchup, but Kyle was just able to out-control him. 2 Forces and a Flusterstorm.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that Outcome has going for it, it has the highest top end of anything in Vintage.
Mhm.
Right? The good draw from an Outcome deck beats everything. Like, nobody has game against a good draw from an Outcome deck, and that was a good draw from an Outcome deck. Right? That
Yes.
was turn 1, Mox, Opal, Lotus, 4-mana threat. It was a Karn, not a PO, but whatever. With Flusterstorm, Force of Will, blue card back.
Yeah.
Right? That was turn 1 Karn with 2 counters to protect it.
Yeah, if you're looking total volume, the Landstill deck has way more counters, way more control cards, but the
Right.
Mentor deck can afford to, or the Paradoxical Mentor deck can afford to only run the counters that are best when you're fighting over the stack.
I'm going to go grab our pre-recorded top 8 match, which was
Sweet.
Nom and Marshall.
The recorded one is done, so we can watch it now?
Yeah, they finished a little while ago.
Excellent.
We actually moved Koval's match onto that, so we'll have the last
Oh, even
few
better.
of that recorded too.
All right. So Kyle Dorgan is through. Brian Koval is getting ready to play game 2 against Cosmo Quack. So that's Paradoxical Outcome up game. Maybe we get to check in on that. But what we're going to do next is we're going to watch the match between Nam Tran and Marshall Arthurs, which we recorded. So we get to go back to the beginning, speed it up a little bit, kind of time spiral style. I don't know how any of these games turned out.
Yeah, I
I've been
don't
very
know.
careful not to ask or
text.
spoil anything. And we'll find out who that winner will be playing against Rich Shea.
Yeah. So I actually had the fortune of I was helping Nam test this matchup yesterday.
Oh, really?
So I'm very curious to see what happens.
Please tell me, give me the scouting report. Shops versus Survival,
Shop
right?
versus Survival, yeah. It definitely is. Either player has plenty of chance to win this.
I've heard it described as a coin flip match.
Yeah, but it really tends to come down to the Survival player can get an amazing first turn that the Workshop player cannot recover from. And if the game goes on very, very long, especially in game 2, the Survival player will win. Three Stony Silences, a Survival will like slowly get out infinite Vengevines and Root Wallas and Energy Flux.
Okay.
But the mid game is really where the Workshop deck shines.
Interesting.
And this has much bigger creatures. So that turn 1, turn 2 is going to be really important out of the Survival player to see.
Okay.
Are there 3 hollow ones in play? That's going to be good. If that doesn't happen, the Workshop player has a real chance to play better threats than the opponent can deal with.
Interesting. Yeah, so a lot of it is just how ridiculous is the Survival player's draw. It's funny. So it's a Workshop matchup, but we're not interested in how ridiculous the Workshop opener is.
It's true.
It's actually the opponent who has the even more ridiculous opener potentials.
Yeah, we saw a few games where Hangerback Walker ended up being a key card because it was able to block 3 threats for a small amount of mana, block and then chump and then chump.
Okay, I was talking a little bit with some of Rich Shea's playtest partners about it last night, and their theory was Steel Overseer is huge for the same reason, right? If Steel Overseer can create creatures big enough to block, like 3/5/5s is game, right?
Yeah.
The Survival deck, if you get 3 creatures capable of blocking a Vengevine, they're just done.
Yeah. There's not much they can. Well,
not much. I mean,
then there's Wonder.
Sure.
So
yeah, you wasteland their tropical island.
That's true, and the mana base is really where the Survival deck runs a lot of colors and for Bazaar of Baghdad, so it's a thing that can fall apart.
Yeah. So this list is 2 tropical islands in the Survival deck. Does he have Wonder? Because I see some people have Wonder, and he does have a Wonder. I saw some decks on Friday during the Swiss that had an Anger. The other thing, I see some decks that are on Noble Hierarch, whereas others are on Deathrite Shaman.
Yep.
This is a Noble Hierarch version.
Hierarch list, yeah.
So still a little bit of wiggle room in terms of the details of how to put this together. But yeah, three main deck Stony Silence, also 3 main deck Thalia. It's a Hateful deck, and then Vengevine and Hollow One give you these free creatures. This is the new hotness in Vintage, huh?
Yeah, I played it yesterday. I had a lot of fun playing it.
Yeah.
I saw a lot more of it in the field than I expected to.
Yeah, me too.
It won the Asian Eternal Weekend recently. If it wins this event too, that would be
kind of a
come out
crazy
of nowhere.
statement.
Yeah.
It's funny. I was. It seems like a lot of the blue decks. It doesn't have a great. Sorry. Talk to me about the matchups.
Sure.
Because you think about the way Vintage works. There's basically shops, PO, Dredge, and then Jeskai. We'll call it Jeskai. Pyromancer Control.
Sure.
Xerox, whatever you want to call that archetype. It seems like a lot of the matchups with Survival are kind of polarized.
Yeah, I think now the version I played had more red cards. It ran Ancient Grudge's main deck. It was even more focused towards.
Okay, you had an Anger, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's who I saw with an Anger. Now I remember.
and I felt that the Workshop matchup was very strong with that deck. I think this one's probably a little worse, but still good. Still definitely a game. Man, it's really hard to tell. My losses came from blue decks, but I have heard other people say that. Sort of because you can generate this value. Once Survival's in play, or even a Bazaar, you're not casting things. You're just they can counter Root Wall, but you still get Vengevines back.
So if your shop's matchup is 50-50, what's your bad matchup?
Despite the fact that it runs all these Thalias and Stony Silences, I didn't feel great about outcome.
Okay. They're just faster than you are, I think.
Yeah, they can be, and Thalia is not. It's not quite the same as it is in Workshops or White Eldrazi, where you play this Lock Beast, you play another Lock Beast. You have no Wastelands.
You have no Wastelands, and Thalia is legendary, so you just get the one effect.
And you, if that's your turn 1 play, you're not playing 8 power worth of attackers. It's
Okay.
setting you back like 2 turns just to cast
So you get
it.
the joy of demolishing the fair blue decks, but you're a little soft to outcome.
Yeah, and I've heard people are trying different things. My version had red with Pyroblast, and someone who didn't top 8 but was close to the top 8 was playing Force of Will and Mental Misstep in their with no Thalias in their survival deck. So there's a million ways to build this. People are still figuring it out. It's currently, it's really like that's probably like a community effort. It's like the most active thread on the Mana
I was going to
Drain
say
right
that,
now.
the Mana Drain is where that community effort's happening, right? There's
Yeah,
a bunch of people literally, and this is the Mana Drain, for the record, your website at this point, sort of stepped up to keep that community going, which is awesome.
Yeah, and that's kind of the hot deck there now at the moment, and a lot of Magic Online players from around the world are coming together and figuring out which variants to play.
That is certainly how I heard the story too, as well. It was, literally a thread on the Mana Drain where everyone is just trying to figure out the right way to build this deck, and there's no consensus yet.
Yeah, there's. I mean, we know you want 4 Bazaars and 4 Survivals and 4 Hollow Ones and 4 Vengevines. From there's a lot of options. Yeah.
Yeah, the deck's gotten a lot better. I know that it showed up a little bit on the last season of Vintage Super League, but I felt like that version of the deck just wasn't actually good enough yet. And it's been that group effort has started to refine things to the point where the deck's getting pretty good.
I had when Hollow One was printed, I had a sort of casual survival deck, and I was this card's amazing in this, and I was working on a survival deck, but my list just never came together. I said, oh, this is a dead end, and then months later I saw other people had actually figured it out, and their list is a lot better than what I was working with. It's great to see that.
Yeah, the full list here, I mean, all the lists are online, of course, but 1 Deathrite Shaman to kind of give you a 5th mana creature. This one has a Manglehorn to give you that extra artifact removal, a Wonder, and then 4 Thalia, 3 Thalia, 4 Vengevine, 2 copies of Squee Goblin Nabob seems to be the consensus. 2 somewhere in the 75. I've seen some people doing 1 and 1, but you don't really want 4. All right, here we go. Off to the races with the match. Nam Tran, as the higher seed, did get to be on the play, and Foundry Inspector into Steel Overseer, pretty exciting, but at the same time, it's not actually going to stop Marshall from deploying his own game plan. There's no lock pieces there, just some beatdown.
Yeah. Now no Turn 1 Bazaar land pass is a very good sign for now.
Yeah, his turn was Ancestral Myself, and that was all he got to do.
Now chances are Marshall has a survival in his hand, given the way that happened. But then Nam is deploying lots on the board.
Wow. The Steel Overseer is spreading 4 counters across the creatures.
Yeah, I think
Foundry Inspector enabled the Ravager and the Hangerback to come down.
I think it's already too late for Stony Silence. Marshall cannot cast Stony Silence without losing so much tempo.
Fair. And Nam's down to 1 card in hand, so you're not disrupting his mana, and his creatures are already big enough. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now, can Survival come back from here?
Now, if
Survival of the Fittest is the card to do it with, right?
Yeah. Now, if Marshall had a Lotus, he could get.
Lotus would be 3 activations of Survival of the Fittest.
Yeah, he could probably get 2 Vengevines and a Hollow One and a Rootwall in play, which certainly gives him the ability to compete. And he might even have an Elvish Spirit Guide to get extra activations. But if it's just that 1 green mana, I don't know if he's going to be able to keep up.
All right, discards a Vengevine for an Elvish Spirit Guide, which he exiles to discard another Vengevine from his hand.
Elvish Spirit Guide.
To get another Elvish Spirit Guide, which he is going to exile for green mana. There's Wonder.
That's great. Yeah, Elvish Spirit Guide is a card that doesn't look too exciting, but it does a lot in the deck. In addition to just the acceleration, it's just an extra creature for survival. You can fetch them with other creatures to keep chaining things. It's quite nice.
This Hollow One, though, is the first creature of the turn, right? Oh, 2 Hollow Ones. He had a Hollow One in his hand. He got a Frick Hollow One. That gets both of the Vengevines.
And they all fly.
Which fly because of Wonder.
Oh, actually.
Oh, my God.
There's no island in play right now. That's a bayou in a forest.
Oops.
So, fortunately.
Okay.
Well, fortunately.
So they're blockable.
They are blockable. Now.
Did he need the black mana? Why did he get a bayou?
I
don't know.
I don't know if he fetched. I think he might have just had it.
All right. So Vengevines were blockable. Wonder's in the graveyard, but there's no island. So 3 flyers come out from that Hangerback.
Yeah, and the flyers are relevant because if one does turn on,
totally.
he's got.
Yeah, Marshall was trying to set this up for an attack for the win in the air next turn.
Yeah, and he's very close to that.
Well, 3
But
flying
that-
blockers though.
But that
Oh my
Hammerman's-
God! Yet another hollow one. Does that trigger the Vengevine in the
No,
graveyard?
Vengevine is exactly 2.
Hilarious.
They're probably checking that right now.
Okay, that was quite a turn. That was turn 2. Turn 1
Yeah.
was Ancestral myself. Marshall
and
Arthurs.
that absolutely explains his the turn 1 play of land pass, which didn't seem very exciting. That's why he kept it, because his turn 2 was so good.
That was insane. That was absolutely insane. Now what happens? 4/4 blockers are decent, but Steel Overseer definitely living up to the hype I heard. Steel Overseer is the key to Namtran's game here, as far as I can tell.
Revoker.
You just named Survival?
I suspect.
Stop the shenanigans?
Yeah, and consider that now that all the Vengevines are in place, Revolver can also tutor up a Manglehorn.
Yeah. And those 3 1/1 flyers are now a trio of 2/2 flyers.
Mm-hmm.
So getting the block with the hanger back actually kind of working out great here.
Yeah. Now Nam has to decide how much to attack with, how to hold back, because attacking with all 3 flyers is the best for his clock, but opens him up to wonder.
All right, that's 3 1/1 flyers, each with a +1/+1 counter. I think it's probably Matt Sperling offering up those Bob Maher player cards. I know that's what he was using.
Yeah, so this
Waste the Bayou, ship the turn. So he attacked with all his flyers.
so this does open him up.
This
If
is
Marshall
scary,
just
right? Doesn't
draws a
Island
tropical
win the
off
game?
top, I think
Tropical or fetch means there's the
Yeah,
fetch land.
yeah.
Oh, it wasn't enough. 4, 8, 12.
it looks our life totals might be off. It looked like it was enough.
It was 16.
Yeah, and maybe Nam had a wasteland out that I didn't notice. that would also prevent it from happening. I'm not
Sure. Oh, he played Wasteland for the turn?
Wasteland for the turn.
Okay.
So if he had a wasteland up,
if he had a Wasteland up, then
there's nothing that he could do. And
Right,
that explains
okay.
the wasteland of the Bayou
Second
as well.
Wasteland.
Because
Got it.
Perfect.
Yeah. Wasting the Bayou did seem loose. But
Yeah,
if he
but
had the
with
second
Wasteland,
Wasteland
then-
as his land drop for the turn,
Then, yeah.
wow. So
Perfect, yeah.
that was a great game of Magic. And Nam Tran, hats off to him for keeping the Wasteland around, knowing the only way he was going to lose was to a tropical island to give that army flying.
Yeah.
And then his crackback there was lethal, obviously.
Yeah. When Marshall just played Ancestral Land on turn 1, I thought Nam was easily going to win, and then once Marshall started playing his second turn, I
thought Marshall was gonna win.
Yeah, this is going to happen, and then and
So that was game 1, right?
Yeah, that was game 1. I'll queue up game 2 in a minute. They're taking a little bit longer, so we'll play game 2 at
All right.
speed. Whenever you're ready to go into game 2, let me know.
I think I'm happy to go into game 2. Well, maybe we'll
Sure,
watch a
yeah.
little slower since it seems
Yeah,
like we have one
so-
other match still going on.
So I don't know how Nam eventually decided to do this cyberpunk, because there really are entirely different approaches. A big question we had is how good is Sphere of Resistance in a workshop mirror, which is an aggro mirror. You often don't want spheres of resistance,
Right.
but against the survival deck, a Sphere of Resistance means playing 2 Basking Root Walls costs 2 mana.
Ah, sure.
But it doesn't do as much to Hollow One, which is actually still free when you discard 3 cards.
Okay.
So it's hard to tell. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not so good. But I believe he's going to keep them.
Yeah, no, that seems like the key question. Are you still a Sphere deck, or do you take the Spheres out?
Yeah. So I guess we can.
Yeah,
we can
we're ready
see what
when-
he did and see how this happens.
All right, game 2. Nam Tran up a game in just an insane turn 1. Both players had absurdly powerful draws. Nam Tran just exploded with 20 power on. Basically, both people put 20 power worth of creatures into play on turn 2. And then because the creatures could block, we had some actual combat math going on with blocking and holding back people that can block. Crucially, Nam Tran with the Wastelands turned off Marshall Arthurs' Wonder flying ability, and it was therefore Nam that was able to win their ace.
The best match of Magic I played yesterday was a Survival Mirror, and we both had very broken hands.
Okay.
And unlike an outcome mirror when both players have broken hands, the game descends right away. But when two aggro decks have very broken hands, suddenly it becomes a control game.
Sure.
Right? They trade off, and then now you're in there for the long haul. All right, so Marshall with turn Farce, which means not a turn Bazaar, but turn 1 survival.
Sure.
Could set up a very good turn 2.
The fact that Nam was on the play in that first game was huge too, by the way.
Yes.
If Marshall was on the play, there's no way Nam can keep up with him.
Yeah, that probably would have made the difference. Now, survival is so green mana hungry. The more green mana have, the more absurd things you can do. But if you're stuck on one, it's only okay. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of Marshall's hand plays out.
Meanwhile, what does Nam have?
Revoker.
Factory into, Mana Crypt into,
Revoker.
crucially, Phyrexian Revoker on Survival of the Fittest. No survival shenanigans for you, Marshall. Sorry.
Yeah, you kind of have the survival draws and Bazaar draws with the deck, and I think the Bazaar draws are better against workshops. Now, if you have a good survival hand, you obviously keep it.
Yeah.
No more Hierarch. Now, next turn, Marshall has enough mana to play Energy Flux. I don't know if he has one, but Energy Flux is a huge card in this matchup.
Mana Crypt deals damage. Marshall got Basic Forest with his first fetch land activation, so that Wasteland doesn't have any targets yet. Ballista is here.
Yeah, Nam has to do whatever he can to keep Marshall off the 3-mana spells. On a Sphere Resistance too.
So he did keep the spheres in. He actually chose casting that sphere over keeping his Ballista around, right? He could have made a 2/2 Ballista.
Yeah, but
he decided he really wanted the sphere.
Yeah, I mean that is the difference between Energy Flux or no. He went from 4 mana for a 3-mana spell to 3 mana for a 4-mana spell.
Sure.
Now I don't know if Marshall even has Energy Flux, but
that's probably why Nam felt
yeah.
the sphere was so important. Just that he might.
So I see a Workshop in there is the only thing I can make out. I think a Metamorph. Another Ballista. Another Revoker.
It's probably name Ruby here.
Yeah,
I keep playing the mana denial game.
I would name Ruby. I have heard the argument that survival is so important in the matchup that it might be worth naming survival again. Marshall's 4 Nature's Claims. So if he names Ruby and then Marshall end of turn claims the one on survival, Marshall's in this with a bunch of Vengevines. But on the other hand, if he plays Energy Flux, it's over too. So it is a tough decision.
Attention Eternal Weekend players.
Factory and Revoker chip over for 4.
Legacy Champs top 8 competitors, please report to the main stage. Again, anyone in the Legacy Champs top 8, please report to the main stage.
Martial Authors is holding a Savannah, but he doesn't want to risk getting it wastelanded, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play until he needs it.
That must mean he does not have Energy Flux then.
Yeah. Or the Nature's Claim, I suspect.
Right.
I think I see another Sphere Resistance in Namsan, which,
jeez.
Yeah, it's quite good here.
Yeah, this is 6. I mean, we're 1 fetch land activation from next turn being lethal.
Yeah.
I guess it already is.
Yeah, lethal on board. And if that Revoker is naming Ruby, then Marshall can cast a maximum of 1 spell, even exposing himself to Wasteland. I believe the deck only has 1 basic as well, so a fetch will...
He had the Energy Flux,
yeah,
and couldn't cast it. Wow, well played by Namtran.
Absolutely, he knew that's that turns the game around for Marshall, so that's exactly what he needs to stop.
2 copies of Sphere of Resistance.
Yeah.
threw away a ballista in order to kill Noble Hierarch.
Yeah, and
Had the Revoker for survival.
off.
Are we just going to see Shops crush this tournament again? I'm starting to get
could.
flashbacks from last year watching
We
the way
could.
Shops plowed through this top 8.
If you,
I guess we can't have a mirror in the finals because there's only 2
That's
Shops
true.
decks, and they're
That's
paired
true.
in the semis. It will be Rich Shea against Nam Tran coming up in the semifinals.
Looking at the decks in the top 8, I would have guessed either Survival or Matt Sperling's Rug deck to beat Workshops. I figured one of them would beat the Workshop Pilot because
Yeah.
they both seem very tuned for that deck. But they both got there. Rich and both played very well, and one of them, so guaranteed, Shops is in the finals.
The finals is going to be Shops versus a blue deck, which seems fine, fitting even.
Yeah, very
It's
vintage.
kind of how Vintage works.
Yeah, just fine.
It'll be Shops. It'll be a blue deck. We don't know yet which blue deck. Actually, so what we know is Kyle Dorgan with Paradoxical Outcome is in the semis. His opponent could easily be Brian Koval. Koval's up a game last we heard. So it could be that you have a PO mirror in one semi and a Shops mirror in the other. That sounds like 2018 Vintage.
It does
If
sound
it's
like
Shops versus PO in the finals. I mean, there's
Yeah.
a bunch of other more complicated and interesting stuff that went on to get there, but it could be how this lines
those,
up.
Those were if you're going to guess 2 decks coming into the event, those were it. But I think the field was very broad today. And it definitely could have been any of these decks.
No, we had fully six distinct archetypes in this top 8.
Yeah, I believe
there were 2 Shops
yeah.
and 2 PO. Those are the ones that doubled up. But then the other decks, you had one Survival, one Pyromancer Control, one Land Still, one Grixis Thieves. So the rest of it was all diverse.
And Grixis Thieves still could definitely beat Outcome.
That is true.
We were talking about red being important in the matchup, and I'm guessing the Grixis player has plenty of Pyroblasts.
Could he fit him in around his 4 Notion Thieves, though?
4 Notion Thieves could be tough.
It's a pretty greedy Grixis Thieves deck in a good
For
way.
sure.
Greedy in the best possible way.
Yeah, absolutely. Notion Thief is the sort of card that
We're going to play through the end of Koval's also.
All right.
it's tough to resolve against Outcome, but
All right.
obviously if it does resolve against Outcome, it's pretty much that's going to be the game.
Right. So the match between Cosmoquack and Brian Koval is over,
Okay.
and we have it recorded.
All right.
So no spoilers. We're going to watch the last 2 games. We know Koval's up a game. That's the point where we move them onto the camera.
All right.
And let's find out who the last semifinalist is.
Sounds good.
As soon as Jeff gets it queued up, we will go. Yes, Cosmoquack. This Grixis Thieves list made both of the following plays yesterday. I don't even know which of these is cooler. At one point, he stole his opponent's Null Rod with a Dak Vaden, tinkered it away into Blightsteel, then tapped the newly unlocked Moxen for Time Walk. And I'm not even sure that's the coolest thing he did. Because he pulled off, you ready for this? Notion Thief, Wheel of Fortune.
That's a lot of fun. That's
Mind
14
twist
cards.
you, I'll draw 14.
hard to come back from that one.
One of these plays wins the game deterministically. The other one is better.
Absolutely. Yeah, so looking at Koval's Mentor deck, looks pretty similar to the one we just saw. Not that we saw too much of it.
Yeah, the Mentor decks, I mean...
Or the Paradoxical Mentor, yeah.
Sorry, yes. The PO decks, there's not a lot of flex between them. You know, some people like a Yawgmoth's Will. Some people are like, no, I want to use my graveyard on my Delve spells. You know, some people like a Gush. Some people don't. Is it 1 Hercules or 2? Like, there's room. Knight's Whisper seems to be the consensus as sort of the next card drawing spell to try to get you to build up to Paradoxical Outcomes, right? Both of
Yeah.
these guys are on Knight's Whisper versions of the PO deck. But it's basically, okay, it's 1 Mentor. Vault Key is the other place some people differ. I think that most lists recently are shying away from Vault Key. Looks like Koval does not have a Vault Key.
Yeah,
a
he's
Vault
running
Key.
Tendrils of Agony.
Oh, and he actually has a Tendrils, right?
I think people usually run one or the other.
Yeah.
It looks like we have the match ready to go.
All right, let's go see. Cosmoquack down a game with his Grixis Thieves deck. Koval looks like he took a mulligan and then scried to the bottom.
Interesting. Wonder if he's doing that. I'm wondering if he has a land or not.
I saw Twister amongst those cards.
He likes something. All right. It's interesting. Thieves is sort of the control deck in Vintage that has the most combo-y plays. It's running all the
Yes.
artifact mana. It can do these sort of broken things. Certainly not
Right.
as much
These
as Paradox
twisters
can,
and
but
wheels and
yeah.
I mean the key combo. The reason to play this deck is because you get to play 3 copies of Dak Faden, and you get to play multiple copies. He's got all 4 copies of Notion Thief. That combo is absurd.
Turn 2 Twister.
Sure.
Not bad.
Yeah, he's
When
up a
you-
couple of cards. I mean, his opponent mulligan. He's undoing the mulligan, but he's up multiple permanents. So
Yeah.
this
yeah.
is still Edge Cosmo,
And
and
look-
he gets to go first.
I saw he had a Tezzeret in hand, which means he would have played that if he had a land to play. He didn't play a land before the Twister, which
Right.
is nice. Yeah, he gets to play a land and presumably play a relevant spell right now.
And Sapphire.
Sapphire in there.
Yeah, Dak Faden, Notion Thief. If you think through it, Dak Faden's plus ability is now
Yeah, I see a Pyroblast and the Ruby to cast it. A land. Is that a Dak Fane in there? Yeah.
Yes.
If he can, he may draw 2 or steal the Mana Vault. Both those plays seem pretty good to me. Yeah.
I like Steal the Mana Vault. And Brian's,
like
of course,
that a
going
lot.
to tap it for mana as response.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because now Cosmo is this tapped Mana Vault, but it's much better than giving Brian that mana.
Oh, Gitaxian Probe. Let's see
Probe.
what's up.
So I think we got a brainstorm.
Oh, he's got the combo. He's got the Notion Thief.
Oh yeah.
So if
no,
you play
no black mana at the moment.
Okay.
Um,
No black mana to cast it, but the
yeah.
combo, if he plays Notion Thief, he can then target his opponent with Dak Faden's plus ability. Dak Faden plus is target player, draws 2, then discards 2. But with Notion Thief, they don't get to draw us. You get them. Then they still have to discard 2.
It's the game ends pretty quickly.
Yeah, the
once
opponent
that
has to
happens.
go to empty-handed and then try to play from there. It very rarely works.
Brian plays Ancestral, knowing that Cosmo has a red blast, but has to get it out of his hand, has to just force any play he can.
And Cosmo chose not to blast it.
Yeah, I wonder if he is saving that to defend a Notion Thief.
Well, it's harder to defend if you let your opponent Ancestral.
It's true.
I would blast there.
If I had the black mana already, I would consider.
Yeah, I guess he
holding
does.
on to the
His
blast.
way does get to look at the top 3, right? You're 3 times as likely to find the black mana.
We see at least a Hercules and I think a Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, those don't make black mana.
Which are not what he wants here.
Yeah, you can still top upkeep. I would have blasted the Ancestral. Wow, Koval has to discard. Paradoxical Outcome heads to the bin.
Has to decide if he wants to untap the Mana Vault or not.
Probably, right? You're tapping a bunch of colorless mana?
Yeah, I mean, he knows what's coming this turn. It doesn't look like he has any big plays this
Well, unless he
turn.
wants to Wheel of Fortune, which is
That's true. If
it's
he
not
wants to-
crazy.
if he
Like
wants
his
to Wheel of
opponent's on a
Fortune.
full hand, and his hand's almost empty.
Is that a fetch? Oh, so the third card he topped for was a fetch. So
Aha!
so
he
he
does
has
have
the
his black mana.
Yeah.
Flips his top. So now the fetch land is going to shuffle the top away, but he really wanted the other card. Was it Wheel of Fortune? Is he going for? He's going for Notion Thief Wheel of Fortune.
I think
isn't
he's
he?
going for Notion Thief Wheel of Fortune.
Oh my God, is this going to happen? Tell me this is going to happen. Notion Thief. He's got the Pyroblast up to defend it. Can you stop this, Brian Koval? Force of Will, sure. That's going to get blasted. Now what? Cracks his fetch land. Flusterstorm Pyroblast. Can he pay? 1,
Well-
2, 3, 4. Not quite.
I don't think he could.
Brainstorm is response to Flusterstorm. Needs to find another counter for the
Is that
Force of Will.
Did he draw a Vault key off that Brainstorm?
He
no,
drew
that's
key.
a top. It's a key and I think a top. There's an artifact I couldn't make out.
Okay.
Now key top is nice too, but nowhere near as nice as that that Notion Thief play was going to be.
Notion Thief down.
Yeah.
Dak plus.
Doesn't want
Discards
that
the Wheel of
Fortune
Fortune.
anymore.
Yeah, it's not as exciting now.
Not as exciting. Don't want to give your combo opponent 7 cards. So Brian has a decent amount of cards in his hand. And
Not that many. I mean, he did Force of Will and Flusterstorm. He's got
Yeah,
like 4.
sure. I guess I meant considering all the spells he just lost.
Well, he resolved
it's
Ancestral.
still- Yeah.
Ooh, DT.
That's a good one. Now, an outcome is not particularly exciting here.
There's 1 Black Lotus, 1 Soul Ring.
Yeah.
The fact that Dax stole the Mana Vault is very
Yeah,
relevant. If
that
it wasn't
one
for
card makes a
that,
big
Paradoxical
difference.
would look good here.
Yeah,
Dak
agreed.
could potentially steal another artifact next turn as well. Would have to give his life, but might. All right, Cosmo, as a response to DT, is going to look at the top 3. There is a Force of Will that he could potentially flip his top 4.
Yeah. Now, I don't think there's anything in Brian's deck that really punishes you for not countering the demonic. I mean, like he get a Talarian, but that's not scary here.
Does he have a Yogwill?
Well, as opposed to Force of Willing the card
The thing that he got.
The card that he gets.
That's fair.
Now, I mean, a Yogwill would be very good.
Does he
here.
play it?
He does run it.
Okay. I know it's crazy. It's so powerful, but some people don't. It's only good after the game's gone for a while. Does get the Yawgmoth's Will.
Now, I don't recall if Cosmo's card in hand is blue.
I don't think it is. I think that's
Yeah.
why he found a
didn't.
Force of Will, but he does not
Yeah.
have the ability to cast it because he doesn't have a blue card. So
Yeah.
this is a value Yawgwill, but it's a lot of value.
Yeah, it's probably not going to win the game this turn, but it's
Oh, you know what, though? Brian declined to sack his Black Lotus as a response because he was afraid his Yawgwill was going to get countered. So he's sort of down 3 mana. If he'd gone all in on the Yawgmoth's Will.
no. I think he cast it with the Lotus. I
Oh,
think,
okay.
yeah,
And then
I
he
think
just
cast
quickly
it with the
replayed it.
Lotus
Sorry,
and
I looked
replayed it.
away. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
So he's getting an Ancestral, a Preordain, a Gitaxian Probe, so up 5 cards from that. Doesn't have the mana to Demonic as well. Well, I guess.
Ooh,
and a
Time Walk.
Not bad. Yeah, now if you had 1 black mana to Demonic as well, I would say that's probably it. But now it kind of depends on what he drew off there.
Found a Monastery Mentor.
Mentor's certainly not a bad card to have here.
And a Dig Through Time.
Yeah, that's good for him. Now Cosmo has a lot of draw steps and filters on his turn, and he's got a Voltaic Key in hand, so totally reasonable for him to take out a Time Vault on his turn and completely undo everything that Mentor's doing. Now Brian can try to set up counters in his hand with that dig to stop that, or he can try to set up lots of fast spells to increase his clock.
Plays the top to get a second monk. Plays an Opal to get a third monk. Repeal.
Yeah, and he's got a Hercules Recall in his hand, which I don't think he can cast it now, but that makes those monks lethal next turn.
Yeah, Brian wins next turn.
Yeah.
I think Cosmo gets 1 turn to try to pull off a miracle, though.
Yeah, and he's going to see 6 or 7 cards on that turn, so.
Oh, Remora. Wow. Mystic Remora means any cantrips that Cosmo plays are going to let Brian draw.
Yeah. I think from Cosmo's perspective, you ignore the Remora being there.
Oh, yeah, you have to.
Just play every spell into it. And
he has to get lucky, so sure.
Yeah.
Getting lucky now includes having the top couple cards of your library be bad. Almost wants that Wheel of Fortune here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just drew Treasure Cruise, though. That's
sure. Then he set it up on top.
A good way to start.
The Force of Will's under it that he saw before. So I think he knows 2 of the cards he's going to draw here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Force of Will and something. All right.
All right.
Well, there's Force of Will on Treasure Cruise. Again, Cosmo's got a Force of Will floating on top of his library, but I don't think his card is blue.
No, it's the Voltaic Key.
Sure.
So kind of Cosmo's only chance now is Dacking, and then Time Vault is within the top 3 afterwards.
Sure.
If he knows the top 2 are things that he does not want.
Can he hardcast Force of Will?
Oh, he can. Does he have the blue mana? Yeah. He'd have to use all his.
He's going to hardcast Force of Will.
Yeah.
Reasonable.
Which is interesting because what does he need more now, cards or mana? He needs them both. He
Right.
probably does need the cards more, but it gets harder and harder for him to actually cast a Time Vault.
He has
that
a
he
Hercules
draws now.
Recall. He can pick up all his artifact mana.
Oh, he has that?
Yeah. Turns a profit of like 3 mana.
Yeah.
He doesn't get to Mana Vault because it's not his, but.
Your judge will meet you at the Turbo Town Banner. Commander
Yeah.
Card 29.
Yeah, Dak.
You're ready
Time
Time
Walk,
Walk.
and Demonic Tutor. Whoa. Yeah, they discard 2 of them. Is this DT for Time Vault? Time Walk, untap,
Yeah,
DT for Vault, play key.
If Brian doesn't have another answer, that is enough. Well, that gives him infinite turns. He's sitting there with a Mana Vault and a Mana Crypt in play. He does have to deal with them. before he
Sure.
dies to
Well,
them,
the Mana
but-
Vault he can untap. The Crypt
Yeah.
he's going to have to find a way to get rid of. All right, there's the Time Walk.
All right.
Another Force of Will
Another
for
Force
Brian
of Will.
Koval. That should do it.
Yeah, Brian Kessler did last turn. He was drawing a lot of cards. He knew he needed to get
It
counters.
was not
in his hand.
unreasonable for him to have multiple Force of Wills, given all the card drawing he did
Yeah.
on that Value Yogwell. And there you go. There's the handshake. Brian Koval and his PO deck through to the semifinals. Cosmo gave us a show.
For sure.
Gave us a show.
And there was every possibility until the very last second that he could have won that game.
Yeah, he almost stitched it back together. He made Koval show him a second Force of Will. But Koval had it, and Brian Koval is through to the semifinals. So
So we know it is going to be an outcome versus workshop.
the finals is outcome versus workshops.
And they're 2 very similar workshop decks and very similar outcome decks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is fitting, and we've still got plenty of Magic left to be played. These are interesting decks. They're going to be explosive.
Yeah.
They're.
And I think they're going to be 2 really interesting mirrors. I don't know which we'll get to see.
I don't know. But I think you and I are done.
I think so.
That was fun. I'm glad you were hanging out with us.
Yeah, I'm glad I was too.
I think we're going to tag in Mike Noble.
So good to see you.
Yeah.
And have fun watching the top 4.
Absolutely. See you around. Am I tagging in Mark as well, or?
We'll get Mark in a sec.
All right. How you doing? What did you see? Where were you watching from?
I was watching from the area. I kind of got to see a little bit of the beginning of the Koval and Cosmo match. I was really Cosmo's deck is beautiful with the Fort Notion
fun.
Thief.
Super fun.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, we did CPO kind of pull it out, and we have the brackets working out in such a way that we have the two paradoxical outcome decks on one side of the bracket and 2 shop decks on the other.
Namtran versus Rich Shea. First 1 spot in the finals. Rich made the finals last year with a very similar workshop deck. That deck hasn't really changed much in the last year.
No, not at all.
It's like the metagame has changed as everybody has gone, oh my God, look at that final Andrew Marketon over Rich Shea. Their deck's insane. That has become the default build of shops. People have had a year to figure out how to beat it. It's not as good now as it was a year ago, but it's still going to make the finals in somebody's saying. It's still half of the top 4 here.
Exactly. Yeah, people finally learned to respect the deck.
Yeah.
That was a big piece. Additionally, it kind of had to dilute its game plan after board because of the rise of paradoxical outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so that'll be half of it, and then, the rise of paradoxical outcome indeed. I'll see you guys for the finals. I am going to tag in Mark Horning for the semis. Take care of things for him.
Hello.
Hello, Mark.
Back for some more vintage action.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no survival.
No survival. Yeah, that's the other piece of how this all played out that I'm kind of disappointed about. The survival deck has been put on the map this year for sure. Did not exist this time last year. A lot of these decks did. That's kind of one of the narratives that we see is that you see workshops, as Randy and I were just talking about, is kind of the same as last year. Not much has changed. Paradoxical outcome was more of like a deck being refined, like it was a known quantity but just didn't crack top 8 last year. But survival was all the cards were in the format. It's just a matter of figuring out how to configure it, figuring out like what it looks like, how it handles all these matchups, and suddenly it's there.
Yeah. Definitely proved its worth, at Asia Eternal Weekend and again here, North American Eternal Weekend, top 8ing both, winning over at the Asian one. However, just not able to kind of pull it off this weekend.
No, but getting another top 8 kind of cements it as a real force in the metagame. I really like the fact that we are in April is when it really premiered, and we were just able to bring back that kind of beat down game plan that we haven't seen in quite some time.
I agree. And one of those things too, it's it's going to go through that refinement period here That's, what we've seen with Paradoxical Outcome, trying to tweak the numbers, things like that. I think you'll see Survival of the Fittest kind of hanging around in the metagame.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's crazy. Even in such a new deck, I've seen various builds of it already as we're trying to find the optimal build. The one that top 8'd here happened to be very similar to the one that top 8'd or won in Asia, where you're kind of focusing more on being green, white, blue. Yeah, there's a Bayou and a Deathrite in this build, and not in the Asian one. But it's kind of focusing more on Stony Silence being a 3-of in the main deck, kind of playing more fishy, versus some builds out there are more of a 4-color. They'll run 3 Ancient Grudge as kind of the way of dealing with artifacts, run a few red cards like Ingot Chewer, Goblin Crater Maker, Anger, as more of like a 4-color deck that kind of attacks on a slightly different axis, even if with the same core.
Yep. And here we have the remaining bracket. We'll be watching live Namtran versus Rich Shea in the Ravager Shops mirror. And then we'll have another mirror, Paradoxical Mentor here with Brian Koval and Kyle Dorgan.
Yeah, so in this in the main match that we're going to start out with, one of the things about the Shop Mirror match is being on the play. In this case, Namtran is the 3rd seed going into this round, and Rich Shea is the 7th seed. So Rich, kind of having an uphill battle, has no one that he's going to be on the play against in the entire rest of the bracket because Cosmo was the only one under him.
Mm-hmm.
So he will be, Rich will be on the draw, Nam will be on the play. Nam has kind of a leg up in that first game, and Rich really wants to try to break serve.
Yeah, so it's, but again, from Rich's side of the table, this is probably a matchup he's play tested, just ad nauseum here. Like, really knows the lines. I would imagine that, the sting last year of losing to this very matchup to, Andy Marketon probably lit the fire. He knows the matchup, right? Let's be honest. It's going to be how prepared is Namtran for this matchup as well. Is he able to see all the lines? Is he equally as prepared?
Yeah, and that's something you see in decks that have abilities such as Arcbound Ravagers, where a lot of the combat math gets really complicated by the ability to act at instant speed. And despite the fact that lands and artifacts are sorcery speeds inherently, being able to sacrifice Ravager in constructive ways, activating Steel Overseer in constructive ways really creates odd situations in combat, and the more highly skilled player will be able to leverage their gameplay and be able to possibly break this mirror match open.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So we have Rich Shea's list here. Do we have Nam's list?
Might be over
Is
there.
it in that pile over there? Here it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay, it's buried.
Yep. So from list perspective, Rich Shea has a Triskelion main. He has a couple hangerback walkers, and that's going to be also one of the key cards here, right? The hangerback walker is going to allow you to buy some additional time to make sure you don't kind of get ran over here if either player comes out with a fast start.
Okay, looks like players are underway. Now with Nam's deck, it looks like it's a 59 out of 60 in the main deck. Nam going with a Chief of the Foundry over Triskelion. I feel like either one can be better in given situations, so I don't really know who does better in this first game.
Yeah, Triskelion is going to be able to pick off any of Namtran's Steel Overseers and other cards, and it might not be a card that Nam instinctively goes to Phyrexian Revoker.
Yeah. So it looks like players still shuffling up. Looking at the sideboard. Now the sideboard, when we get to game 2 and 3, also has a lot of the same things going on. Interesting to note, though, that Namtran is rocking 3 Precursor Golems, which are completely absent from Rich Shea's sideboard.
Rich Shea opting to go more over the top with Wormcoil Engines out of his sideboard here.
Yeah, Wormcoil Engine, just one more expensive, which we heard last year, Andy Marketon, who was on 0 Wormcoil Engines, just felt like 6 mana was just so much more than 5 mana, especially in this mirror match. And while Wormcoil Engine is vastly more powerful, the mana situation becomes one that you might not be able to get there.
One of the key things to note here with Rich Shea's list, he's going to have access to 4 Hangerback Walker post board, where Namtran will still only have just his 2 Hangerback Walkers.
Yeah, the only flying creature available in the deck can really do a number, especially if you get the Steel Overseer synergy going.
And again, with workshops, you know, the opening hand being very important. There's not really additional ways to draw extra cards.
Now you've seen some players in the field during the weekend trying out different ways of getting a little bit of card advantage. I know the Immortal Sun is one of the newer cards that players kind of played around with, but really it's just you got to evaluate your opening 7 and hope that the top few cards of your deck align with that game plan.
And we can see Nam really tanking here. And he's going to keep. Again, like just evaluating your opening hand with a workshop deck is very important.
Yeah. Oh, you start. Black Lotus is a pretty good opener for this deck. Having 5 mana on the first turn allows the Foundry Inspector to hit the field, and essentially Nam will have access to 7, although he's still only able to use about 5 mana worth.
So Namtran able to get a Hangerback on board. A very important card in this matchup, especially game 1.
Yeah, depending on how the rest of Nam's hand looks, we could see some Ravager action, some Steel Overseer action. Although, if he had either of those, we probably would have seen it on that first turn. So he's really looking for it off the top of the deck.
And Rich Shea has, you know, a Chalice of the Void. He has a Sphere of Resistance, but being on the draw is just, it's not quite as effective as it would have been if Rich was on the play. And again, you can see kind of the play draw coming into effect here, especially in the Shop's Mirror.
Mm-hmm. And Rich also with Black Lotus in hand. I'm really impressed with the amount of power that we're seeing in these opening draws. Sometimes Black Lotus feels rather unfair when your opponent gets in. It feels great when you do. How about we both have one?
Rich does have another very important card in this matchup in his hand, Steel Overseer.
Yeah, if you can get that Steel Overseer to stick around active without Walking Ballista taking it out, it can get out of control pretty quickly.
And Revoker coming down.
Yeah, we'll find out in a second what Revoker has decided to name. Might even get a slip of paper appearing.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're going to get live in-game confirmation.
All right. Although it does look like the words Hangerback Walker.
Yes.
So thank you, Nam, for having nice visible handwriting there.
And then Rich going through, looking what land he wants to deploy here. And we have a factory down.
Yeah, both players had access to 5 mana on that first turn. I really feel like Nam's might have actually been the more beneficial.
Oh, and a Walking Ballista.
That is huge.
This is going to wipe Rich Shea's board.
And it certainly does. Just immediately cashing in all the counters to get rid of that creature suite.
And Rich being behind on mana, not opting to play his Chalice of the Void. A lot of times you will see players run their Chalice of the Void out to prevent, you know, additional fuel for your Arcbound Ravager. Rich, though, a little behind on mana, doesn't want to risk kind of blanking his future Moxen draws.
Yeah, I can't think of a situation, at least in the first game, where you'd want to use something other than 0, because casting it for 2 is just locking yourself out of so many cards.
Mm-hmm. Nam has a Academy. Not sure what else he had in hand.
Kind of looked like a Lodestone Golem, which is pretty big in this board. Although Walking Ballista does have the ability to take it out, but that would be cashing in the entirety of the Walking Ballista after using all of the available mana next turn. And sure enough.
Yep, the Lodestone Golem coming down.
Namtran, a part of Team Sirius, who are 1,000% serious according to the T-shirts that they were rocking this weekend. Rich Shea, a part of the Academy, which is, as they say, not a team. It's just the Academy.
The collective hive mind of the best shops pilots.
They have a few other archetypes as well.
Well, they have the Brian Kelly archetype as well.
It's true.
So now we're getting to a little bit trickier of a board for Rich to navigate. The nice thing is that he's going to be able to at least get off the table with a block here, that Lodestone Golem. However, he's going to have to take down that Thopter at some point.
Yeah, he's already at 9. That Ancient Tomb has been quietly doing a lot of damage. Like, Nam has just not really needed his Ancient Tomb as often, only at 16.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he'll probably have to answer that Golem and hope to find something for the Foundry Inspector, because that's the only one that's not taken care of with his current suite of creatures.
Nam looking to see how he wants to navigate the combat here with the Ballista on the table. And everyone comes into the red zone.
How do you block here?
I think you get the Foundry Inspector on the Lodestone there. And then you probably throw a Ballista in front of something here and then shoot down the Thopter.
Okay, you do shoot down the Thopter.
Yep.
We're going in front of the... Okay. He chooses not to do that, though. Ooh.
That's huge. That's taking an extra creature off the board that Rich would have had to go on block duty.
Yeah, I don't know. Sphere Resistance isn't exactly something that you want to see in the Ravager Shop's mirror. I think Rich just drew lock pieces when Nam drew Aggression, and this might be the end of this game.
Yep. Ravager here. The draw for Rich.
Hey, I'm not out yet.
So he's going to be able to load up his Ballista here.
Yeah, Ballista can get to a 4/4 at most. But if he chooses to do that, he loses access to all of his mana because he will sacrifice the Mox Ruby, and the Ancient Tomb just can't be used anymore.
Does buy Rich a draw, though.
Yeah.
Although that might be the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Phyrexian Revoker forcing Rich's hand, or in this case, forcing Rich's scoop. And yeah, that seals it for game one, going to Nam on the play.
So Arcbound Ravager came down for Rich. He was threatening to potentially maybe kind of work his way out of there with maybe some other draws, but Nam with the Revoker to kind of just seal the deal for game one.
Yeah, just the idea that Rich with Chalice on the draw is effectively a mulligan in that situation. Nam not really being able to be disrupted when you can't get that Chalice out right away, and then just the Sphere of Resistance off the top. Nam was just working with more cards and more life than Rich.
I mean, Rich Shea being on the draw there was essentially at a mulligan of 5, right? Because he's on the draw with a Chalice of the Void and a Sphere of Resistance, which Nam's already able to kind of play around by being on the play. So I've seen a lot of lot of thinking too with the thought of, do you still keep in the chalice if you're on the play?
I am a big fan of keeping the chalice in.
Okay. I've seen that kind of debate go back and forth. A lot of players I know really wrestle with that. If you want to keep the chalice, potentially slowing down your shop's opponent who's on the draw now. And one of the ways that they effectively try to get back ahead is deploying, the Moxen, Lotus, things like that.
Yeah, I'm looking, trying to see. We kind of got a glimpse there of how Rich is choosing the board. I do believe Chalice of Void did stay in. Yeah, it looks like that's what's being shuffled up right now. From the looks of it, what you'd obviously expect with the Force Sphere of Resistance, Thorn of Amethyst, and Trinisphere going out of the deck, probably not coming back in, play or draw. And additionally, Lodestone Golem being expensive at 4 mana, which is crazy to think in a deck that has a land attached for 3, and really just not disrupting at all. It's just a vanilla 5/3.
Just a vanilla 5/3 that gets blocked by everything. The factories are able to go on block duty, kill it. Foundry Inspector is able to jump in front of it. Just not the most effective card in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, Lodestone being a one-of in the format certainly took a hit, but when Foundry Inspector was kind of figured out after Kaladesh came out, it really put Lodestone kind of on a back foot, and we even saw Andy Marketon at times not playing Lodestone Golem online.
So what Nam's going to be looking to do post-sideboard is he has access to the Null Rods and Precursor Golem, and he also has Chief of the Foundry. So he's effectively just looking to shut off all the abilities of the creatures and then just go wide and go bigger with the Precursor Golem and the Chief of the Foundry. Richey is looking to go wide, so to speak, with his Hangerback Walkers to buy him time, potentially create a army of flyers, as well as going bigger with Wormcoil Engines.
Yeah, Wormcoil certainly huge in this matchup. Yeah, I mean we saw 7 cards coming out of Rich's main deck. I think in this situation with the 2 Hangerbacks and the 2 Wormcoils, I could probably see there's a one of Dismember in Rich's sideboard, and there's a few kegs, 2 kegs and a Ratchet Bomb kind of serving the same function. We might see possibly just the 2 powder kegs come in because they also hit Mishra's Factory when it's animated.
Yeah, a lot of players sometimes for shop mirrors like to bring in some of the kegs. Helps clean up some of, the flying tokens left behind from a Hangerback Walker. Also able to just kill Hangerback Walkers, Ballistas right away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of 0 drops in the shop decks these days.
Yep. But yeah, I would expect both players to be bringing in their lone copy of Dismember. And again, one of the big things is who's going to draw the right combination of cards here. Nam is looking to negate some of that with going with the Null Rod plan, right? He's able to slow down any Arcbound Ravager, Steel Overseer, Walking Ballista interactions, and he's looking to go wide with the golems here.
One of the things that Nam also has access to instead of Rich is not only the 1 main deck copy of Chief, but the second one can really just make the normal size creatures slightly bigger very quickly. Obviously, you need Steel Overseer around to a turn before it can start actually pumping up the rest of your team, but Chief can kind of ruin combat math that you're expecting. If you're trying to play defense and you kind of line up what you want to defend with, and all of a sudden your opponent drops a Chief of the Foundry, and it just completely ruins all that math. That can be backbreaking in some instances.
Also interesting to note, people a lot of times forget this interaction, but with Chief of the Foundry out, you can essentially just drop a Ballista on the table. It's still going to be around as a 1/1. I've seen a Shops player assume that their Ballista was going to die when the Dredge player had some Bridge from Below in the graveyard, and they were mistaken when that happened.
I ran into a situation like that playing Magic Online once. My opponent was on a more kind of what we saw with Blaine Christensen, like a Stax version of a workshop deck. A little bit different though. It didn't have welders, but it ran Karn Silver Golem, and I had a Chief of the Foundry out. And Karn Silver Golem, known for paying 1 to turn any artifact that isn't a creature into a creature with power and toughness equal to converted mana cost. He was trying to eat my Moxen, so to speak, and instead they turned into 1/1s.
So again, one of the cards I think that just doesn't get enough credit and kind of flies really under the radar in terms of more recent printings is just Walking Ballista. What it's been able to really add to, Ravager shops, Food Chain. We've seen Bomberman with it. Just the extra utility of being able to be a mana sink later in the game and then being able to just deploy it at whatever mana you have. You didn't really have that with Triskelion.
Yeah, Triskelion just being really expensive. I mean, we see NAM not running anything that costs more than 5 in the entire 75. It's Triskelion. Yes, Rich has one. But very expensive. Only has one. Walking Ballista being able to be just a 2-drop or a 1-drop if you have a Foundry Inspector out is just so much cheaper at times. And yeah, it does have a versatility that we saw all throughout Legacy for sure, with the Bomberman, the Food Chains, the Eldrazi decks, just having a mana sink when their cloud posts go out of control.
Yep.
Yeah. And it certainly made an impact.
And Nam with the mulligans here and being on the draw is going to have really tough sledding here.
Yeah, already down to 5 from looks of it.
With the amount of shuffling, you would think Dredge is currently on camera, but that is not the case. We have 2 shop decks going to battle. And again, Namtran is currently up a game against Rich Shea. However, with the mulligans here, it's looking a little grim for game 2.
Yeah, there are 5-card hands that work pretty strongly. Hopefully, Nam will get one of those. But if you're going to have a game where you're kind of on the back foot in terms of mulliganing, might as well make it one where you have to break serve anyway and just come back game 3.
Well, Nam has a very good 5. I see a Mishra's Workshop and a Foundry Inspector. I'm pretty sure just off those 2 cards alone makes it a really good 5. He looked like he also had a Walking Ballista in hand as well.
Yeah, and he likes it for sure and is keeping. Now, Foundry Inspector from Rich as well, but no additional artifact mana to capitalize.
So, and again, if you mulligan to just 2 cards, that's the exact 2 you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, if the workshop doesn't stick around, which often it doesn't, if you can get rid of it with Foundry Inspector out, and there we go, then you're hoping to draw additional mana to be able to actually cast your spells at this point, to be quite honest.
And Rich Shea just was priced in. I already have Namtran down to mulling to 5. I have to get rid of this workshop and just slow his mana development.
Yeah, Rich understanding the power of Foundry Inspector, willing to let Nam trade off if he wanted to, just to keep him off that extra mana. And I believe that Wasteland was off the top, in fact. I could be wrong.
No, I think he had that in his opener.
Okay. It was tough to tell.
Nam effectively has 2 mana right now. But Wasteland here for him is a bit of a tricky situation. You can't really Wasteland your opponent when you're already behind on mana and the board.
And another Foundry Inspector. Oftentimes with the way that Ravager Shops is built, this lets you play out nearly the rest of your hand for free.
which it looks like Rich Shea is evaluating what else he wants to deploy on board here.
Yeah, I can't really tell based on his options. Ooh.
He's going to waste the waste. Rich Shea says, fine, I still have a lot of mana over here on my side of the board. Thanks to the 2 Foundry Inspectors.
Yeah, Rich is still on 3 mana effectively, maybe even more depending on how you count 2 drops. Ooh. Are we just going to see an army of inspectors? Yeah.
Yes. And so Rich Shea plays Phyrexian Metamorph, choosing to copy one of his own Foundry Inspectors. Now Rich will be effectively at 4 mana.
Yeah. That math does work correctly.
This is the last call for our 230 Platinum Draft. If you would like to play in our Platinum Draft and you have not yet
Yeah, I don't see how Namtran comes back from this. This just seems far too aggressive.
And that's the things, right? You see the early turn board development, and then it just snowballs, and it's such a huge advantage, these Foundry Inspectors.
We'll find out what that Revoker is naming. Black Lotus, okay.
Black Lotus being one of the few ways maybe Nam gets back into the game.
Yeah, and this deck is essentially the 5th copy of Mishra's Workshop.
Yep. And the team comes in. Nam's going to have to block one of these here.
He might just call it.
Or he can just go to 1. Either way, I think Rich Shea has this one pretty well in hand.
Mm-hmm. Trade with the fake one, so to speak. And we do see the powder kegs have come in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it for Nam in that game. Rich Shea evening it up with a very powerful opener, able to deploy Foundry Inspector and then just have a really fast development with that additional mana.
Yeah, Namtran's odds were really stacked against him just from the mulligans alone. And then also being on the draw.
There's Namtran on Ravager Shops from Cleveland, Ohio. Previously, SUG Cleveland Legacy Top 8 in 2013. And this is actually his 2nd Top 8 within Vintage Champs. What changes would you make? My sideboard could have been better.
I actually like Namtran's sideboard for this matchup. With the extra Chief of the Foundry, having the Dismember, going on the Null Rod plan, and the Precursor Golem.
Yeah, I just imagine that Workshop players, when they go through a field, they kind of see the cards that they didn't have as they were playing out their day. And Workshop, I mean, if Workshops got to play a 30-card sideboard, they would be able to almost cover all their bases. There's just so many little nitpicky things that you can do with those extra 15 cards.
And as you made note earlier, he is 1,000% serious.
He is 1,000% serious. That's very serious.
Yes.
That's enough serious for 10 people.
And it got full warning right there, so you get a little bit of a heads-up caution there. So
yeah, some people might not be able to handle that. Well, we're going to hang out in the booth for now. So yeah, Ravager Shops Mirror. We're kind of about to go into Game 3. I don't see much changing in the deck configurations for Game 3. How about yourself? Do you see anything?
I mean, maybe go back and forth with that, Chalice of the Void argument. However, and I guess there is some merit that Null Rod is probably better if you're on the play versus the draw. I don't know if there's any considerations like that. The long or the short is, Nam is on the play. you obviously feel a lot better being on the play.
Mhm.
But as we just saw too, mulligans can dictate a lot of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Nam. So getting his mulligans out of the way, so to speak. Although any game, who knows how that can play out. But hopefully Nam can keep a 7. Rich can keep a 7. We can have a really good game 3 here.
Yeah. Although, like I said, just being on the play, that's what you want to be on, especially in the shop's mirror.
Yeah. Right now on the other side of the bracket, we have a paradoxical outcome mirror match kind of playing out. I had the chance to talk to Brian Koval once he found out who his opponent would be. And one of the things that he said is he feels like he is the control deck in that matchup.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so oftentimes when you're dealing with a mirror match, as we're seeing right now, you have kind of like a who's the beatdown thing. For those of you who have ever read that article, it's a pretty old article at this point, maybe like 20-ish years old. Yeah, who's the beatdown? The idea of assigning your role, especially in the mirror match, and Brian Koval knows what role he's going to be in. Hopefully that'll play out for him.
Yes. I mean, and you got to know your role, and hopefully the cards you have allow you to identify and dictate that correctly.
Absolutely.
And both players are shuffled up.
Rich Shea kind of making a face with his cards.
And again, we see, just the card evaluation, right? You're a workshop deck. You're only going to be drawing one card a turn the rest of the game. So just properly evaluating your opening hand to be adequate for this is also a huge decision point.
Yeah, Nam seems pretty happy with the 7 that he got.
And it looks like Rich is as well.
Ooh, now that is an aggressive start there.
Turn 1, Precursor Golem, putting 9 power to the board.
Yeah, so 9 power for 5 mana. The only card in Rich Shea's deck able to kind of take care of the card based on that like little trinket text is the One Dismember, but who knows if that'll show up, or is it currently even in his hand?
Yeah, so if Rich Shea had a Dismember, he'd be able to target one of the golems, and then the drawback with Precursor Golem is it gets copied for to the other golem tokens. Or golems in general.
Yeah. If Lodestone Golem's out, that one will get hit too. Yeah, but otherwise, he got 5 mana for 3 3/3s.
I'm assuming odds is damage, as is usual the agreement, and Nam adjusting his life total suggests that odds would be damage on that.
So Nam, funny enough, has a Metamorph in hand. Do you think we're going to see some more golems?
We could see a lot of golems here.
Yep.
Yep. I mean, Rich Shea has the Hangerback Walker. That's what you want on block duty here to try to, get back to at least parity. However, I'm not sure how much time that effectively buys him with, the mana constraints that Rich is working under with only just the Mox Sapphire and the Factory.
Yeah, there's 18 power out there right now. That is, or 19 even with the Ravager, but 18 power worth of golems. I don't know how Rich creates a permanent advantage to be able to block all this.
I mean, Rich is going to need a powder keg here. A powder keg at least lets him try to claw back into the game.
Yeah, Keg will take care of 4 of them, though. He's still pretty behind on creatures. Rich is in a tough spot here.
Yeah, like in a perfect world, you would have powder keg and a Mishra's Workshop to then metamorph the Precursor Golem, start getting more guys on board, and maybe try to turn the corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The dice that are in play obviously representing the other golems. They had enough golem for 1 Precursor Golem, but not for the second one.
And again, we're just seeing, the power of being on the play in this matchup, how it can just really snowball.
Mm-hmm. Rich is trying to figure out what the line is here at this point.
He's got 2 Ravagers, 2 Ancient Tombs.
Yeah, Rich has taken some damage. This game is at 11.
Yeah, Rich is not at 20. It's even a more dire situation than the screen might lead you to believe.
Yeah. Yeah, already lost half of his life.
And now going to 9. He has a Revoker as well.
Yeah, I just think the fact the Precursor Golem goes wide is and there's a handshake. Rich Shea losing to Namtran. Namtran showing how 1,000% serious he is, and he's serious about this finals.
All right, and Nam did leave the null rods in the sideboard.
Okay. Yeah. So Namtran, it's his second time making the top 8 of Vintage Champs, and he gets to make a finals appearance here.
Yep. So we have our one finals deck, Mishra's Workshop, looking to run it back to back. Mishra's Workshop, the Ravager Affinity deck or Ravager Shops deck, won it last year in the hands of Andy Marketon. Namtran looking to hope it goes again this year.
Yeah, he's now he's going to have a little bit different finals experience than Andy had. He just happened to get that finals experience in the semifinals just there by playing against Rich Shea. So it'll be interesting to see now. One of the things going into this tournament, we talked about how Shops is one of the best decks. PO is one of the best decks. The finals are those 2 best decks.
It will be Paradoxical Outcome versus Ravager Shops. We just don't know who our Paradoxical Outcome player is yet.
No, we do not. And from the looks of it, we are possibly still concluding that match. What we're going to do is actually record it for everyone at home, have the full start-to-finish match available for everyone so you can see all the gameplay from start to finish.
And one of the key things to note, Namtran was 3rd place. If he plays against Kyle and Kyle beats Brian Koval, then Nam would be on the play against the Paradoxical Outcome deck.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is Koval's match is going to game 3. We're going to jam out these first 2 games about double time.
Okay.
And then we're going to go to play game 3 live.
All right, perfect. So from the sound of it, we're going to start. We have a little bit of replay going so far and available. We're going to play a little bit fast, and then we'll catch ourselves up to the game that they're about to start, and we'll start that from the beginning. So we get the entire match, and we're going to start that right now.
Yep. So we're going to, a little bit of spoiler alert.
Don't. Okay, go for it.
We held them.
Oh,
they are
okay.
in a game.
I was worried that you were going to say what game it was. Okay,
We're not going to say what game it is.
Okay.
The match is not over.
That's very respectful.
We are going to catch up to where they're at, though. So we're going to go back here a little bit, see what happened in game 1, because they definitely at least played a game 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll catch up live and bring you the conclusion of that match live as well.
Awesome.
So they're getting that queued up right now. And again, if you're Nam here, you got to be obviously rooting for Kyle, right? Nam wants to be on the play against the Paradoxical Outcome deck.
Absolutely.
So by Kyle being the 4 seed, if Kyle wins, then Nam will get to be on the play.
Yeah, so we might know who he's rooting for.
Yeah.
Interesting note, and someone mentioned in chat, with the finals last year being Andy Marketon and Rich Shea, he has just beat Rich Shea. Apparently, he beat Andy Marketon in the Swiss.
So he's just taking them all down.
Yep. He is the shot master for this weekend, taking down the 2 shot masters from the finals from last year.
Wow, there's some big trophies to claim, like, you know.
Oh, yeah. Good job, Nam. And it sounds like we're getting the go-ahead on this match.
And again, Brian Koval on the left with Paradoxical Outcome, Kyle Dorgan on the right with Paradoxical Outcome. And Brian, being the 1 seed, gets to opt to play.
Yeah, and quite a spread of mocks in there. That's kind of the mana that Brian wants to see. He doesn't have to worry about things like Null Rod or Stony Silence against the mirror match. He's free to deploy all the mocks in and have plenty of fuel for future Paradoxical Outcomes.
And a great start here, just being able to run out Night's Whisper into Ponder and Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, so many cards in here. It looks like he's all fuel for the Paradoxical Outcome and the Paradoxical Outcome himself. Kind of shields down, like he just fires it off, hope it resolves kind of situation, but maybe we'll see that this turn.
And we see the Storm counter come out. And we're floating some mana, and we're going to fire it off, and Brian's going to see if Kyle has a way to interact, and it does not look like that.
Shields down for sure. Yeah, so with that many permanents, oftentimes Paradoxical will be able to find more fuel, be it additional Paradoxicals or other draw spells to just keep the engine roaring. Now, one of the things that people mention, and all right, that was an easy game 1. Brian showcasing the power of just having all those mocks in to start and just Night's Whisper into Ancestral, into Paradoxical. Easy game.
Brian Koval, a previous Star City Games Invitational winner as well, with creating the Monk token.
Yeah.
So he's able to serve with his own Monk tokens. He has Monastery Mentor in his list.
Yeah, and we did see that on camera this weekend. Additionally, last year he made Legacy Champs top 8 with Grixis Delver back when it was running Deathrite Shaman. Hometown is, in fact, where we are right now, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He was telling me all about how he gets to sleep in his own home, and hopefully that kind of gave him an edge in terms of tournament preparedness.
He's looking to protect the home turf here.
Yeah. What changes would you make? I'd fit a Fragmentize or Chain of Vapor. I like the sound of Fragmentize.
I might be a little biased. I'm a big fan of Chain of Vapor.
I should have known you were going to say that.
Yep. It's the only reason I won
Yeah,
a certain vintage tournament all those years ago.
I feel like he wants that card for not Blightsteel Colossus.
But it does a good job at bouncing a Blightsteel Colossus, for the record.
Fair. Yeah, so Lotus for Kyle, and no real first turn action besides that. It's interesting that Brian, when I talked with him, he said he was a control deck in this matchup, but he really showed the aggro side of it that first game. Might see a little bit different action this second game now that he's on the draw.
Well, and Brian, first game, all he had was the outcome, so he had to, try to force the issue, and he did, and it was able to resolve. This game lining up a lot differently than game 1.
For sure. Kyle getting the Ancestral this game. And it looks like he, in fact, has interaction in his hand. He has at least a Force of Will.
And Kyle able to double Ancestral with the Snapcaster Mage.
So Brian going with Time Twister. That's a draw spell that you don't see that often in these decks, but is kind of because Brian decides to go with a more Mind's Desire fueled deck as well. He's often wanting to refuel, but it gets Flusterstormed.
And again, we have Kyle sending in. He's got some protection as well with his Force of Will, and now has access to any card in his deck with a Demonic Tutor.
Yeah, with Brian not interacting with his demonic tutor, I feel like Kyle's going to think that he has a window to do something pretty drastic. Ooh, and drastic indeed. So combo, console of allocation. Basically, every non-creature spell in Brian's deck drains him for 2. He'll lose 2. Kyle will gain 2. And hopefully Brian can find some way of getting that off the board, or allowing it to not even resolve.
And so Brian tries to Force of Will it. Kyle has the Force to Force of Will.
Yeah, force your force.
And one of the more hilarious things when Paradoxical Outcome was really kind of breaking out as a deck, especially on Magic Online, you would see a lot of times that a resolved Kimball, the opposing Paradoxical Outcome deck wouldn't even have an answer to remove it from the table.
Yeah, these days you often see Karakas to kind of play that role. There is one Karakas in the sideboard of Kyle's deck. I'm not too sure about Brian's.
So looking at Brian's list, he has 2 repeals, main, and then he also has a Karakas in his sideboard as well.
Yeah, I feel like Brian has very good awareness of the matchup to bring in that Karakas, and hopefully this dig through time will find it for him.
Mm-hmm.
That is certainly one that's worth taking the 2 damage for.
Yeah, but I mean, between having to play spells and then Kimball just being able to attack, Brian doesn't have much time.
But he finds Karakas.
Brian able to find the Karakas thanks to the dig through time. And that's going to slow down Kimball really pressuring him.
Yep.
Snapcaster, let me look through your graveyard, see what's coming out here. Looks like we have an outcome.
And in fact, that's what he wants to use.
And one of the more well-known interactions with the deck is to play the Snapcaster to flash back your Paradoxical Outcome and then bring your Snapcaster back to your hand.
Mm-hmm.
So you're essentially also able to rebuy the Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah. Kyle not continuing the chain of the Paradoxicals, although he could have felt that Brian was shields down by not interacting with that Snapcaster into Paradoxical Outcome, so maybe he'll try for it next turn, or in this case, at end of turn.
I think that's in response to the Mentor here.
Yeah. And easily countered.
So Brian has a Monastery Mentor on board. It looks like he only has 1 card in hand, however.
It looks like we're going to see that chain again. See that Snapcaster enter Kyle's hand, draw a few cards.
Kyle's essentially able to go off here with the Paradoxical. And again, Brian, it looks like he just has the 1 card in hand.
Yeah, I don't imagine this playing out in Brian's favor at this point.
Vintage Challenge players. Pairings for round 3 are being posted now. That's 1 p.m. Vintage Challenge. Pairings for round 3.
And Hercules to generate additional mana.
I think it was just 1 additional, or 3 additional, but it's worth it.
Snapcaster for Demonic Tutor. Demonic Tutor able to potentially get another Paradoxical Outcome. Continue the chain. And now we have our win condition here on Kyle's side.
Yeah, Kyle more than likely looking to chain a bunch of spells together, get an obscene number of monks in play, and probably time walk and just attack for the win.
Yeah, so Kyle's just going to build up a huge chain here with a bunch of monks. Set up for the time walk. and then try to send it to game 3.
Although this looks like possibly the end of his mana for the turn. So yeah, instead, not finding Time Walk, having to Emergent Scroll for Force of Will and just protect himself. And yeah, Brian finds that to be good enough. Tied it up at 1-1, which is kind of what we knew going into it. Didn't share it with you all because, as we said, Game 3 is live.
Yep. So inherently there were a little bit of spoilers.
I think the moment we started rolling Game 2, people could have figured it out. So here we are. The players are not in double speed anymore. They're normal pace, and we're going to figure out this Game 3.
So we have Kyle Dorgan, who is the 4 seed, not the 1 seed there. He will be on the draw against Brian Koval, the 1 seed, in the mirror match of Paradoxical Outcome Mentor Storm.
Yeah, neither player breaking serve so far. It'll be interesting to see just how it lines up for this third game. Brian being on the control path with how he views this matchup. It'll be interesting to see just how he approaches this differently than how he was on the play at Game 1.
So some of the differentiation in the list is Kyle has Tinker Blightsteel, whereas Brian Koval does not have Tinker Blightsteel. He has a main deck Tendrils of Agony.
Which do you like better?
I like Tendrils a little better just because of all the Dak Fadens running around. I don't like losing to my own Blightsteel Colossus personally.
Okay. So Kyle, this game is on a mulligan to 6. Kind of tries to make up for that with a Night's Whisper there.
Demonic Tutor here. Searching up some goodness. Brian only down to 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, Brian trying to create a critical mass if he wants the Paradoxicals to hit and be able to chain.
Most likely going for Ancestral Recall. One of the things with the Paradoxical Outcome decks, they don't really play Mental Misstep.
No, that is something, maybe one of the innovations throughout the year is the idea that finding the role that Paradoxical Outcome really plays in the metagame and realizing, oh, we don't need Mental Misstep. We'll fight in the axis of Force of Will and Flusterstorm and cast our spells that often don't cast one for 1 mana.
Yep.
Don't cost 1 mana, rather.
So Brian, Demonic Tutor for the Ancestral, knowing that going against Paradoxical Outcome, these lists don't really deploy Mental Misstep.
Yeah, so Gitaxian Probe, one of in his list, because that's all you get.
And Brian chaining together some Mox Opals to generate mana.
Yeah. Flashing back his little Halloween celebration there.
It looked like he picked up a Black Lotus, if I'm not mistaken, and a Tendrils of Agony as 2 of the 3 cards he just drew off of his Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, it kind of looks like he's evaluating Storm Count now that he's drawn into the Tendrils and the Lotus. Probably the 4 mana to cast it and wants to know if it's good enough.
And there we go with the Tendrils.
Is it good enough? Yeah,
And
it's good enough.
enough.
He saw the coast was clear with the Gitaxian Probe. He drew with the Ancestral Snapback Ancestral and was like, oh, this is how I win the game, and showed him the win.
Brian double checks his graveyard. Yes, I generated enough storm. Oh, and by the way, with this recall, I get my tendrils and you're dead.
Well done, Brian.
So Brian Koval moving on to the finals will be in a favorable position of being on the play against third place, or the third seed, Nam Tran.
Awesome. Yeah, Nam, unfortunately, Nam was probably looking for that to go the other way.
Yes.
But, yeah, neither player breaking serve during that match, and we see that Brian Koval will get to play and be able to kind of craft a game plan against Shops starting from the first turn.
Indeed. And Nam Tran's sideboard has null rods. So in a little more favorable position than some of the other workshop decks we've seen today.
Mm-hmm.
Nam Tran obviously a little more prepared for paradoxical outcome decks.
Awesome. All right. Yep. So we're gonna get those players set up for the finals. Now.
You want to tag in, Randy?
All right. We'll get Randy back on camera here to finish out this exciting vintage tournament.
And we are going to crown a new Time Walk painting winner.
Hey.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Sort of standing over Koval's shoulder watching that. It's crazy. Because I'm looking at his hand, right? It's like, oh, he's random. Because he's got, after the Ancestral, all he's got is a repeal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how well you could see his hand, but it's like, all right, I'll repeal, see what I
Yeah.
get. Oh, Gitaxian Probe. Sure, fire off the Gitaxian Probe, see what I get. Oh, okay. Then he winds up with his hand of Opal,
Yep.
Snapcaster. And we're like, yeah, it works. You could snap back the Ancestral, but he's got nothing else. He's
Yeah.
just throwing away 2 Opals as Lotus Petals. The Ancestral is 4 mana and a Tendrils.
It was a pretty saucy Ancestral
Yeah,
recall.
4 mana and a Tendrils.
It was a very saucy one indeed.
I mean, he's basically just looking for like an outcome or something, and he figures next turn is the turn he's going to go off. But, you know, he knows the coast is clear this turn, so you may as well cycle through these cantrips now. Who knows what could happen?
Exactly.
You could get the perfect Ancestral.
Yep. And
Win the game.
he did. Yep.
The opponent's face, Dorgan, was just like, okay, just incredulous sort of what did you just do to me? Come on,
and
that wasn't right.
And we saw on camera just Koval kind of starting to count the spells he played.
Yeah,
this
well,
turn.
as soon as he did the Ancestral and it was Lotus Opal Tendrils.
Yeah.
And like that's 4 mana. Now it's just like, well, he hasn't been counting Storm. He didn't think he was going off.
Yeah.
He was just like, let me play some random cantrips and see how far I get. So, right, all the counting was he didn't know the Storm count. Like he hadn't been tracking the Storm count. It wasn't double check. It was just we need to establish a Storm count. It wasn't close. It was like 12 or 13 or something. It was not close. But yeah, all of a sudden it's kind of a tell that it was a Tendrils.
A little bit.
What are you gonna do? So yeah, on to the finals. Brian Koval, PO versus Shops. Makes sense.
And again, we talked about on Friday, you know, we thought that this might be the outcome here, no pun intended, that we would have paradoxical outcome versus Shops in the finals to determine our 2018 North American Eternal Weekend winner.
Yeah, they are the 2 most defining decks in Vintage right now. This is 2018 Vintage. There's some random blue stuff going on. You can build it a bunch of different ways, but when push comes to shove, I think these are the 2 best decks.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. I definitely think that PO has been going through this refinement period, and now it's a little more well-positioned. They figured out, you know, a lot of the flex spots that they were previously working on and refined it, obviously, to the point now where it's kind of a stalwart of the format. And Ravager Shops has just always been there, right?
Yeah. I'm still just the intonation in Kyle Dorgan's voice at the end of that match is still. I don't know if I'm supposed to laugh, but it's just like he just didn't get to play.
Yeah.
And like Koval killed him on turn 2 twice. Game 1 was on the play, like Dorgan got 1 turn to play 1 cantrip, and then Koval went off and killed him with a couple paradoxical outcomes. Yeah, and then the third game. Dorgan gets 1 turn. Koval never even went through a paradoxical outcome.
Yeah.
Just played 12 random assorted cantrips, and somehow the mana worked out that he could tendrils at the end of that.
Well, and that's the thing, too. You see in Vintage, too, just the raw power level of some of these cards can swing a match vastly.
Oh, yeah. So, interesting final. And it is fair to say, I think, and Kyle Dorgan can attest to this, Brian Koval is running hotter than the sun.
Yes.
That is, by the way, the best strategy for winning a Vintage tournament.
Yes.
Run hot.
And how just the whole story from Friday.
I'm counting that. I'm absolutely counting that. Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about it. It's part of the story, right? Brian Koval I believe it was round 9 and round 10, right?
Yes.
So round 9, he's playing to try to hopefully get a handshake. So he's got the pseudo winning in, where as long as he gets a draw in the last round, he's in. He is, to be fair, he's up a game, and the game 2 is kind of, they're both on library. It's kind of close. Koval's probably ahead, like 60-40. His opponent accidentally forgets to discard. Basically goes up to 8 cards in hand, ships the turn, and he's like, oh, wait a minute, I need to discard. Well, that's a game rule violation. And it turns out that was that player's 3rd GRV of the tournament, which means he gets a game loss.
Yeah.
So winning in for top 8, you get handed a free game win to decide the match. Like, how good are you running to have that happen in your winning in?
Exactly.
But wait, there's more. Now, the one place where Koval doesn't run good is he gets paired down in the last round. He does not actually get the draw in the final round. He's the one guy on X1 that has to actually play. So, okay, fair enough. Now this one's really a winning in. This one's really a winning in. It goes to game 3. He's dead. He's literally dead on board. By the way, I want to go back to the round 9 because there's part of the story that I think is actually kind of awesome. When the judge came in with the ruling, GRV, game loss, Koval asked if the judge would downgrade it. He was just like, can we just mulligan the game? Let's just call it a draw. Let's just play over. I don't want to win it this way.
Yeah.
Right. He attempted to just let his opponent off the hook for that. And the judge was like, no.
Yeah.
That isn't how policy works. But, I mean, I love the sportsmanship there from Koval.
Oh, definitely.
And I don't know if you believe in karma, but we get to the 10th round. And he is dead on board. He is reaching his hand. He's literally scooping up his permanents and preparing to reach his hand over. And identically the same thing happened. The opponent, who has the win next turn, on board, 0 outs for Koval. There's nothing he can draw to get out of it.
He's literally about to be knocked out of this tournament.
Yes. And his opponent shipped the turn with 8 cards in his hand, failed to discard. The judge catches it. The judge looks it up. It's the dude's 3rd GRV of the tournament.
Wow. Just
game loss. The only reason Koval is in this top 8 is because of that game loss.
Yeah.
He goes from dead on board, drawing dead, 0 outs, and now he's in the finals.
And could potentially win the tournament.
Could win the tournament. He also, because he was forced to play for it, he's the only guy that got to 9-1, and he got the 1 seed, so he even gets to be on the play for the turn 2 kills in the semi. Yeah,
exactly.
Look. Vintage, there's lots of awesome stuff going on in Vintage. Some of it is super powerful. There are definitely games where, your opponent just runs too good, and you don't get to you don't get to interact with them. They just win. Vintage happens.
I would always rather be lucky than good, right?
I'm not even sure I believe that myself personally. I want to earn it somehow. I'm wrong to think that, but I probably in my heart of hearts do think that.
You can't beat luck, right?
Brian Koval's opponents have not been able to. I mean, Brian's also playing great. I love the sportsmanship. I'm not saying he's doing anything wrong.
Oh, yeah.
He's not doing anything wrong. He's actually playing really tight Magic. It's just to be in the finals after you reached to concede in the last round of the Swiss is insane.
I just remember talking to Brian about this. He said he drew his card, looked at his hand, and was about to extend the hand. And then his opponent said, oh, I have too many cards in hand. Let me discard. And then it played out to now Brian Koval in the finals.
And I think he's favored. He is on the play. And I think he has a deck matchup advantage. Not a huge one, but I actually think that the way paradoxical outcome decks have evolved over the course of the last year, they are actually favored against shops.
Well, yeah, especially just having that huge advantage of being on the play here.
Yeah. No, I think that if they were rolling randomly to see who was on the play, I would have Koval favored. I think he has a slight deck matchup advantage, and I think getting to be on the play just pushes that dramatically. Of course, I'll say this. I don't think his edge is as big as the one Matt Sperling had in the quarterfinals over Rich Shea.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's deck matchup advantages, and then there's vintage.
Exactly.
Like, sometimes vintage happens. We all know that. That's what you sign up for when you play this format. Like, just the raw power coursing through the format means crazy things can happen, but I do think, they play this 100 times. I think Koval on the play, I think he probably wins like 60 of them.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. And now we're at the point, too, with the Paradoxical Outcome decks. They have, the 4 Hercles and the 75.
Does he have all 4?
He
a
has
lot
all
of people,
4.
he's 2 in the main. Yeah, 2 in the main and the other 2 in the sideboard. That is definitely plan A. They're an aggro deck, right? The Shops deck is going to dump its hand. It's going to turn everything sideways. It's usually pretty easy to tell what turn you're going to die on. And the turn before you die, Hercles recall you, pick it all up, go off and win. That's the plan. Now, the other plan, does he have Tinker Blightsteel?
So Brian Koval is not playing with Tinker Blightsteel. He just has the Tendrils and Monastery Mentor, although he does have the option of Karn, Sign of Urza, post-board.
Yeah, maybe 60 is a little strong. The versions of Outcome that have a Tinker, I think, are even better against Shops.
Oh, yeah.
I think that if your PO deck has a Tinker Blightsteel plan, I actually think that's plan A in game 1. Like, after sideboarding, now you're at 4 Hercles. You can realistically bounce however many spheres they drew and go off. But they, other than Metamorph, they basically, if they don't have a Metamorph, your Tinker is just unbeatable.
Yeah.
You Tinker out Blightsteel Colossus, they can't do anything about it. They just, maybe they block for a turn, but they fall over and die if you can get your Blightsteel. And it becomes, like, worth tutoring to set it up. If you've got it, all right, fine. Koval doesn't have that, but he's got plenty.
And now we're cutting to the finals here. We have Brian Koval with Paradoxical Outcome and Nam Tran with Ravager Shops.
Yeah, Koval on the play. Let's
all
see what
to
he's got.
determine who is our 2018 North American Vintage Champion. And looking like a really strong start here. He has a recall in his opening.
Yeah, Ancestral's not a bad one.
And he already
you
has...
You don't play old school, do you? Nobody who plays old school calls it recall. There's a card called recall. It's Ancestral. It still draws 3 cards. Even if you call it by the wrong name, it still draws 3. Not a lot of artifact mana here. Just basic island. Obviously, he wants to play around Wasteland. But I think Brian would rather have gotten a little more fast mana. The second piece of fast mana might have let him time walk there. And here is Sphere of Resistance.
Brian does have a Force of Will in his hand. He also has a Hercules recall.
He's got the Hercules. Now this becomes interesting. Yeah, I like this. I think you go ahead and spend the Hercules on the Sphere. That way he can time walk. He's got a Ponder in there. He can sort of keep developing his board. He doesn't necessarily just want to sit and wait for a big Hercules because he doesn't have that much mana. Like the sit and wait for a Hercules plan, you at least want to be building up your mana base by making land drops.
So he has the Underground Sea.
Yep. This is probably Ponder. The Opal's not on, so it's possible that he just time walks.
Just time walk by another turn
yeah,
here.
Gets a land drop, gets another draw step.
Get more land into play.
So what does he got? There's the Hercules, the Ponder. That's a Demonic Tutor?
Demonic Tutor, yep.
I don't know what, there's not an obvious tutor target. With no Tinker in his deck and with Ancestral already in his yard.
Was that a Yawgmoth's Will in his hand? Or no?
He doesn't, I thought it was the DT. I think you just Ponder here. I don't think you DT. Oh, he's got Library.
Yep.
Okay.
He's going to Demonic Tutor.
What do you get?
Did not see it. Went too quick.
Just Treasure Cruise time? Or does he doesn't run Treasure Cruise, does he?
No, it doesn't look like he does.
Yeah, it's funny. Like between Treasure Cruise, Dig Through Time, and Yawgmoth's Will, it actually uses up a little too many graveyard resources.
No, he has Yawgmoth's Will.
I
That's
know
why
he doesn't
yeah.
have Treasure Cruise.
Yeah.
The point I was trying to make is that you basically get to pick 2 of those 3 cards.
Oh yeah.
Like the way you can't really support all 3 of them at max power. DT for Black Lotus was his decision.
Yeah, because he has the Yawgmoth's Will.
Because he has the
Yeah.
Yawgmoth's Will. Oh.
So it was Yawgmoth's
Oh,
Will
hell
in
yeah.
hand. Yeah.
Hell yeah. DT for Black Lotus, Yawg Will. He gets the Lotus. He's going to get to Ancestral. He's going to get to Walk. He probably, with that Ancestral, gets on the Library of Alexandria. He can probably flash back a DT.
He's going to be running into, more Moxen. The Opal's going to be online here. Yeah, I thought it was a Yawgmoth's Will in his hand.
We had both. He had the DT and the Will.
And now basically Brian Koval's
Jet turns on the Opal.
that Gataxian Probe should be removed.
He's Herculing himself just for Storm Count, and we're done! Another turn 2 kill from
Wow.
Brian Koval.
Turn 3.
Time Walk doesn't count. How many turns did the opponent get?
That's fair.
His opponent got 1 turn, and then Koval killed him.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Yeah, he didn't even finish with the Yawgmoth. There was still a Time Walk in there.
Still had all of
Still
these.
had
Yeah.
all that stuff in the graveyard. He's like, oh, I've got the Tendrils. We're just done. Wow. Yeah, this deck definitely. I've been saying it all weekend, really. I think in terms of raw power level, in terms of how good the deck is when it gets the good draw, nothing in the format compares to Paradoxical Outcome. This is the best. When it gets its good draw, it is the best deck in the format.
And I think one of the fascinating things with Paradoxical Outcome, how the deck's constructed, just ignoring mental missteps, right? A lot of the times with the blue decks, you see them, all the force, lists typically start with, a number between 2 and 4 of mental misstep, whereas Paradoxical Outcome decks are just like, I don't really care about your mental missteps, and I'm not going to play them either.
Yeah, no, you can't afford to have a reactive hand. That's the trick. You have to be proactive with a PO deck. You want to be actively doing things, building up to that PO. You can't just sit with a handful of counter spells.
Yep.
I mean, the Force of Wills you want. You got to be able to fight back a little bit. But yeah, that was that innovation was. I mean, the first person I saw doing it actually was Eric Froelich. Like when a couple VSL seasons ago, Froelich was building this deck, and I cut the mental missteps.
Yep.
I mean, there's probably other people doing it at the time, but that was the first one I noticed, and it was like, oh yeah, why are we slowing this deck down and junking this up with missteps? I mean, it's a good card in the blue matchups, but it's terrible in the shops matchup. So this is then a piece of why PO has actually gotten to a point where it's favored against shops, and it's just you want proactive. You just want cantrips and artifacts.
You really can't risk playing Paradoxical Outcome, drawing, 4 or 5 cards off your first Paradoxical Outcome, and then hitting a bunch of mental missteps and Force of Wills that do nothing.
Yeah, so typical list has only the 4 Force of Wills for permission. Maybe a couple Flusterstorms sometimes. Usually to be like 4 Force main, 2 Flusters in the board. Something like that. Wow, that was...
Brian Koval just out here killing people in 2 turns.
a lot of people getting vintaged in this vintage event.
Welcome to Vintage.
Yeah, it's his third turn 2 kill of the top 4.
Brian Koval, 1 win away from owning a shiny Time Walk painting.
I love that Time Walk painting. It's gorgeous.
I'm a little partial to one of the other alternative arts, but it's all right.
Can't imagine why. I mean, I'm still using Necropotence as my Twitter avatar, so I understand the nostalgia of the big tournament win.
So Namtran will have, obviously, 3 null rods coming in.
Yeah, good point.
Should help slow down Brian Koval. But again, Brian Koval does have access to 4 Hurkyl's recalls.
Right.
Attention players, I have about
Yeah, I mean, Nam needs a combination of aggro and disruption.
Yes.
And/or he needs Brian's deck to just defeat itself. I mean, it's got the highest top end, but it's a little on the inconsistent side. Night's Whisper has helped, but the deck can certainly be inconsistent. It doesn't draw like that last game all the time.
No, just when he's on camera, right? He's been getting those.
Evidently. What were his quarterfinal matchups? I know he was 2-0 in the quarters.
Last round he played the Paradoxical Outcome Mirror.
Right. I'm just. Did
against
we
Kyle
see that?
Dorgan.
We didn't see him against Cosmo, right? That was the one that just was never on camera.
That was not on camera, but I did see him turn 2 in game 1.
Really?
Yes.
He's got 4 turn 2 kills
in this top 8, at least.
He's only won 5 games. The 4 games we know about are all turn 2 kills. That's great. No turn 1 kills, though. Those are quite rare. They happen.
Brian Koval having library and being on the draw. It is a little risky trying to just sit behind a library against a workshop deck, however.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Just a little.
I mean, you still lead that way. Make them show you a wasteland, but
Nam having to mulligan here. It looked like Brian Koval also had a Mana Vault.
that card doesn't get to be in the shuffle. It really just wants to be your bottom card.
Nam hoping for a better 6 here. See a Lotus and a Null Rod.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lotus, Null Rod, Wasteland.
Once he cracks the Lotus for Null Rod, though, he doesn't have much mana to work with. Is it only the Wasteland for mana?
That's what it looked like.
Does he have another 2-mana spell, at least? I mean, this sounds like a keeper. I think this tank here is how to sequence it.
Yeah, he has a Revoker and a Hanger back.
Okay. Oh, Hanger back. It's probably Lotus, Null Rod. Well, Lotus, Hanger backs in case he's going to blow a Force of Will on a stupid Hanger back. And then tap Wasteland for mana for Null Rod.
Oh, and Lodestone.
Or he has a Lodestone Golem. Beatdown and Disruption.
Lodestone, obviously a very good card. Not always the best here because Paradoxical Outcome plays so many mana rocks.
Wow, and Koval does not go with his library. He goes Island Mana Vault instead.
Yeah, he's going to deploy the Mana Vault, look to try to stay ahead of potentially accumulating sphere effects.
But here comes the Null Rod. Nam Tran drew land off the top of his deck. Like, the way he played his opener, he wasn't necessarily going to get to play a turn 2 Null Rod. And now it's 6 cards for Brian, so he's still not on the library. Just has to settle for 2-mana Preordain. I mean, you don't get many library activations if you're being beaten in the head by Lodestone Golem.
Yep.
But
with Null Rod,
you still get a couple, and it's
with Null Rod shutting off the Mana Vault though, and then now Wasteland pressuring the mana base. It's just now we're seeing the collective disruption here. And this is going to start the snowball.
Right, he's got a Hercules, but it's a 3-mana Hercules because of the Lodestone Golem, and he can't use artifact mana to cast it, and his library is going to get wasted. So he has to go land drop, and then he'll be at 5. Like, I'm not even sure he can wait until Nam's end step. It's going to be one of these spots where he has to, main phase Hercules, and then they just get to replay their Null Rod. Yeah, I don't think Brian can get out of this. The combination of the Lodestone and the Null Rod seems like too much.
And Nam drew another land off the top here, another factory.
It's true. He's actually getting 9 power next turn. 10 power if he draws a land.
Mox Opal, the name with the Revoker. And this one I think is
Just
going to
9.
Yep. Be over fairly quickly here.
Yeah. On to game 3.
Koval looking for a Hercules recall there to potentially buy a turn, open up a window. Hercules recall not there, so we will shuffle up for game 3 to decide who is 2018 North American Vintage Champion.
Just one game of vintage left on the weekend?
Just one more.
What if I want more vintage?
I mean, we could go out there and play. So again, it looks like Nam going through his sideboard, seeing if he wants to adjust anything.
Yeah, gotta like Brian Koval's chances being on the play here. Ooh, there's the painting.
And just behind Brian, you'll see what they're playing for. So Brian back on the play for game 3 here.
Yeah.
He's got to like his chances. Oh,
Nice try, Jeff. That was worse, though.
Now it's completely off the camera, unfortunately. Jeff, you moved the painting off the camera. Yep. Oh, we're going to readjust. Get the painting back on the camera.
This is like Twitch plays Pokemon or something. Just left. Twitch plays Tetris, maybe.
There we go. On the camera again.
You can see all these deck lists on the Card Titan website. They are there.
How many turns do you think Nam Tran being on the draw gets this game?
3.
3?
3. That's my over-under.
I'm going to take the under.
You're going to take the under?
I'm going to take the under.
Well, I knew I couldn't set it any higher. Like
Yeah.
3.5 is the snap under.
Yeah.
3 is a tough under. I think it'll be a Hercules recall game. I think that the sort of look the bell curve of things that can happen has these long tails where all kinds of crazy stuff can happen. But like the middle, the peak of the bell curve, Nam Tran's going to do some stuff. He's going to play some creatures. He's going to play some disruption. Brian Koval's going to develop his mana base, and somewhere around turn 3 or 4, he's going to point a Hercules recall at Nam. Another mulligan for Nam. So Koval kept.
Koval is on 7. Nam is going to 6.
He's got. What is his colored mana situation? I see Ruby. I see Mana Crypt.
He has an Opal.
Okay, Ruby, Mana Crypt, Opal, and then like Preordain, Demonic Tutor.
It looked like Demonic Tutor, a top, and
a Force of Will.
Yep.
Interesting. I wonder how you play that. I guess you start with Mana Crypt into top and spin it. Like he can Demonic Tutor, but he doesn't have. There's no blue mana.
Oh, yeah, with the Opal.
Not if you Demonic Tutor.
Yeah.
Not if you use it for black for DT. Like you can't really DT for Ancestral. I think you probably look at the top 3 and then decide how to play it. We'll see.
I'm going to go on record saying that Nam probably only gets 2 turns here.
Oh, I'm back on the under with that draw. It's like 4 mana. Yeah, he's got 2 Moxes and a Vault and a Demonic Tutor. I like Brian's chances. I don't know how it plays out from here. It's not deterministic, as certain semifinalists might say. But the draw's good.
Yes.
Maybe he already has a DT target picked out. I guess he does. What does he get here? Does he just get PO? Put an outcome in his hand for next turn?
Could get an Academy.
Oh, Academy's great. I think you solved it.
Yep.
Academy lets you preordain and lets you have a Tolarian Academy.
and with the mana this turn, he can, deploy top, look at top, see
And
if he can just
preordain,
try
yep.
to go off here.
PO's not bad, though. Like, just a PO would set up next turn, draw 4, based on the permanents we can already see. Academy's kind of insane, though.
Yeah.
I think it's probably Academy. I think if it was Academy, though, wouldn't you preordain before you spin the top?
I think you would.
I think he got Paradoxical. Figuring he's got Force of Will blue card for whatever the disruption spell is. I mean, because the thing is, if he gets Academy, his ability to find business is down to just preordain plus top.
But finding Academy 2, you could potentially just sit there and hardcast Force.
Not quite.
Well, with one of the mana rocks, yeah, of course.
Wow.
Depending how you played it out.
A lot of fast mana for Namtran as well. And Chalice of the Void. This probably needs to get Force of Willed. Chalice on 0 turns off all the Paradoxical Outcome shenanigans. Like, if he got Paradoxical Outcome, then he's probably priced into pitching his preordain to this Chalice. Wow, he let it resolve. And now there's the Sphere as well.
I was going to say, I think that by chalicing or forcing the Chalice there, with all the extra mana Nam still has, then you really run the risk of falling under a Sphere or Null Rod. So I think you can maybe wait a little bit with the Chalice. Sure, it's an annoyance, but...
Wow, he let the Sphere resolve. What did he get with this Demonic Tutor? Did he get Academy and just hold it so that it didn't get it wasted?
No, he got an outcome.
He got an outcome. He
Yeah.
can't cast it now. That Sphere, why did he not? He's got, what's his hand? It's Force of Will, Paradoxical Outcome, and what?
Preordain.
Preordain. So he
Yep.
could have pitched. Does he have a Hercules?
He has a Hercules.
Okay. So I guess the Sensei's Divining Top must have seen Hercules Recall on top of his library.
Yep.
That's why Brian Koval let the Sphere and the Chalice hit. It's because he knew he was floating Hercules Recall. So now this is the turn where he's going to Hercules, then untap and go off. That's
Yep.
the plan. Namtran gets a second turn. Walking Ballista. Big Walking Ballista, potential damage dealer. But yeah, Namtran is now out of gas. I think Brian Koval sees his moment.
About to untap.
Yeah, DT
Yep.
for Outcome and Academy. That's still an interesting judgment call to me. He went with the Outcome route. He's lucky he had this Hercules, but I mean, he also knew it. He had a Force of Will.
Yeah.
If he hadn't seen the Hercules, he could have used Force of Will to set up his Outcome. But yeah, this Hercules, this is exactly the way you drew it up.
Yep.
You spend your first turn deploying a bunch of stuff. You know, Brian Koval takes, what, a couple of shots from a Ballista? And then, look, it's all back in Namtran's hand. He's down to just a factory. No disruption. Brian Koval can spin the top, set up next turn, and then just casually draw all those cards. You'll see him activate Divining Top as a response. He'll cast Paradoxical Outcome. That way he gets to draw 4 cards. Then the top activation will resolve. No top to flip on top, but you still get the card. So functionally, it's like drawing 5 from the outcome.
And Brian did pick up a Tendrils of Agony there.
Yeah. All right, he added an Opal. So the storm count is, what, 5 at this point? He didn't play anything before the outcome, so.
And I think Namtran is literally only going to have 2 turns.
Yeah.
Yep.
Storm count is 6, and he's 1 mana. We know he has Tendrils mana because we know he's got a Mana Crypt in his hand.
Yep. Well,
He
the
just
Mana
needs-
Crypt's down there already. Yep.
Oh, yeah, here's another outcome.
And that should be...
We're done. Storm
yeah.
count, a Jet, an Opal, and a Mana Crypt will cast Tendrils of Agony. All Brian Koval has to do is show his opponent Tendrils of Agony, and he is our Eternal Weekend Vintage Champion.
Brian just, of course, now just going through the motions. But for all intents and purposes, Brian Koval will be your 2018 North American Vintage Champion.
Assuming you're right and he had the tendrils in his hand. I haven't personally seen it, but I believe you. Yeah, I saw it that time.
Yep.
There's the Academy.
Yep.
Tendrils of Agony. There's the
And
handshake.
there it is.
Brian Koval. You know what's even better than running good? Running good and playing well.
Yes.
And being a good sport about it all.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Very worthy winner in Brian Koval. He played great. His deck list was great. And paradoxical outcome wins the tournament. Brian Koval wins the tournament.
In fitting fashion, Mishra's Workshop has been slayed in the finals, and we have blue back on top of Vintage.
It's been a while since the blue deck won, right?
Has been. Brian Kelly was the last person to win it.
Oath,
with
yeah.
Oath, yeah.
Paradoxical outcome is a hell of a Magic card, that's for sure. Shops now on a back-to-back runner-up finish. Of course, it also won last year.
Yeah.
Cup. That's a good tournament.
A blue deck with no mental missteps takes down the crown.
Yeah, no, good point.
And I think we should be able to get Brian Koval in here.
Sure.
Paradoxical outcome takes it down. Shops has been slayed.
Yeah, we said outcome looked good in the matchup. The 4 Hercules plan is just a great plan.
And just interestingly enough, I know it's very polarizing, Workshop and Mental Misstep right now. And the Workshop deck did not win, and there were no Mental Missteps in Brian Koval's
Well,
deck.
look, part of the way to make your blue deck good against shops is get those stupid mental missteps out.
Yeah.
They're terrible. Like, you just have these blanks in your deck for game 1. Something like Matt Sperling's version of the Pyromancer control deck, Xerox deck, whatever you want to call it. Those missteps are great in all the non-shops matchups, but you get a shops matchup, and suddenly you've got, 6 dead cards. How many Flusterstorms? How many Pyroblasts? 8 dead cards?
Exactly.
It's not an accident that the blue deck, which is good against shops, is the Paradoxical outcome.
Yes.
No Pyroblast. Flusters are usually only in the sideboard. There's basically no dead cards. You just got a proactive game plan. They've got the ability to disrupt it, but Hercules Recall then becomes that trump.
Yeah,
so.
and you've seen the progression of the deck where it's, they only had 2 Hercules Recalls in the 75, and now they're just all the way up the 4.
Yeah, they're up to 2 in the main.
Yeah.
Most people, including our winner.
And just Hercules Recall just being 2 mana, effectively wrath your board, so to speak, and then just be able to combo out.
And no Tinker Blightsteel. Also, no Vault Key. None of the crazy two combos. All right, I'll get out of your way.
Okay, you want it? Okay.
You can talk to him.
Yeah.
It's a little easier to get into my seat,
Yep.
right?
And here we have our 2018 North American Vintage winner, Brian Koval. How's it going?
It's awesome, dude.
I bet. Also, as a fellow Time Walk painting winner myself, congratulations.
Yeah, I'll make sure not to get it altered to match.
So, tell us a little bit about the list. One of the things, Randy pointed out is that you see a lot of these Paradoxical Outcome decks with a Tinker Blightsteel package. You did not play that within your 75. What kind of went into that decision a little bit?
I tested the versions with the Vault, the Key, the Tinker, the Blightsteel, and they were just a little clunky. Like, you have this weird, card disadvantage backup plan.
Okay.
And I just wanted to pedal to the metal. It makes me favored against the mirror and the control decks if I can just jam. And once I beat Cosmo, even against Cosmo, he's the control deck. In our testing, we determined if I go broken, he has a really hard time keeping up. And my deck was the most broken in the top 8 by a lot. Then in the mirror, I tendrils him on turn 2 or whatever that was, and that was that.
Yep.
And we saw 2 brutal tendrils in the finals. And
Yeah.
That's what I was going for. Just kill him.
Yeah,
Get him.
exactly. And so what did it feel like when we were watching the Kyle Dorgan match and you kind of just backdoored into that kill with, the Ancestral and just trying to dig? What was kind of, you just thought I had to go for it, right?
So I didn't start that thinking, let's find tendrils. I was just like, let's draw as many cards as we can and pass the turn with as much mana and as many options as possible and try to put something together next turn. But then just the repeal found the probe, which found I don't remember the sequence exactly, but exactly enough mana. And then the Opal into Snap Recall or Snap Ancestral, found the Lotus Extra Mox Tendrils. And like when I drew those, I was like, all right, what's the storm count?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Went back through the graveyard. Like I wasn't even keeping storm out. But I mean, that's vintage. One of the biggest differences between his list and mine was the 4th Opal.
Yep.
And I cut that in almost every matchup. But in talking with Rich Shea yesterday, he said, don't cut the 4th Opal in the mirror. Like that's your advantage. And that 4th Opal killed my opponent. So that was awesome.
And I think you also pointed out, too, one of the other differences, Kyle Dorgan had the Tinker Blightsteel package in his deck, and you didn't. And you felt that not having it made you better in that matchup.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, in our game 2, when I was miles behind, and certainly not winning, but like when I passed the turn with that Mentor up and nothing in hand, and he was just going and going, I knew I wasn't dead.
Yeah.
Like that turn anyway. Like I was going to see a draw step. And that's worth a lot in vintage.
So, I mean, I got to ask, you were literally dead to rights in this tournament Friday.
That's true.
Last round. Do you mind taking us through it a little bit? Just kind of the feeling, what happened?
All right, so let's start the story in round 9.
Okay.
When I was in the mirror, and I was fairly confidently driving that game. I had resolved a Remora. I had 2 Flusterstorms plus the combo. Next turn, I was going to go off with Remora still in play. Like, I was winning that game.
Yep.
But my opponent, he drew a card in his upkeep with Library, then forgot to draw for his turn, and then he got flustered in the judge's resolution of that, and then passed the turn with 8 cards in hand, and we noticed on my turn. And it was the 3rd time he had broken the rules of the game this tournament, which gets upgraded to a game loss. I asked the head judge if me advocating not for him to please not do that would do it, and he said no, the policy is policy, we can't deviate for you. Sorry, this is a win-in, but is what it is. And then in the next round, my opponent did the same thing. The difference was I was super dead, and a couple turns before the match ended, when he cast that first Young Pyromancer, he did it with Tropical Island Library. And like, he noticed later in the turn, and he was like, oh, I need red. And I was just like, yeah, go. Like, don't let the judges see this dude, not again. And he just like fixed his mana. The judges didn't get involved. And then several turns later, like, I was playing to draw Academy and cast PO to find Repeal for 3 to go off through his 7-card hand somehow. But I wasn't just like stalling the game out hoping he would make a mistake. But that was awful. I drew for my turn. It wasn't Academy. I went to extend my hand, and he goes, wait, I have 8 cards in hand. And I just like, not again. Like, not this. And it felt awful. That's not how I wanted to do it. My opponent, after the ruling was delivered in a long conversation with the head judge, my opponent asked me if I would concede. I asked the head judge if that would do what he wants it to, and he said no. He's already lost this match. You conceding would just knock you out of top 8 too. So, I mean, I have to take it.
Well, I mean, just the sportsmanship you've displayed with that, I just think it's just really, the karma was there. I'm someone that believes in karma, and just the sportsmanship you displayed and tight technical play throughout the tournament. We definitely have a very deserving champ this year.
Yeah, thanks, dude.
So, and again, congratulations. I think we're going to get a shot. A shot of the painting in all its glory. Some of it.
Aha.
There we go. Brian Koval, your 2018 North American Vintage Champion.
Yep. Awesome. It feels awesome, dude.
I'm happy for you. I'm glad you were able to basically snatch victory from almost literal defeat.
Yeah, when that unfortunate thing happened in round 10, I didn't want that to happen, but when it did, I was like, I got to win this tournament.
Yeah.
Like, I shouldn't be in this top 8. I got to make it count.
And you definitely made it count, so congratulations.
Thanks.
Brian Koval, your 2018 North American Vintage Champion. Awesome. Make sure we don't hurt the painting.
Yep, the precious.
Yep. Wow, just what a story for being essentially dead to rights in this tournament and then winning it all.
He did a lot of vintaging along the way.
Yes, he did. That's going to be one of those stories, though. I think people remember just being just on the brink, and then
I hear you. And it's a crazy story. I don't think that's what I'm going to remember the tournament for, though. I mean, at some level, I'm going to remember the tournament for just the raw power of his deck.
Yeah.
And how well he ran, how well he piloted it, took his time in the deciding game, and won on turn 3.
Yeah.
After winning on turn 2 4 times on the route there.
Can't always win turn 2, but man, it is fun when you get to do that.
It is.
Yeah.
It is totally fun.
So, and survival too, right? Still kind of hanging around. It top 8'd here.
Yeah.
It won Eternal Week in Asia.
Yeah.
You know,
No, that deck looks real. And it's still got enough sort of flexibility around the edges where, maybe there's still some hidden innovation that somebody's going to come up with, or, even if it's just a fine tuning of getting a list that's sort of better for the expected meta. That deck looks real.
Yeah, I definitely think, we'll see some refinement with the survival deck, to your point. There's just so much utility with potential creature packages you can have in there as well. And then, we have Matt Sperling's list that, I think also is going to be worked on, refined potentially, and Vintage looks pretty healthy.
Yeah, I mean, you could make a case that there's a lot of non-games sometimes. Like a lot of the games themselves are blowouts. But like from a metagame percentage perspective, it is in better shape than I thought it was when I got here this weekend. That's for sure.
Yeah.
6 different decks in the top 8, none of which is Dredge. So I mean, you've got at least 7. Throw in Oath. You've got quite a diversity of strategies that you can play and have success with.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. And again, with it though, I think we're just in a good spot with Vintage. And it's definitely more diverse than it was last year. A lot of people were just, it's always shops, it's always shops.
Man, that's a good point.
And I think just what we've seen, past few major tournaments just this year, that it's not necessarily workshops taking over the world.
I will say this. If you go back and watch the coverage from last year, what I said on camera last year was, guys, you have to take this shops deck seriously. Right? It's just this aggro creature curve of a deck, though. We can beat that. Like, if people look at that shops list and actually pay attention and actually consider it, public enemy number 1, I have to test against that deck first. I should throw away decks that don't have game here.
Yeah.
Get the mental missteps out of your blue decks. That I thought that shops deck was beatable. I mean, that is my memory, at least, coming out of last year. Shops crushed the tournament, 5 in the top 8, mirror match in the finals. But it felt like a lot of people didn't realize how ridiculous Kaladesh had fueled that deck up, right? Foundry Inspector in particular, people were just like, really? You play Foundry Inspector in that deck? It's insane in that deck. So I do think this last year has been people sort of coming to grips with the power level that the shops deck has now with Foundry Inspector. And I mean, also, it's picked up Hangerback and Ballista since, if you go back far enough. But I think people have largely tweaked their list to the point where now it's good but not dominant.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, I think, a lot of the blue flex spots aren't necessarily always just, let me jam my Pyroblasts, and other cards are just not good for this matchup.
Yeah.
And people have begun to adopt, and we see that, with the outcome decks now. It's just, we don't need Mental Misstep anymore. Things like that.
Now, how about we watch some Legacy?
We get to Legacy. We still have another top 8 to play
Still got
out.
a whole other top 8 to play out.
Do we have any of those lists?
They're around somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have them.
Yep.
But I know that we're trying to do a relatively quick turnaround.
Yes.
The plan that I overheard when you were talking with the champ was kind of let's start in 10 minutes.
Yeah. So we should have minimal downtime here, and we should be getting more Magic action back out to everybody watching. And we'll have Legacy now.
Yeah, I know that the Legacy Swiss finished up this morning. We had the last 2 rounds of the 11-round tournament. It was, 630-ish people all in all. Throw in some buys. We needed 11 rounds of Swiss. 2 players got in on 9 and 2 is kind of where the cut fell. Everybody who got to 9-1 and 1 cleanly in, no doubt. And then a couple players on 9 and 2.
There were 12 I remember there were 12 players at 9 and 2, and only 2 of them made it in. So
I like it when the tiebreakers are like, okay, somebody got lucky and snuck in. I hate it when it's like, well, everybody got in except you. That's what you want to avoid. The calculation with the number of Swiss rounds usually shows them to make that work out, and just kind of work the way it's drawn up. The big story for me, Cyrus, right?
Cyrus, again, we have another Storm deck as our 1 seed in this top 8.
Yeah, I guess the PO was,
Yep.
we'll call it a Storm deck. He was actually running the Tendrils.
He actually had the Tendrils.
A lot of people don't even run the Tendrils. They're like, I'll just have a Vault Key
Yeah.
and go, kill him with like one Snapcaster. They'll concede when I put Vault Key together. That's my victory condition.
Or the Tinker Blightsteel.
Right.
Yep.
But yeah, so sure, another Storm deck. We'll see if Tendrils of Agony can win both paintings.
How many turn 2s do you think Cyrus is going to be able to get this top 8?
Wow, he might actually be faster on average than the PO deck. He's not, he's not messing around with Force of Will. He's like, all right, turn 1, duress you.
Yep.
Now I know what I'm up against. Turn 2, kill you. That's what he wants to do.
He's just going to check to see if the coast is clear, and then between, the Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual, Lotus Petal, everything, just jam it all there.
It's been working for him so far.
All right. I think we're tagging Mike Noble.
All right.
What's the word?
The word is that we are currently getting our brackets underway. There
Speaking
we
of
go.
brackets, here we
There
go.
they are.
Cyrus Corman Gill, we were just talking about him on an ad nauseum Tendrils deck. He is our #1 seed. Oh, Turbo Depths is the opponent.
Yeah, Turbo Depths. I had the chance to talk to Cyrus before this top 8 was kind of begun. The Turbo Depths, he's kind of iffy on it. It's definitely one of the matchups that has a hand disruption that he kind of worries about. But he feels, especially on the play, that he'll be able to take it in 3.
Okay. The other matchup on this side of the bracket is John McDermott on Grixis Control against Christopher Walton on Check Pile. Now, Check Pile, Grixis Control overlap a ton of cards typically. I don't know exactly what those two deck names mean in post-Deathrite Shaman world. So it used to be you'd have Deathrite Shaman fueling all your extra colors. Check Pile's mana base in particular kind of doesn't work without Deathrite Shaman. I haven't seen this deck list yet. I assume we're going to get our hands on the deck list at some point relatively soon. I don't know if you can get all 4 colors that Check Pile has traditionally run without your Deathrite Shamans anymore.
I took a quick glance at it. It is the 4 color.
So it's
for
just
sure.
super greedy?
It is very greedy. There's a lot of one-of fun-ofs. I definitely saw one Assassin's Trophy in the main deck.
Sure.
So that is absolutely one of the green spells that is being used that Grixis Control doesn't have access to. But that's only a one-of. It kind of, at a quick glance, looked like a Grixis Control deck that splashes green.
Sure.
So instead of being like a Leovold deck, possibly. It might still have Leovold, I'm not sure. But
I mean, that's one of the good reasons to splash green.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it is splashing green, it's got an Assassin's Trophy. It's got to have Leovold.
Yeah, I want to believe. Leovold's pretty cool.
He's very powerful.
So Leovold doing heavy work against the brainstorms and ponders of the metagame that we see a lot of these decks playing.
So that's the left side of the bracket. Can we see the right side of the bracket?
Yeah, so the right side of the bracket is going to be the bracket that we actually feature on the main. And on the backup camera, there we go. We have our backup match is going to be Matthew Dilks versus Patrick Green. Another Turbo Depths matchup with this time with Miracles.
Okay.
So Turbo Depths being the only deck that appears as a 2-of in the
7 different decks?
Yeah, 7 different decks. And
Crazy.
then, we got some lists coming this way. And finally, our main camera feature, Brandon DeVera, we kind of saw on camera in that 11th round, playing against Elves.
Elves! Birchlore Ranger at the top of the deck list. Love it.
Yeah, Elves. Got the nice split of the 1 Land War, 1 Finehorn, 1 Mystic to make sure you dodge the Revokers of the world that D&T runs.
Funny.
Yeah, but it's your typical Elves list. It has green, all the green fun-ofs to go find with Natural Order. You have
Green Sun Zenith.
Yeah, and Green Sun Zenith. Yeah, so 2 Greater Hoof Behemoths in this main deck as the kill. And, just trying to use this Tribe, Glimpse of Nature to draw a whole bunch of cards. Gaia's Cradle being really powerful to generate a huge amount of mana as early as turn 2. And, it's your basic run-of-the-mill Elf deck.
The Bayous don't do anything in the main?
No, not these days. From the looks of it, in the past they've fueled Deathrite Shaman's other ability, but
Right.
now that we're back on this build,
You
not
also
so much.
occasionally see the, God, I'm blanking on the name, the 3-mana elf that does one, drains them for 1 for every elf you have in
Oh
play.
yeah, that was in Origins.
Right.
Yeah, I'm blanking on the name as well.
Seems
but I
like
know
Legacy
exactly.
has said, yeah, that's not so much for us. Our power level, our bar is a little higher. You're not tall enough to ride this ride. Sorry.
Yeah, most of these elves are 1-drops.
Yeah.
You also have the symbiotes that are non-elves, but are a part of the family, so to speak.
Of course.
And Reclamation
Yeah,
Sage.
the sideboard is 2 Abrupt Decay, 1 Assassin's Trophy. That's what the black is for.
Okay, so 2 Bayous to fuel that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Also, 4 Thoughtseize.
Oh,
okay.
4 Thoughtseize. There you go.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, 4 Thoughtseize because elves as a main deck isn't really equipped to deal with combo. In this case, Sneak and Show, it'll probably bring in those Thoughtseizes.
That makes sense. This should be fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Brendan DeVera, we saw Sneak and Show on camera. This one is the Sneak and Show. This is the 2 Omniscience we were trying to figure out
I don't know
earlier.
where the line is. Sorry, Chad. Come on. Legacy deck name experts, sound off. Is it Omni Sneak if it's got 2 copies of Omniscience? Or is it just still Sneak and Show and we leave out I don't know when when you're supposed to switch. Omni-Tell, Omni Sneak, Sneak and Show. So many Legacy deck names.
Yeah, there's so many names out there. There's so many decks out there.
Sorry? The Omni-Tell deck, right? The Omniscience deck, the standard Omniscience deck is a Cunning Wish deck. Absolutely true. If it's the Omniscience combo deck, but now the Omniscience combo deck has been sort of Sneak and Show has been stealing pieces here and there.
Yeah, it's like a gradient from one.
And I've definitely seen that hybrid deck referred to as Omni Sneak sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not.
I
entirely
don't
sure.
know when to call it Omni Sneak and when it's just Sneak and Show that happens to have Omnisciences in it, but they're not worthy of the deck name.
Yeah, I do like calling this configuration Sneak and Show. Omni as a 2 of, usually good against decks like DNT with Karakas and such.
Sure. All right. Still just Sneak and Show seems to be the consensus.
All right.
I just remember somebody yelling at me yesterday for not calling it Omni Sneak when it had 3 Omniscience. I think it was literally 1 card off of this deck, and it was allegedly supposed to be Omni Sneak.
Yeah, maybe that's the line. All right, it looks like we are ready to feature Sneak and Show. Jeez.
Sweet. Let's do it. The Volcanic Island placed so perfectly. I'm glad we didn't rely on Twitch chat for directions and left, right, up, down.
Yeah.
Brandon DeVera leads with Boseiju. Not exactly the most powerful land in this matchup. Don't think he needs to worry about making his things uncounterable here. But something do what you got to do. Comes into play tapped land, wants to get played on turn 1.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that tempo.
2 p.m. Legacy players, your round 3 pairings are being posted now. 2 p.m. Legacy players, round 3 pairings.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't usually. I feel like Boseiju is always a sideboard option for this deck. I'm actually surprised to see the 1 of in the main.
Brandon's list is interesting. It's kind of cool. He's got a bunch of 1-ofs. He's got a Vendilion Click in the main. He's got 1 Impulse. 1 Jace the Mind Sculptor in the main deck. 1 Boseiju.
Yeah, the Vendilion Click did work in the other rounds for sure.
All right. Brandon preordains, ships the turn, crosses his fingers, hopes he doesn't get destroyed here. Draw a card.
Yeah, so elves. One of elves' favorite elves to really get into play is that Elvish Visionary. Brendan wants to use that. Keep picking up the Elvish Visionary to generate incremental card advantage, much like trying to play basically its best blue deck impression.
See how far we get. Birchlore Ranger means every 2 elves gives you a green mana. And now Quiron Ranger is here to potentially untap Llanowar. So now 1 mana can make an elf. There's no glimpse in effect. But this is just, this is just turn 2. How far are we going to get? Symbiote. More ability to untap things and pick things up. But he's got to be running out of mana, right?
Yeah, I think at this point
Is he
the
just
mana's
done?
getting yep, and passes the turn. Yeah, the Symbiote Elvish Visionary dynamic is really powerful. Once Brendan gets that going.
That's basically what he's relying on for next turn, though, right? He's got he can pick up the Visionary that's in play, and he's got a second Visionary in his hand. But I think that's all he's got going on. The rest is Forest and maybe a second Birchlore.
I believe so. Yeah,
Brandon's still cantripping to set up. This Elves Draw looks like it might be fast enough if he can find a finisher. Wow, no third land for Brandon DeVera.
Yeah, really relying on that Boseiju to finally get to the sneak attack or show and tell once you get to 3 and 4. But
All right, Visionary draws in a Quirion Ranger. He's got a bunch of mana via Birchlore. Yeah, he's got no Glimpse and he's got no Natural Order. He needs to draw spells. He needs to draw instants or sorceries. Is what he needs to draw. Here's Symbiote.
yeah, even more opportunities to bounce and recast Elvish Visionary now.
All right. I assume you do that? It's kind of running out of stuff, though.
Yeah, I think you do want
I
to
mean,
keep
at some
that
level,
engine
it's
going.
that, or do you just, at some point, attacking? He's got enough dorks that he can start attacking with them without a Crater Hoof. All right. Symbiote has been used. Untap Llanowar, pick up Visionary, draw a card. And that was
That's Heritage Druid.
Heritage Druid, yeah.
So that'll make a little better than Birchlore Ranger.
Right, better rate than Birchlore. 3 elves makes 3.
Yeah. Cashing in the other Symbiote, doing the same trick again.
Visionary draws. Quirion Ranger.
Use that floating mana. That looks like it for this turn. Oh, no, sorry, I didn't see the Elvish Visionary up there. We're far from done. We need to attack for 2.
Brandon's counting. Am I? You don't have 17, right? I see a lot of elves. I don't think there's 17 of them.
Oh.
Brandon accidentally reveals a Force of Will by playing it as his land for the turn.
3 p.m. Vintage Challenge.
Yeah, now that Brendan has so many elves in play, we're going to probably see end of turn both of the Elvish Visionaries get bounced.
Sure.
Vintage Challenge. Your round 2 pairings are going up on
Yeah, he doesn't care what untaps.
Draw step. Gaia's Cradle. Not nothing. I mean, mana's not really his constraint. Nettle Sentinel. Mana's definitely not his constraint.
Yeah.
He just needs cards.
Yeah, he has.
Well, if he's going to win this turn. I mean, he can basically win next turn, and he can attack with most of these and then attack next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if he draws Craterhoof Behemoth or one of the 8 tutors to go get it, he'll just end it here. Obviously, Brendan has a sneaking or Force of Will, though,
Right.
so that's
I mean,
not going to work too much.
Glimpse of Nature wouldn't suck.
That is also true.
Random elves, though. I think he does need to be a little bit careful to make sure that he attacks with enough to set up a kill next turn. It's probably not hard. Not with all the guys' mana. Guys.
Oh. There's the
Freedom
glimpse.
mana. He might get Force of Willed. It's going to draw a ton of cards. Wow. Brandon's not even going to bother. He's like, fine, I'm done. My draw's terrible. I can't. I mean, the thing is, if Brandon can't do something powerful next turn, he's just dead to the board.
Mhm.
Forget about all the extra cards that are coming from Glimpse of Nature.
Yeah. There's
So,
just
yeah. let's
plenty
keep
of
them up.
1/1s for 1.
Let's go to game 2. Elves fans everywhere rejoice. Elves.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, cool deck.
All right, so looking at the sideboard for Sneak and Show, I do see obviously the Kozilek's return to wipe that board clean.
Yeah, one Kozilek's return, one Pyroclasm.
Yeah.
Those are the key spells. Doesn't get much else, does he?
He might board in Grafdigger's Cage against Natural Order and a Green Sun Zenith, but it's really
I guess
it
that's
really
probably
just
worth
feels
doing.
like the 3. Yeah.
That does seem worth doing.
Yeah.
Brendan, meanwhile, 4 copies of Thoughtseize seem relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Pithing Needle, maybe Choke, probably Choke.
Yeah, possibly Choke. I just feel with the Ancient Tombs and the City of Traders, Choke isn't as good as probably what it's definitely for with the Miracles decks.
Right.
So maybe not. Maybe it's a play draw thing.
He may also want something like an Abrupt Decay to blow up any Hoser permanents that come in. I wouldn't want much of that, but maybe you want one.
Yeah, get rid of that cage.
Right.
Yeah, no Cabal Therapy or any other discard, just those 4 Thoughtseize, which is rather interesting. Maybe Assassin's Trophy instead of Abrupt Decay, so maybe you can hit an Omniscience.
Or a Sneak.
Or a Sneak.
Uncounterable is relevant to the matchup.
Yeah.
I don't know which one is better in this matchup.
That's fair.
I guess it's probably Assassin's Trophy.
Yeah, so that's talk about new cards entering Legacy. That is 2 decks in this top 8 that have Assassin's Trophy in the 75 somewhere, minimum.
Chat's trying to figure out if the framed painting is tournament legal. And the answer they've settled on is, it is as long as you're shuffling it with 59 other paintings.
Have there been 59 other paintings?
No. I love the answer, though. I like the answer.
Yeah. You would have to sleeve them, though. I know for a fact. So anyone that wins one of these paintings also gets an oversized card of the same art.
Okay.
Now, the backs of them now is that new back that they kind of showcase sometimes that they
Oh,
can't
okay.
actually use. So, yeah, you'd have to sleeve the paintings in order to play them.
Okay.
I guess a frame is a sleeve.
Right. It sort of is sleeved. I don't think that particular frame/sleeve is good for shuffling, but
No, you'd really scratch that glass.
what are you going to do? It's a nice looking volcanic island.
I agree.
It's really 2 volcanic islands, though. It should stop for 2 mana. We can have a flavor tournament, right? We just argue about what our cards do based on the art.
Like that.
That clearly taps for 2 any combination of blue or red.
I feel like Tavera would have liked that for the first game.
Maybe instead of Boseiju.
Yeah. All right. Hopefully we'll get some 7s and have a clean game too. Also, just a note, Brendan broke serve that game too.
Sure.
Being the 7th seed.
Careful with the first names if it's Brendan.
Yeah,
or
Brandon. Yeah, I'm really trying to make sure I get that correct. Maybe I'll work with last names instead.
Seems like a match for last names. Well, there's the Bayou. We're going to see a Thoughtseize here, or time to deploy some elves?
Yeah. Thoughtseize. Yeah, it looks like there's also an Assassin's Trophy in his hand.
Okay. Devera is going to brainstorm, hide the good cards, presumably. At least try to. We'll get a look at most of what Devera's working with.
got two.
Emrakul, Grizzlebrand, Force of Will, Preordain. And who knows what's on top.
Mhm.
Well, it can't be a show and tell and fast mana. So Hagen knows he gets another turn. Wow, he took the Emrakul there.
Ooh. Oh, that's clever.
Oh, he shuffles away the good stuff. That is super clever. I was like, don't you just take Force of Will and not taking the Emrakul there is super clever.
Yeah. Basically taking away 3 cards instead of 1.
Wow, that was tight. Trigger the Emrakul, going to the graveyard, shuffle the library.
I wonder why. I wonder if that's why Devera was really thinking about it there.
I think if he realized that interaction, he just wouldn't have brainstormed.
Could be.
Just like let that happen, get past that, then brainstorm.
Mm-hmm. Hagen's hand is actually pretty light on elves. I only see 2 in there right now, one of which is Reclamation Sage, which isn't exactly fast.
Well, he's got a glimpse of nature. One uncounterable elf, so that glimpse cantripped, and that's it.
Yeah, essentially cycling the glimpse. And no, that natural order can't get any crazy haymakers. Sometimes you see these elf decks run things like Rurik Thar to go get against decks that have a lot of cantrips, but in this case there's no additional targets in the sideboard. Unless you want to count Scavenging Ooze, which probably didn't come in and isn't exactly that big.
The Reclamation Sage beatdown. That's what his hand said to do.
Yeah.
This draw has not worked out well for Brendan Hagen.
Yeah, he kept it on that early disruption to stop Devera from having a quick kill in the early turns, and doesn't have a very quick follow-up.
Yeah, it seems like a reasonable keep for Hagen. I mean, he's had, what, 3 draw steps at this point, and none of them have been elves?
Most of them have been lands.
Right, and he was already holding several lands. There's not that many lands in the deck.
Players in the Platinum Draft, your pairings for round 1 are going up now. Again, that is Platinum Draft players. Round 1 pairings are going up now.
Devera sculpting his hand with a brainstorm. Basically trying to get back where he was, probably. I mean, we didn't see what got shuffled away by that Emrakul play, but it just felt like he was using the brainstorm to hide things.
Yeah, I think so.
And the hand that he showed didn't have much. Force of Will, Preordain, 2 monsters.
One of the draws here is definitely Kozilek's Return, which is really not that much to sweep up right now.
I mean, there's not, but I think at this point, Devera can know that Hagen's Creature Light. Like, what's he doing if he's not casting elves? He could have cast elves and then used the Cradle to cast the Rex Sage. The fact that he tapped Cradle for a 1 and invested it in a 3-mana creature last turn, makes you know this draw is flawed.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can just have, sneak attack for Grizzlebrand. I assume he's still got the Grizzlebrand from before.
Sure enough. So if Devera draws Lotus Petal and Emrakul here, this will be game. Gets neither in the first set of 7 from the looks of it.
Devera trying to decide what he's got. Yeah, I don't think you go to 3 pre-combat. No, he does. All right. Goes to 3. Found a petal. Is there a second monster in there?
It's all Vendilion Click, not exactly a monster.
Okay.
Commander Pod 33, please meet your judge in the Turbo Town banner. Commander Pod 33, please
Lotus Petal 4.
at the Turbo Town banner.
Just to get into play.
Well, he's going to be forced to discard here. Now that he has failed to find more creatures.
Yeah, so there's an interesting line that Devera can take here. He can activate the Grizzlebrand now that he's back up to 10, which would normally kill him since the Grizzlebrand would go away, but he can sneak attack in the Vendilion Click to block. I wonder if he'll consider that or take that line. Doesn't look like he does. Just figuring out what gets to stick around right now.
Which 7 does he want to keep? Shows the cage.
Yeah, a lot of land in that. Mostly land, cantrip or 2 in the cage.
Did Brendan Haken draw another forest? Wow.
Wow.
Okay, Assassin's Trophy on sneak attack.
Can't imagine he doesn't have a force.
Yeah, but he also doesn't have a creature to put into the sneak attack. Does he just need to defend it in order to have it for later? I guess maybe that's worth it. I wouldn't use my only Force of Will, but he must have been drawing something instead of creatures in those 14 draws, right? He's probably got multiple Force of Wills.
Yeah.
So you keep the sneak attack, so as soon as you draw the creature, you've got it.
Another 1-mana 1/1.
A third creature.
Natural order. So Devera did flash a second Force of Will. This with Craterhoof Behemoth is lethal for sure. That's more than 9 damage.
Flusterstorm.
Oh, okay.
Sealed draft players, your pairings for your next round are on their way up.
So despite being creature light, that was actually a potential to just end it right there.
Although if he had creatures instead of lands, Cradle would tap for enough mana that he could have paid for Flusterstorm.
Oh, good point.
So
Very
I mean,
good
he's
point.
still kind of getting punished.
Yeah.
And Brandon has Ponder. Like Force of Will and another Ponder? Or is it Preordain? Some sort of cantrip.
Yeah, Preordain and just a land as well. He's looking for that creature.
Yeah, do you even keep that?
I doubt
Yeah, and I think you shuffle.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to fire off the Preordain and tuck the other two. That's just a wasted mana.
It's basically what, a 2-turn clock?
Yeah.
3 power worth of elves looking over at 6 life points. Can Brandon find a creature? Ponder. That looked like
I see.
Emrakul. Yes.
There they all
Can
are.
find a creature. There's the big smile. It's like, this should have been over a couple of turns ago, but fine. It's over now.
It's all half my deck. Finally found Emrakul.
On to game 3.
Yeah.
Hard to tell the difference between Brandon Hagen evaluating Annihilator or conceding the game. Both involve scooping up all of his permanents. Who do you like in game 3?
Hagen on the play rather. I feel like I like Hagen this time. He can disrupt early, start with one of the 4 Thought Seizes, and hopefully disrupt something important from Devera and be able to assemble something to kill.
I think the Sneak and Show deck is just advantage in the matchup. Even on the draw, the elf deck isn't typically going to be faster. So you're going to get to do your thing, and the things that the Sneak and Show deck does can just blow up the board, draw 14 cards. Like I like Sneak and Show, I think. He's got a couple sweepers too. Like if he draws a Pyroclasm or a Kozilek's Return.
That's true.
Those cards are insane.
Are you saying Gristlebrand's a better creature than Heritage Druid?
I am.
Okay.
I'm willing to go out on that limb.
All right. Pound for pound, I completely agree, but we'll see how the synergies of the elves play out this round.
I mean, I suppose Grizzlebrand would be better if it untapped whenever you played a spell.
I don't know if Gristlebrand ever needs to be better in any way.
I didn't say it needed to be better. Just that it would.
Hagen wearing a Team Tusk shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Part of Sean O'Brien. Sean O'Brien's group.
Sure.
Had him on an interview yesterday or on Friday rather, for Vintage.
Big game 3 here, obviously. Both these players would love to move into the semifinals. Both these players would love to take that volcanic island home, too. Painting you see in the background is part of first prize. Wizards commissions those unique art power cards every year. It's a pretty cool tradition. I like this as prizes.
I agree.
They're quite collectible too. I mean, they're valuable.
Mm-hmm.
There definitely is a market for those paintings. So
yeah, and it's pretty cool. They
more than just a trophy.
When they increase the number of Eternal Weekends worldwide, they increase the number of paintings. So there's a whole bunch of them out there now.
Okay.
Because he's not shuffling enough after after looking at his cards.
Okay, sounds like Brandon Hagen has been given a warning for not shuffling enough when he searches his deck.
Also, Christopher Walton and Cyrus are both moving to the semifinals.
And we have a couple of quarterfinal results for you. Can we get a bracket over here? Can we get a bracket over here? No, we don't have a bracket. We don't have deck lists either. But we do have a couple updates for you guys. I know hero of the chat, Cyrus Corman Gill, through to the semifinals. He has defeated Jake Weinman in that match. And what was the other result?
The other one was Christopher Walton.
Christopher Walton defeating John McDermott. So we know one of the semifinal brackets. It's going to be Cyrus versus Chris.
Yeah, I believe Chris was the check pile.
Meanwhile, here we go with game 3.
Here's that possible brainstorm into Thoughtseize again. Possibly Flusterstorm, but we'll see. Oh, it's Flusterstorm this time.
Sure. Dryad Arbor and an attack for 1. Dryad Arbor, not an elf.
Not an elf, but can be pretty helpful with some of the elf synergies, like Quarion Ranger.
This guy's Cradle count as synergy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another somewhat land-heavy draw for Brendan Hagen. He will deploy Visionary. He's got a glimpse, but again, not a ton of creatures.
This smells like Kozilek's return, possibly. Oh, a Braid. Okay.
Braid to take down the Heritage Druid before enough critical mass of elves gets into play. Pithing Needle was the draw.
Interesting. Now that Braid's been burned, Pithing Needle looks
Sure.
pretty good to hit sneak attack most likely.
I assume he named Sneak Attack with his Pithing Needle?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like there's anything else to name.
The Bear's hand looking like a couple of Lotus Petals. Yeah. There we go. Looking like he found a couple of Lotus Petals. Force of Will.
Wow. Sax Lotus Petal for a Ponder. That looked like a Sneak Attack and a Fetch Land. He just stacked the Fetch Land on top. Gets to hit his land drop, gets to shuffle away. The Sneak Attack that doesn't work against Pithing Needle.
Yeah, he really needed that land, burning that petal for Ponder.
Guy's Cradle, another land for Brandon Hagen. He would have liked an elf there. He's got Glimpse and one elf in his hand, if I'm not mistaken. It's like another spot where this Glimpse is getting burned for might merely be a cycle. I guess it's good bait. He may be able to bait out a counterspell with it. It should be good here. You know, from Brendan DeVera's standpoint, Glimpse, the elf player's got, you know, a little bit of a board, 3 lands in play, 3 cards in his hand. I probably need to counter this Glimpse, don't I?
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. But Brendan's looking to, or Hagen's looking to just cycle it.
Brainstorm.
More lands, more cantrips. DeVera not finding any show and tells. I don't think we had it. Have we had one this match yet?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
All right, Glimpse does resolve. Elf draws into Quirion Ranger. That's not nothing. Guy's Cradle taps for 3, spends 1 of it there. Land, fizzle.
End of the train.
2 fetch lands in hand. Lands 5 and 6 this draw. Gotta get our beat on.
Yep.
Nothing else to do but untap Dryad Arbor and attack.
Yeah, with the Quirion Ranger, the extra land's just looking extra silly right now.
Yeah. Brandon DeVera digging with Preordain. Feels like both decks have fairly gimped draws here.
Yeah, this is a lot slower than I really expected this third game to play out in terms of number of turns. And there's
There's the show and tell. Nothing in Brendan Hagen's hand but land, so he'll just hope the damage isn't too bad. Grizzlebrand. That's probably... I think he might rather have had Emrakul come down, honestly. At least Emrakul he can try to swarm around for a turn. Grizzlebrand's going to draw 7 cards. I guess, Brendan, it's scary for DeVera to go to 4. Maybe it's not that scary since Grizzlebrand can block.
Yeah, there's no Wirewood Symbiote yet to pull a creature out of combat to blank the lifelink.
DeVera is going to draw 7 cards. Did you see much?
That looked like the worst 7 possible cards. It looked like 2 sneak attack and 5 lands.
I was going to say, I saw sneak attack in like 4+ lands.
Yeah. I don't think that could have gone any worse.
So 7 blanks.
Yeah.
Interesting. But nothing for Brendan Hagen. He draws a Thoughtseize. It's too late for that card.
Yeah, you're not going to see anything interesting right now.
Force of Will, no blue card. The shields are totally down here. That hand is garbage. Brandon DeVere gets to untap. He'll have Hardcast Force of Will online. Wow, 2 sneak attacks that are turned off by the Pithing Needle, 3 lands, an Emrakul, and a Force of Will. And there's nothing Brendan can do to punish him for how bad that hand is. I mean, sure, take the Force of Will. Now it's worse. Not really a punish, though, because Grizzlebrand alone may be good enough.
Yeah, it really just took that hand from like a D to a D minus. Will he attack with Grizzlebrand here?
Yeah, I think you attack with Grizzlebrand. I don't see what playing defense does.
Yeah. He just can't cast, or he can't activate it afterwards because there's 4 power coming back. Yeah, it's still a 7/7 flying lifelinker, I guess.
Right. I guess he doesn't know how garbage Brendan Hagen's draw is. He must suspect by now. As far as I can tell, the choices are basically attack with Grizzlebrand or play defense with Grizzlebrand.
Yeah, the hand doesn't really offer much more.
Yeah, attack makes sense. Activating it does not.
Yeah, 3 swings is good enough, and the lifelink will absolutely outpace the battlefield right now. Hagen really has to get something powerful in this draw step. Probably like a natural order would be pretty nice here.
Yep. All right, big draw step coming up for Brendan Hagen. Fintorn Elf. He's got an attack for 4. Very exciting. You hold Fintorn Elf in case you draw Glimpse next turn. I don't know that having a 5th 1/1 in play matters.
Yeah, I think you can hold on to it.
Looks like he agrees. This looks like it's queued up to be a Grizzlebrand attack, dropping our Elves player to 3.
Yeah, after this attack, there's nothing that DeVere is going to be afraid of. He could probably activate the Grizzlebrand.
Mm-hmm. Fair going to draw 7. There was Force of Will. Now I think we're done.
think you just pass here. You don't even want to show and tell, or you don't really need the cantrip anymore.
Gotta figure out what to discard. But that sure looks like GG.
Yeah.
Some discards.
Probably want to make sure to trigger that Emrakul. Yep. Yep. There we go. Hagen's just effectively dead here.
Yeah, I don't know.
He doesn't know it.
He may think something like a natural order is good enough, but we saw Force of Will in that last Grizzle Brand activation, so.
Yeah, they can't all be 5 lands to sneak attack.
Draw step Vendilion, click. Sure.
2 lethal threats now.
And nothing. You say, keep those. And that's what Brandon Devera does. Brandon Devera is also going to keep his seat in this top 8. There's the handshake, and Brandon Devera is through to the semifinals. Sneak and Show defeats Elves. Man, the Elves deck looked great in that first game.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not like sideboarding mattered. I don't know. Maybe sideboarding diluted Brendan Hagen's deck a little. He drew Thoughtseizes in both games. It was a little creature-like, but it didn't. I don't even know if that would have mattered.
Yeah, it just felt like Hagen is really looking to not have too many lands. You have maybe 2 in a Guy's Cradle.
Right.
And just when you get to the 4th or 5th, especially when you're the Aquarium Ranger, it's just a little bit too much going on.
So flooded twice in a matchup that's kind of bad anyway.
Yeah.
That'll do it. That will put Brandon Devera with Sneak and Show into the semis. Now, we do not know Brandon's opponent yet. We know that Matthew Dilks and Patrick Green were paired.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Jeff run off. We might have that recorded.
I think so. That is a Depths versus a Miracles matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
That makes sense. We still didn't get all the deck lists.
Yeah.
Can't look at them.
So on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, I want to look at this check pile list.
Yeah. Now that we have it in front of us, we can see what all the colors are doing.
There's 8 different one-ofs in the mana base. The only 4-of land is a polluted delta. Yeah, it's like 1 Badlands, 1 Bayou, 1 Forest, 1 Island, 1 Swamp, 1 Scalding Tarn, 1 Volcanic Island.
Wow.
Yeah, this deck is trying to cast blue spells. It's got a couple of Leovolds. It's got Baleful Strix, so blue, black, some green. But then it's also got Kolaghan's Command. I guess that is the only red cards. It's got Liliana the Last Hope, double black Planeswalker.
Mm-hmm.
It's got Jace the Mind Sculptor, double blue Planeswalker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Greedy mana base, but I mean, we've seen this deck work great when it had Deathrite Shaman, and I guess it still works.
Yeah.
Here he sits in the semifinals.
Right.
Does Chris Walton.
Yeah, it's really like it's a lot of how Check Pile looked when it did have Deathrite Shaman. It's a lot of
this is just the same deck.
Yeah, it's really the same deck. I don't know what replaced the extra 4 slots. There wasn't any a new mana creature or anything. The creature base is the 4 Strix, 1 Gurmag Angler, 2 Leovold, and 4 Snapcaster Mage. So no Birds of Paradise or anything in there. But
It's up to 21 lands.
21. Okay.
So I think that's plus 1 or 2 lands.
Okay, that would make sense then. Yeah, because it was usually on the lighter side.
Yeah, I think it was 20, and some people would trim. Anywhere between 18 and 20, I think, was what it was running in Deathrite Shaman World.
Okay.
Of course, 4 Brainstorm, 4 Ponder.
Yeah, especially with that mana base, you really need those Brainstorms and Ponder to fix everything.
This feels like it's a little more removal. 3 Hymn to Torok. Hymn to Torok's just a great Magic card.
Yeah.
But then it's got a couple Fatal Pushes. It's got an Edict. It's got an Assassin's Trophy. It's got an Abrupt Decay. A little bit of everything. 1 Thoughtseize. 1 Toxic Deluge. And then the red splash. No Lightning Bolts in the 75, but 3 Pyroblasts come in.
Yeah, that might be
basically a Badlands and a Volcanic.
Yeah, so it's effectively a Sultai deck with the slightest hint of red.
I mean, it's got 2 red cards in the main. It's got Kolaghan's Command. It's not like we're just flashing back Ancient Grudge.
Yeah, I guess that was even lighter in that case. So, but yeah, it's really.
The green splash is also fairly light, right? The green splash is 2 Leovolds, 1 Abrupt Decay, 1 Assassin's Trophy.
So it's a blue-black
The
deck,
end.
which makes sense for the 4 Polluted Delta.
Yeah.
Really wants double black super early for Hymn to Torok and Liliana.
Right. I enjoy this style deck. I mean, it's you get a lot of grindy matches. You get a lot of it's decision intensive.
Mhm.
I mean, that's I think the reason a lot of players are attracted to check pile. Similar to Grixis Control. I haven't studied the Grixis Control list, which I think it defeated in the
that was
in the quarterfinal.
That was
To
that
understand,
matchup.
okay, I guess Kolaghan's Command, the red splash is what, or sorry, the green splash for Leovold is what makes it check pile.
Mhm.
But I mean, this is also up to fully 4 Snapcasters, which has not necessarily been true of all versions of check pile. It's mono 2 for 1s.
Yeah, the
Hymn to
Snapcaster.
Torok, Snapcaster, Baleful Strix. It's a lot of 2 for 1s, and then a bunch of 1 for 1s. Oh, sorry, more 2 for 1s in Kolaghan's Command. Like selectivity, 2 for 1s. Answers, and then, a trio of Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
It's a good Magic deck. Gets you a lot of decision-intensive matches, and for Chris Walton, seat in the semifinals.
Yeah, so far so good.
Now we find out how his matchup is against Cyrus and Ad Nauseam Tendrils. That is that side of the bracket. I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to whether Chris Warren draws Force of Wills. So do we have a recording on the... Awesome. So we have recorded the last of the quarterfinals. It's going to be Patrick Green on Miracles against Matthew Dilks on Turbo Depths. And, well, let's go get Brandon DeVera an opponent. What do you say?
Sounds good.
Miracles list is a accumulated knowledge version. I know there's been a lot of back and forth on what the right mix of cantrips is in the Miracles deck. For a while, the slow trips from Ice Age were all the rage. You could Portent, you could, Predict isn't from Ice Age, but it's got a similar sort of, okay, I can, a couple of ways to potentially trigger a card draw on the opponent's turn, get that Terminus off right away, maybe even at instant speed. Not this version, though. This version, only 1 Portent, 1 Predict. It is accumulated knowledge as the sort of extra draw engine.
Yeah,
makes sense. It makes sense.
That's something that we've seen in the past year that the Miracles decks have kind of adopted. That's brand new. Like this Miracles deck, everyone thought it died originally when Sensi's Divining Top went away, but that was absolutely not the case. It is still a very powerful shell, and as the metagame has evolved and as players have tested different cards, accumulated knowledge has really been the draw spell of choice that everyone's kind of.
Seems like it has evolved that way. 3 Jaces, 3 Snapcasters. That's kind of the business, the closest thing the deck has to business spells. 2 copies of Counterbalance without, they're basically blind. You occasionally get to set them up with Jaces and Brainstorms, but 2 Counterbalances will do a lot of blind flipping.
All right, we're ready to go.
Sounds like we're ready.
Cool.
Let's see what happens. I would assume Matthew Dilks is the beatdown here. He is not Sneakin' Joe. We'll get those deck names updated for you. Matthew Dilks is Turbo Depth, so you see the turn 1 Dark Confidant, which Patrick Green does have the Force of Will for. He needed that Force of Will. Dark Confidant, definitely a potential source of enough card advantage to just run away with the game.
Yeah, not exactly the 2 mana black creature I was expecting there. Vampire Hexmage generally comboing the Dark Depths, although...
Yeah, here we are. Combo assembled. Thespian Stage can copy Dark Depths already. You saw Matt Dilks thaw off one ice counter the hard way. But Thespian Stage certainly the more efficient, and he's not going to go for the combo.
I think he's afraid of Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, Swords to Plowshares is exactly the card you have to fear at a spot like this.
Yeah. So plenty of discard options in Matt's deck. He wants to kind of see what's going on, make sure the coast is clear before he deploys Merit Lage. Coast is certainly not clear, though. I see a few swords. Possibly two.
Does life get better if you wait, though? That's always the thing with a deck like this. Okay, he found his Thoughtseize. Patrick Green's like, I'm just going to let that resolve. Look, I've got 2 Plows and a Snapcaster. Takes the Snapcaster.
Yeah, that's a lot of disruption to work through. I don't know what Matt wants to look for in these upcoming draws to really take those out.
It's interesting that Patrick is declining to play his Jace because he's just must leave up Swords to Plowshares mana. Completely correct. Cannot afford to find himself without. Now, though, that Ponder finally found him a 5th land. So I suspect it'll be time to deploy Jace. I don't know, though. I think Jace is also his only blue card for Force of Will. Is that true?
No, I think there's one there.
Okay. Oh, it's even a fetch land left, so he gets to brainstorm shuffle here. Not that any of the cards in his hand are bad, but those might be. Terminus, Snapcaster.
Yeah,
Plow. Patrick Green he basically has everything at this point.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat.
I don't know how Turbo Depths is going to slog its way through Plow, Snap, while the opponent is drawing 2 cards a turn.
Yeah, I mean, Matt is removing the ice counters, probably trying to crack for the first Merit Lage and then play a follow-up Dark Depths, but still, that's still so much to slog through, and Jace is just faster in that case.
Yeah, if he goes for the Thespian Stage combo, then he's obliged to keep the Thespian Stage, and he loses his Dark Depths. This way, he can potentially get one plowed, make another one more easily. Portenting his opponent. Fate sealing his opponent. Patrick Green going to win this game with Jace relatively quickly. All right, crop rotation. Is there like a Sajiri step or something that can...
I mean, that's what he just rotated away. I don't know what else he has to get. Usually they're only on 1.
That's funny. It's probably a bad beat that he drew the Sajiri step. Is that just Ghost Quarter?
Yeah.
Can he attack the white mana?
I don't think so. These
That
Miracles
doesn't seem
deck.
realistic.
Yeah, these decks usually have a lot of basics to go fetch. Already 2 white sources out there, so Wasteland's not too terrible, but yeah, Patrick's just going to hit a land every turn. There's no way to keep him off of lands.
He's fighting a good fight. He's going to thaw that thing down from 30, isn't he?
Yeah.
You don't see that very often. You see people start down this road. You don't see them finish very often.
Yeah, the steps is not too turbo this game.
It's like, all right, waste that plow. Waste that white source, capable of plow. There's still plains, and is it 2 fetch lands? Although, how many tundras? These decks are really light on tundras nowadays. 2 tundras in this list, along with 2 plains.
Yeah, so I don't think Matt has any sort of recursion to reuse that Ghost Quarter. He'll just keep.
Yeah.
Patrick will just keep finding replacements.
Interesting. He hit the plains and it turned into an island. Does that mean he's out of plains? Is it in his hand?
He might be using the Flooded Strand as a plains that you have to hit twice with Ghost Quarter effects.
He's still got a tundra left, though.
He has a few fetch lands kind of off screen up there. It looks like
Sure.
3 total.
Okay. Crop rotation again. And yeah, Patrick Green's going to actually counterspell it. He's basically defending his white mana. I like the way Matt's played this. Really did thaw down from 30. This is Merit Lage the hard way. Patrick Green is, of course, going to plow it. But he's down to 2 white sources. Okay.
Yeah.
And Matt's out. He's like, fine.
Yeah, Jay's got the 13 counters.
Jay's got the 13. Jay's ultimate got there. Patrick Green, the little fist pump. That was it. Matt, I love it when people find an angle to attack from that you're not necessarily even thinking about. And, actually, I mean, Matt Dilk didn't have a realistic chance of winning that way without his opponent making a mistake, but he gave his opponent the chance to make mistakes, right? If he'd actually managed to blow him out on white mana, could have actually gotten there. Patrick Green was down to 1 Tundra, 1 Plains by the end. And there was, 1 Merit Lage, and there's still a Sethbean stage in play to potentially turn into a second Merit Lage. So
yeah, that's true.
Couldn't run him out of Swords to Plowshares. Made a valiant effort to run him out of white mana. So that was game 1. Patrick Green taking the win with the Miracles deck. Now we're on to game 2. What do you take with this Thoughtseize?
Well, there's no Swords to Plowshares this time, so I imagine you pick a cantrip of some sort.
I don't think you want to take Accumulated Knowledge.
No, that's probably the worst cantrip to take. Oh!
It takes Council's Judgment.
Interesting. Council's Judgment, I don't believe can hit lands. So that would make sense.
Yeah,
okay.
it can hit Bitter Blossom.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, Bitter Blossom off to the races. What is the Miracles deck doing about Bitter Blossoms? Rogue fairy tokens or whatever they are.
Getting hit by the tokens most likely. At least for a little bit.
It's a cool sideboard plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
And choke. Hello.
This is the choke matchup.
Wow, and he taps 2 islands for Accumulated Knowledge because he felt like, I can't let that resolve. Well, now you don't have those islands. Those were 1 use.
Whew.
Jeez. Multiple awesome enchantments coming in from the sideboard. Yep. Oh, and by the way, I've got my combo. Here's Hexmage. Here's Dark Depths. Patrick Green uses a 1-shot on that island for a portent. Matt Dilks does not go for the combo. Content to just attack with Vampire Hexmage for now.
Yep, that one's big enough.
I mean, he's 2-turn lethal without comboing off, and he's got the combo in his back pocket.
Wow.
Accumulated Knowledge for 3, but wow. Yeah, Turbo Depth just goes Bitter Blossom and turn him sideways. Choke prevents the Miracles player from doing much of anything, and we're on to game 3.
Yeah, taking out that Council's Judgment was really key there. I was actually surprised until that Bitter Blossom came down. Like, that makes a lot of sense.
Right.
He's just fighting on a different axis, using permanents as opposed to, like, the lands. It's interesting that how much the enchantment package that he brought in forces the Miracles player to react on a different axis.
Yeah, I mean, he's got access to the card Disenchant, but probably didn't have it in the deck there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he did. The deck was Republic at this point. He probably did have the Disenchant, but he only has 1 Disenchant. He only has 2 Council's Judgments in the 75. 1 starts in the main, 1 starts in the board. It's like 3 ways to blow up an enchantment. Then there's an Engineered Explosives. The end.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, there were 2 Bitter Blossoms in Matthew's deck. We're ready to go.
Yeah, let's see if Matt Dilks can pull that off again, or if Miracles is going to claim the seat in the semis. Okay. Counterbalance. Blind Flip Ponder. Not good enough. Him to Torok resolves. It's a plow and a land.
It's a good hit.
Ponder. I think I saw Snapcaster in there along with the land. I think he stacked the Snapcaster on top. Not going to flip for a 3 because, well, he can shuffle and then blind flip, which looks like what he's going to do.
Yeah, Liliana Last Hope just, again, another Axis. Doesn't get hit by all those discharge effects. Does
True.
get hit by Council Judgment, though.
I mean, it takes a while to do anything, but it is thoroughly capable of winning the game all by itself. Hilarious. So predict, and Matt figures that Pat probably knows what his top card is after the ponder. So let's fire off Surgical here. Did he hit anyway? Did he get that right? He drew 2 cards.
Oh, I guess.
We went super fast. I think he randomly named correctly.
Wow. The blind predict.
Yeah, he blind predicted a fetch land and hit. I think that's what I saw. I mean, it obviously went really fast, but that's what I thought I saw.
It definitely looked like 2. I wasn't exactly sure what the hit was.
Dark Confidant has now joined the team. Jace resolves and bounces Bob. Now here's the counterbalance. That was blind, wasn't it?
Yeah, he used the Jace for the bounce, so purely blind.
What did he do with Jace? Oh, he brainstormed, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, now this predict is going to hit for sure.
Yeah, the synergy
Wow.
between predict and counterbalance.
Jace flashing back predict, naming the card that's on top that you put there with Jace. So Snapcaster flashing back predict, hitting the card Jace put back on top. I think Miracles is in pretty good control here.
Yeah, getting rid of Liliana is huge.
Snapcaster able to just damage it. Yeah, these surgical extractions they're just kind of mildly annoying. They're not really game breaking. Looks like he went for the Snapcasters.
Yeah, I mean, there's already one in play. He can still use the synergy with bouncing your own Snapcaster with Jace.
Yeah. I mean, he can also win the game with the Jaces, so it's not like he's going to run out of damage sources.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no hosing enchantments for Matt Dilks, no combo for Matt Dilks, and a whole mountain of card advantage for Patrick Green. That one blind flip turn seemed really important, though.
Yeah.
Like Patrick, I mean, he was probably in the process of pulling ahead anyway, but yeah, he bounced the Dark Confidant, and then Matt Dilks wasn't able to replay it because the 2-mana spell on top.
Yeah. Yeah, Patrick just has so many cards available to him. He can craft whatever game plan he wants at this point.
Yeah, these are the turns that only a diehard Blue Mage can love. Everybody else just feels sorry for the guy on the other side of the table.
Looked like he had to discard 3 cards there. To hand size.
Hey, Bob is back. What do you think the odds are that he resolves?
Not like that. That's the full accumulated knowledge, right?
Yeah, that was all 4. So many cards. Yeah, hard cast Terminus. Kill your Bobs. Snapcaster back on the bottom. That's fine. Jace maybe will start ticking up soon. So, still got the small problem of discarding the hand size. 3 more cards? Wow. He's discarded 3 cards to hand size on consecutive turns.
I understand why people love this deck. He elected to portend his opponent and then Fate Seal away the card he didn't like that he saw.
Sure.
Players in the Platinum Draft, your parents round 2 are being posted. Players in the Platinum Draft.
Oh, Entreat the Angels is here. That is in from the sideboard? No, he starts the one. Yeah, the one
That's
Entreat,
game.
and that'll do it.
Yeah, 20 damage.
Angels finish
for
the game
Angels.
off. That is what they do. So here is your top 4. This is the semifinal bracket. Patrick Green with Miracles. We just watched him earn this seat opposite Brandon DeVera on Sneak and Show. Other side of the bracket, number 1 seed Cyrus Corman Gill still hasn't dropped a match on the weekend, at least not in Legacy. And Christopher Walton will be his semifinal opponent.
Awesome. Do we know
4 very different decks. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, we started with 7 unique decks. There were 2 copies of Turbo Depths in the top 8.
They're both gone.
Both gone, unfortunately. Got to see the one in action, but yeah, no more Turbo Depths. Or not so Turbo Depths in the case of the 10 Ice Counters game.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to hand off to Mark for the semifinals and see you guys out there in chat for the finals. This should be fun.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. So we just saw 2 matches. We just saw the conclusion of Patrick Green and Matthew Dilks. That was a Turbo Depths versus Miracles. Had a not so Turbo Depths game where all the ice counters were removed with mana.
Yep.
But Swords to Plowshares were numerous, and then he actually got to Bitter Blossom his opponent to death game 2, but Miracles came back game 3, just overwhelmed with card advantage and took it down.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tendrils is looking to pull off the double this weekend, right? Brian Koval had Tendrils in his deck, and Cyrus looking to still run good with it. So I did see Cyrus had at least 1 turn 2 kill.
Okay.
I was watching his quarterfinal match, and he went off turn 2.
Awesome. I know turn 2's nice. I know he's been looking for the turn 1 kill. I believe he's gotten 1 on the weekend, but it wasn't in Legacy.
Okay, he had a turn 1 in Vintage.
Yeah, turn 1 in Vintage.
DPS. So.
Yeah, Cyrus has been rocking Dark Ritual all weekend, running DPS to a very respectable finish at 7-3.
We're doing Patrick and Brandon.
Okay, we're good. All right, we're gonna do. We have our semifinal main. It is Patrick and Brandon. This is the Miracles player that we just saw at the very end there, as well as the Sneak and Show player that we saw before that.
I mean, traditionally, you would take the control deck here versus the combo deck.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
that is the level 1.
Yeah,
for sure.
Brandon does have, some spell pierces, Vendilion Click, some other ways to try to force through some of his spells that he's looking to cash in on with, the Show and Tell and the Sneak Attack as well. And he also has a main deck Boseiju, which I think obviously could be really good here.
Yeah, the main deck Boseiju. We saw be not so good against the Elves player in the quarterfinals, but it will be a lot more relevant here. Easily force through a Show and Tell in order to put something big or just put a Sneak Attack into play.
Yeah.
And be able to dodge all the counter spells in the Miracles main deck.
And Patrick's list has the Back to Basics, however, they're in the sideboard. He also has in the sideboard Containment Priest for this matchup. You could use Disenchant, Council's Judgment, try to clean up leftover Sneak Attack that's stuck out there.
No, that's totally reasonable. Yeah, I completely agree with the assessment of the Miracles being the good control deck. There are a lot of ways of removing the big monsters in this main deck.
Yep. And Patrick also going with the main deck Entreat the Angels. I think this is my first time seeing his list, and this is what you traditionally see out there out of the Miracles lists, is having that Entreat within the 75. But the Back to Basics are on the board.
Yeah, Back to Basics is usually a main deck inclusion. I'm actually very surprised by that. It will do a lot of work against Devera with the Soul Lands, as they're called, which is Ancient Tomb and City of Traders, as well as the dependence on having Volcanic Island to cast the early cantrips and activate the late sneak attacks.
I could see Brandon. I'm going to take Brandon on this one. I think he's going to steal game 1 with Boseiju, and then he's going to piece it together either in game 2 or 3. That's my prediction.
Okay, so you floated the control seems pretty good, and then You turned it on the sneak attack.
Yep. I mean, I'm a sucker for a good combo deck. So.
Okay.
But I
understand.
think he's going to be able to sneak out a game. That was
Usually
terrible,
that's
yeah.
squeak out a game,
Yeah.
but we'll let that ride.
Yeah.
I will take the opposite side. I do think Miracles is favored, especially in this game 1, which we were about to have underway. Yeah, just having access to things like Terminus, plenty of counter spells. Hopefully we'll keep Brandon off his game.
So looks like Patrick has a Force of Will in his hand.
Doesn't like what he sees. Yeah, keeping a hand with that early game interaction in case Brandon does something crazy like Lotus Petal, Soul Land, Show and Tell.
Oh yeah, Brandon could just deploy a turn 1 Show and Tell.
Yeah.
Show and Tell unable to put in Planeswalkers, so not quite as good when you can't get that free Jason Mind Sculptor in there.
Counterbalance from Patrick. Ooh, it's the Spell Pierce. Yeah, that seems relevant. Brandon wants to develop his hand a little bit with all these 1-drops, and Counterbalance threatens to stop that fun.
Counterbalance does a good job at being the fun police.
We have the Jace Brainstorm from his library of spells. Looks like Entreat the Angels went back. It's a little too early in the game for that one. We'll probably see that shuffled away if he can manage that.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick's hand looked pretty loaded with Swords of Plowshares. Yep, he's got 2 of them in hand.
Two seems a little much, unfortunately, because Swords of Plowshare is only hitting the Gristlebrand half of the creature suite that Brandon uses. Emrakul, obviously protection from colored spells. But still a reasonable card to have access to.
Yeah, I mean, you want to here at least, though, because maybe you're going to get into the counter war here with Brandon, and then without protection for your own Swords of Plowshares, you're fine getting one hit with a counterspell.
Oh, yeah. The situation where you're swordsing a Gristlebrand, they're more than likely going to draw cards and try to fight.
And Brandon has a Force of Will. Potentially, he might have just picked up off that impulse.
Yeah.
Yep.
Patrick's hand looks like not too much going on right now. And okay, there is an accumulated knowledge. I believe he's doing that end step. Get the draw spells going. Redraws that Entreat. Doesn't really want that one, but had no way of getting rid of it.
So Brandon going to use Click to see what's going on in Patrick's hand.
And Patrick deciding that he doesn't want to show all of his hand.
Picks up a 3rd plow.
There's a 75% chance that if Brandon chooses to tuck a card, it's going to be, or is it a 100% chance? Okay, I thought there was a blue spell in that hand still. You get to move one of these Swords of Plowshares if you wish. I doubt he wishes, though.
So Brandon knows he can probably get an Emrakul in. Grizzlebrand looks like it would bite the bullet.
Yeah, with this abundance of Swords of Plowshares, might as well use one.
So resolve sneak attack.
Yeah, Patrick.
Really threatening here, Patrick, to put him out of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Portent being on the slower side, he's really looking for Council's Judgment to get rid of that sneak attack as soon as possible, but he's not drawing a card off of it this turn. And okay. Establishing the 2-turn clock with the 2-power Snapcaster Mage and 2 4/4 flyers. That's 2 shots in order to kill Brandon, and that's the plan that Patrick needs to use, but apparently won't get to use.
Yeah, right. So Patrick was like, well, he's threatening with a sneak attack here. I need to at least get my clock going, making sure, because each draw that Brandon potentially has now could just really threaten to put Patrick completely out of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, one way to get your opponent to not draw as many cards is to not give them as many turns.
Yep. Brandon did have a Flusterstorm there for the Entree, unfortunately, for Patrick. And that the Snapcaster beatdown is not quite as quick.
No. Yeah, this really. All right, predict.
But the nice thing by Patrick jamming that Entreat there, forcing more counter spells out of Brandon's hand as well, for if he does run into Council's Judgment to potentially get rid of the sneak attack, that's one less counter spell he would have had to fight through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this predict here is probably not going to be that powerful. It's probably whatever library it decides to hit is probably going to be a guess, more so than any informed knowledge, which is unfortunate.
And it looks like we're going to have show and tell time. And rips the counter spell. Wow.
Well timed there, counter spell.
A timely counter spell being on top is able to stop show and tell.
Now there's still the whole issue of the sneak attack going on right there. That's show and tell, more than likely an Omniscience, I suppose.
Yeah, Brandon has an Omniscience in hand.
Yeah.
That counter spell, very timely. And then, I mean, Patrick's just trying to fade a creature, mainly Emrakul. And we get our sneak attack activation.
All right, so we do have a Swords to Plowshares target, which Patrick will take advantage of immediately.
Well, and here's the problem, too. Now, basically, Brandon's going to get a free draw 7.
Not necessarily. Unfortunately, he's at a multiple. Yeah, he gets that free one. I was thinking he might get an extra one right then and there because he's not as worried about his life total. But no, because it was exactly the 14, he just gets the 1.
Just electing not even to try to fight there. A lot of times you might activate the Grizzlebrand with the Swords of Plowshare on the stack.
Omniscience.
And show and tell time is here.
So, Brandon, with so many new cards from that Grizzlebrand, he's just going to be able to chain a lot of stuff together.
He's able to cast them all for free, right?
Yeah.
And he has an Emrakul in hand.
So.
Yep.
That's that. That's also that.
Yep.
22 power.
Yeah, and Patrick sees enough here. Brandon takes down game 1.
Yeah, that was impressive. The Boseiju didn't come into play at all during that game, but with the power of Vendilion Click and Patrick, not exactly getting the best string of spells spelled Doom for him.
Yeah, Patrick got loaded with Swords of Plowshares in hand and not much else to be able to interact. And Brandon was able to piece together, with the draw 7 and just eventually overwhelm Patrick.
So how does this sideboarding play out? I see on the Sneak and Show side we have looks like Arcane Artisan might possibly be a choice.
Arcane Artisan, I like. It also allows Patrick to, waste Swordsteel Plowshares on that as a target as well. So you're trying to essentially use that as almost a bait spell, but it also gives you a greater density of threatening combo pieces that Patrick has to deal with.
Yeah. We kind of saw this matchup at the end of the Swiss as well. Brendan DeVere took down Daniel Miller in the last round, and it was, or rather, I believe Drew, in fact, but it was the draw was what Brandon was looking for. He did bring in Arcane Artisan, but that Miracles deck in particular was Esper, and I can't imagine him boarding differently against Esper versus against this more traditional Miracles build.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you're going to see, Echoing Truth, nice little catch-all, permanent, and something that, if there is something Brandon's not thinking of from the Miracles player, oh, I forgot about this card. You kind of have Echoing Truth as that nice catch-all, right?
Yeah, is there anything to catch on the Miracle side?
So we have Patrick. He's working with Containment Priest. He has a Council's Judgment. We have Disenchant. And then we have additional counter spells that we could be looking at here as well with Flusterstorm, Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blast, and we have a Surgical Extraction.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of options there. I feel more like Miracles is looking to not dilute its plan at a point. There's so many options. I mean, Containment Priest almost guaranteed for this matchup in particular. But, I mean, 5 additional counter spells. Council's Judgment to get rid of problematic permanents like the Arcane Artisan. Now that he has Deckless, probably knows it's coming in. The Disenchant for the sneak attack, that kind of thing. Possibly a Surgical Extraction, but at the point there's so many other things probably not coming in.
Yeah, I'm not sure he brings that one in. But again, Patrick is going to be looking to set up, as we saw there, kind of an entreat, kind of start forcing the issue a little bit against Brandon.
You think the Monastery Mentor comes in order to provide a faster clock?
Yeah, I would say you probably bring in the Monastery Mentor as well. You're trying to really pressure Brandon into trying to have it.
Yeah, one of the things I love about this Miracles list, that I'm looking through it, it has the full 4 counterspell.
Yes.
Like, we think of all these cards that have been printed in Magic over the past 25 years. Like, you get these Flusterstorms, you get these various different counter spells and other sorts of, like, new and improved versions of things. But in the end, 4 counter spell, that's the choice.
I mean, it's the golden standard of counters, right?
Yeah. It is the counter spell.
Yes. It is the level 1. Nowadays, counter spells cost 3.
They want to cost 2.5 for sure, but 2.5 is not an option. That's why you see things like Sinister Sabotage. Yeah, 4 counter spell. I don't think we're going to get Mana Drain anytime soon if 4 counter spells playable in Eternal Weekend top 8.
Probably not. And Brandon on a mulligan.
Yep. Patrick on 7, Brandon on 6. Let's get this underway.
And we already see some of the sideboard cards here for Patrick. Brandon looked like he had a Force of Will in his hand. I was unable to make out the other additional cards.
Yeah, Pyroblast for sure in Patrick's hand. Just playing that control route. Now, obviously it didn't work the first game, but hopefully it'll be a little better this time.
I think Patrick might also have another counterspell there, not playing the Preordain with 2 mana makes me think he wanted to hold up double counterspell.
Fires off an accumulated knowledge.
And again, Patrick, just wanted to be efficient with his mana.
Now, one of the things I could see that he possibly brought in is back to basics, because if he looks at his opponent's deck list, sees that Boseiju wants to keep it tapped, so it enters battlefield tapped. Back to basics is sitting around, it never untaps. That's a way of making sure that these counter spells are live.
Lotus Petal, so Brandon at the all-important 3 mana mark. Also has an Ancient Tomb as well.
Yeah, suddenly on 5 mana. That's enough to deploy, although I was about to say deploy a sneak attack and activate, but that's too much.
Yeah.
Those are too many islands. I don't feel like that's the plan right now. Maybe Jace the Mind Sculptor?
Yep, and Brandon's one of Jace the Mind Sculptor is attempting to resolve here.
And we're going to have a stack war here
Yep.
as Patrick cracks his fetch land.
I think Patrick might have a Flusterstorm here.
I think I saw a Spell Pierce, which he was kind of deciding between that and the Pyroblast initially. He gets to use both. Oh, no, he uses the Flusterstorm.
Uses the Flusterstorm here.
Okay. Oh, wow.
But Brandon has Force of Will and is able to pitch a card to ensure that Jace resolves for him.
Yeah, he went all the way down to 1 card with all that counter magic in his hands. Yeah, well orchestrated there.
Yep.
And easily clawing back up in hand size now that Jace can brainstorm.
And, permanents like Planeswalkers and enchantments are what you want to be doing against Miracle's decks.
Yeah,
It's often difficult for Miracle's lists to deal with, Planeswalkers, enchantments. A lot of times you see people boarding in Liliana, Last Hope, Bitter Blossom, some permanents like that.
Yeah, with Planeswalkers being a rather new permanent type in the game, you see less answers available to in the entirety of Magic for them. So,
yep.
And we do have a sneak attack being sneaky over in the at the bottom of the screen.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like we have a Containment Priest. And we have Brandon also bringing Grafdigger's Cage. Patrick with a Snapcaster in hand wants his Snapcaster to remain live and opts to Spell Pierce the Grafdigger's Cage.
Yeah, that Snapcaster is very important to keep the train going.
Well, and again, it allowed Brandon or Patrick, if he wanted to snap Pyroblast, get rid of the Jace that way as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we get a back to basics Patrick picked up. Although right now it hurts Patrick more than it hurts Brandon.
Yeah, that is not exactly the configuration that you want with that enchantment. I think you wait. In this case, I think it really is a Stone Rain against Boseiju.
Yep. Containment Priest getting in the red zone.
Yeah, this is a clock. It's nice to have a disruptive clock against a combo deck.
So a little down screen, we see the sneak attack. However, with Containment Priest hanging around, Brandon's not going to be looking to put in a creature that way.
Yeah, Patrick Snapcastering, taking a look to see which instant he wants to cast, and looks like he's going with Accumulated Knowledge.
And again, this Snapcaster also ups the clock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at this point, it's 3 turns now. If he wants access to that Scalding Tarn, fetching something, it's 2 turns, which I doubt. Or the Ancient Tomb usage, for that matter.
Yeah, Brandon's going to need to piece something here rather quickly, or he's going to be die to these army of 2/2 bears. Well, 2/1 bear for Snapcaster.
Yeah, and Disenchant on Sneak Attack, and that's it for this game. Patrick evens it up at 1-1, showing the combined power of Containment Priest as a Disruptive Bear and a Clock to make sure that the game doesn't go too long. And, yeah, we're off to game 3.
So you got to think now that Brandon, seeing the Containment Priest, probably needs to bring in Kozilek's Return. It's not an ideal scenario, right? Because you're thinking, all right, Miracles, but he's going to need that Kozilek's Return if it wasn't already in.
Yeah, Kozilek's Return, maybe Pyroclasm instead or in addition to, maybe Echoing Truth, although that's kind of silly if there's open mana, but you can counter it on the way down. Yeah, I'm not too sure how the Abrade might be a good choice.
Yeah, Brandon's just going to be now he's on notice, right, to ensure that he has ways to interact with Containment Priest. They do have access to each other's deck list, being in top 8.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this. Kozilek's Return is nice because it's an instant, but it's slightly more expensive than the Abrade. So I would imagine the Abrade, depending on how deep he wants to go on anti-Containment Priest tech, definitely Abrade, possibly Kozilek's Return, and maybe Pyroclasm.
Well, and the other thing that's really nice with Kozilek's Return is Patrick looking to bring in Monastery Mentor here, I would imagine. It also cleans up, any monk tokens that are left behind.
True. Very true. Yeah, for those of you just joining us, this is the semifinals of the Legacy Championship. We are currently watching Miracles versus Sneak and Show. On to game 3. We had 7 unique decks in this top 8. 2 Turbo Depths. We had Ad Nauseam Tendrils, Check Pile, Grixis Control, Miracles, Sneak and Show, and Elves, and I don't think I'm missing anything.
No, I think ran through them.
Yeah, if you asked me an hour ago, I wouldn't have known that.
Yeah, exactly. We wrapped up Vintage for the day. We crowned Brian Koval on Paradoxical Outcome, opting for Tendrils main deck, turn 2ing opponents on his way through the day, and walking away with a nice Time Walk painting.
Yeah, that is a beautiful painting. Time Walk, a very iconic card. Very wonderful interpretation of that card. Yeah, and he doesn't, being a Pittsburgh native, he doesn't even have to figure out weird logistics to get it home.
Doesn't even need the ship. He got to just walk out of here, walk home with it. You see in the background there, just behind Patrick, that's what the Legacy players are battling for today, the Volcanic Island painting. And the right to be called the 2018 North American Legacy Champion.
Ooh. Yeah, so Brandon's right out of the gates with the Boseiju and the Lotus Petal. That threatens the turn to Shell and Tell immediately. Yeah, even if not sure if Patrick has a back to basics in hand, but it is way too slow for this draw.
Yeah, Patrick's hand's filled with counter spells. However, what he's looking to counter is going to be uncounterable thanks to Boseiju, which reads pay 2 life, add 1 generic mana to your mana pool, and if it's spent on an instant or sorcery such as Show and Tell, that spell cannot be countered by spells or abilities.
Yeah, I believe now it makes colorless instead of generic.
Yeah.
But this was Kamigawa days, a little different. Is it a painting or an oversized card? It's a good thing you ask that. They get a painting and an oversized card in case you want to get rid of the painting for logistical reasons and such.
So what's in Brandon's hand here?
I saw City of Traders. I couldn't quite make out anything else.
Yeah, from the looks of it, it's actually a very light hand in terms of spells. I think it's actually pretty land heavy, although I could be wrong as we see him tap 3 mana, including the Boseiju. Okay. Well, that one doesn't get affected by Boseiju, but that is the third lane. You don't want to be cracking the Lotus Petal for a spell like that. But we have Arcane Artisan in play.
And Patrick does have his one of Containment Priest in his hand. So we could see some fireworks here.
It doesn't affect it, no.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so what I see here, importantly, there's a Pyroblast in Patrick's hand.
Yeah.
Can take out the Arcane Artisan here. And then that Back to Basics, that Boseiju is tapped. That Back to Basics is probably coming down no matter what Patrick's mana base looks like. Oh, but Spell Pierce. Okay.
So Patrick needs to deal with this Arcane Artisan. Does so nicely. He has a Containment Priest.
Yeah, now the Containment Priest looks really nice.
Containment Priest is now online as a potential option for him.
Yeah, Containment Priest from Commander 2014. It's a human cleric with flash, and if a non-token creature would enter the battlefield and it wasn't cast, exile it instead.
Arcane Artisan makes them token creatures, so it also helps play around Containment Priest, but we knew Patrick had multiple ways to clean up the Arcane Artisan.
Yeah, additionally, Containment Priest versus the Omniscience. If you get the Omniscience in play instead, you can start casting the big monsters.
And Brandon going for the show and tell.
Yeah, effectively countering the show and tell.
And Brandon opts not to put anything in, and Patrick is able to then deploy a land off of the show and tell opportunity.
So yeah, now that he has Containment Priest in play and has gotten rid of the Arcane Artisan, that Back to Basics is probably not nearly as important, especially with 3 non-basics in his own mana base.
Jace from Brandon, but we have a Snapcaster that's going to be able to buy back one of the red Elemental Blast, Pyroblast effects and effectively counter the Jace. And now, with a really reasonable clock, Patrick looks like he could be running away with this game.
Yeah, this is a quick clock here.
And Brandon sees the writing on the wall. Patrick has the clock. He has counterbalance. And Patrick also had a Force of Will in his hand in case things got dicey.
Didn't need it, though.
Yep.
So, yeah, that concludes this this part of the bracket. Patrick Green moving on to the finals in 6th seed playing Miracles. Brandon, unfortunately, just that Boseiju Lotus Petal draw looked really nice opening up, but just the way the spells flew, it didn't work out.
And then Patrick will be in the finals awaiting either Cyrus Corman Gill on Ad Nauseam Tendrils or Jake Weinman on, Christopher Walton on what is 4-color Leovold, essentially the leftovers post-Deathrite Shaman banning check pile.
Yeah, we have a few new tools, particularly Assassin's Trophy showing up in check pile, the new card from Guilds of Ravnica. But yeah, the mana base is kind of a little bit different from what Randy and I kind of saw, maybe a little bit bigger, maybe like 2 more lands and 2 more spells kind of thing because of the loss of Deathrite Shaman. But you're basically looking at the 4 Brainstorms and 4 Ponders trying to make sure that the mana and the spells work together so that you can cast them all and just card advantage your way into a victory.
Man, this really does look like a pile.
It is a pile. It is the definition of a pile for sure.
Yeah. I mean, just looking through the list, the one Abrupt Decay, one Assassin's Trophy, one Edict, one Thoughtseize, one Deluge, and maxing out on the Snapcasters. Really wants to play with his graveyard. And Christopher even has Counterbalance out of the sideboard.
That's amazing.
And a card I haven't seen in a while, Pernicious Deed.
Oh, Pernicious Deed, the enchantment from Apocalypse, lets you, for 1 a green and a black, it's an enchantment that when you pay X and sacrifice it, destroy all artifacts, creatures, and enchantments with convert mana cost X or less.
So, and I think we're going to be able to bring you some coverage here of Cyrus and Christopher's match.
Yeah, we're finding out now. Looking at Cyrus's build, he was telling me, so Cyrus, lucky him, gets to be on the play in this matchup and throughout the entire top 8, depending on how far he gets. He seems pretty excited about this matchup. Not too much interaction because of so much permanent-based interaction with the Abrupt Decay, Assassin's Trophy, Diabolic Edict. Not too important in that first game.
Well, and the nice thing is, too, that Christopher is locked and loaded, though, with 3 Hymn to Torok.
Yeah, 3 Hymn to Torok is what Cyrus is trying to dodge. He has no way of interacting with that. It's just going to kind of happen when it happens.
So he has the Hymn to Torok and a Thoughtseize. But as you pointed out, Chris has a lot of cards that are not really ideal in this matchup. So, with the Fatal Pushes, Edict, Assassin's Trophy, Abrupt Decay.
Yeah, he has a lot of things to change for games 2 and 3.
Yes. And then Cyrus with a pretty straightforward ad nauseum build. It's been doing well in previous Eternal weekends. I think it won Asia, right?
I'm not too sure about that one.
Yeah.
I'd have to fact check that. But in terms of winning, Cyrus hasn't dropped a match this entire weekend with this deck. Yeah, he was 7-3 in the Vintage event and said that he's X-3 on the weekend, having played in Trials as well. I think he actually under bye for Legacy.
So if Cyrus empties the Warrens, are we going to get some red gummy bears for him?
I think we're out of gummy bears.
Oh, my God. No.
Yeah, the box of gummy bears has been completely obliterated throughout the weekend.
Well, your box and quantity this time were noticeably smaller than last year's.
Yeah, but it was noticeably easier to share as well. So that might have had a lot to do with it, too.
Nah, you just go big or go home.
Yeah, I'll just double up next year.
All right.
Yeah. So,
I think,
yeah.
Jeff, do we know what the status of that match is, Cyrus?
Okay, we're queuing up the match now. We're going to see some ad nauseum tendrils versus some check pile.
I think they are on hold right now. And we're going to be able to get all of it played today. So.
Oh, yeah. We will absolutely get the entire match
You'll get
for
the full experience of Game 1 and to wherever they're at again.
Yes.
So.
Let's count to 10.
I mean, it's in 10 drills.
Yeah.
So.
How many drills does it take to kill? 10 drills.
Exactly. And we saw Brian Koval do it, and Cyrus now looking to be the second winner of the weekend with Tendrils of Agony.
Yeah, well, Tendrils of Agony is poised to possibly be the card of the weekend.
Yep. The breakout card, and that's interesting, too, because I would not have thought coming into this weekend, Storm's always a known quantity, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's just not a lot of hype around it, not a lot of people talking about it, and I think it's, maybe caught some people off guard.
Yeah. Yeah, especially like the Tendrils of Agony with Cyrus playing Dark Petition Storm in Vintage. That is absolutely taking people off guard. That deck hasn't been nearly as prominent ever since the printing of a lot of hosers. And it sounds like we actually have our match ready to go now.
All right. Let's find out who takes Game 1 between Cyrus Corman Gill and Christopher Walton. Cyrus with Lotus Petal into Ponder into a land.
Yeah, that is a interesting keep by Cyrus. I'm sure he knows the mathematics of his deck much better than I do. Pedal Ponder is an aggressive use of the pedal. The rest of his hand must be really good.
I mean, and in theory, this deck could cobble together and turn one you even.
Oh, yeah.
Christopher also with, just as we already touched on, a lot of dead cards for game one in his main deck.
Swamp and go. Yeah, check pile having a very greedy mana base. Still somehow rocking 3 basic lands.
Oh yeah, this mana base: Badlands, Bayou, Bloodstained Mire, Forest Island, Misty Rainforest, Delta, Swamp, Tropical Island, Underground Sea, Volcanic Island. It's definitely a very greedy deck.
Yeah. And we see here that Cyrus's Pedal Ponder line is because he's expecting to win on the second turn.
And he's going to look to see if there's any interaction.
Yeah. His opponent had kind of the F6 stance there
Yep.
while he was starting the Dark Ritual, but Thoughtseize is a part of the Storm Count, so it's being cast anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, and that is a fully thresholded Cabal Ritual there. Amazing that he's
Yeah.
able to get that powerful on the second turn.
This is turn 2.
Yeah, 2 of them. Infernal Tutor.
Turn 2, Cyrus powering through, creating storm, generating mana.
I believe this is, yep. So he had exactly, oh, no, he had 1 extra mana for Ad Nauseam. I wasn't sure if he was one storm too light to go Infernal Tutor into Tendrils, so he does have to go with the Ad Nauseam line. With 1 black floating and a land drop still out there, I don't think this is, and 17 life, I don't think this is going to be a problem.
Yeah, and Infernal Tutor, one of the key cards, obviously, in Cyrus's deck. When he's hell-bent, he's able to effectively use Infernal Tutor as a demonic tutor. And hits a Past in Flames.
Yeah, so he's pointing at the Past in Flames. I believe this is enough.
Yep.
And Cyrus on turn 2, easily taking game 1.
Well, I mean, decks that kill on turn 2, pretty good this weekend.
Yeah. He didn't get his turn 1 kill yet in Legacy. That wasn't it, so maybe we still have a chance to see that.
Yeah, and like I said, Chris didn't get to really play much Magic yet.
No. His hand was kind of set up to, I guess, him to Torok Cyrus on the second turn. I wasn't sure if there was even a second land there. I couldn't tell.
But Chris, post board is able to really reconfigure his deck. He's going to have a lot more interaction with Counterbalance, Flusterstorm, and with the Pyroblast too.
Yeah, he has quite a bit of interaction. With those 7 cards you mentioned, there and possibly Surgical Extraction.
Yeah, and
as well.
Surgical too. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of permanent base destruction that we're really not going to see anymore. The Abrupt Decays, the Assassin's Trophies, the Fatal Push. Yes, there is a Xanath Swarm in the sideboard, but this is not a Xanath Swarm matchup.
No. And just looking at Chris's side, you're going to be taking out a lot of the slower cards in the deck, in addition to what you mentioned earlier, and just let's get Pyroblast, start countering these draw spells right off the bat, and then hopefully kind of back it up with him to Torok, Thoughtseize. Maybe you can hit a key card, Surgical it. I think there's a lot in Chris's deck that's pretty slow and kind of maybe refined by bringing in these cards to force the interaction.
Yeah, it's a 2-prong attack. Oh, and we're already ready
and right
to go.
Off the bat, we see the Pyroblast hitting, the Preordain and a lot of those sculpting spells.
Yeah, all the blue spells that Cyrus is really relying on are the cantrips, so firing off that Pyroblast real quick is expected.
So Christopher already +1 turn this game.
It's good for him. Didn't deploy a 2-drop this turn, though. I was expecting one of those.
Yep.
So Christopher with access to all 4 of his colors now.
Yep. And one of the greedier, if not the greediest mana base you'll see in Legacy.
Yeah, but with the brainstorms and the ponders of his own, it's very easy to craft and make that mana base work.
Yeah, there weren't many wastelands in our Legacy top 8.
No, I really do feel like Wasteland is on a bit of a decline right now. Even the Delver deck was, the blue-red Delver deck was not packing any Wasteland. It was a Price Progress deck instead.
And so Christopher continues to sculpt his hand to be in a position to fight any potential rituals and shenanigans that Cyrus is looking to deploy.
Yeah, firing off another Pyroblast. And firing that off, Cyrus only has 1 land right now. He was probably searching for the second one.
Yeah, no, you definitely won't, like, there's not going to be many cards that Pyroblast is going to hit out of Ad Nauseam that are key spells rather than you're hitting the draw spells to, again, slow down just the speed of the deck.
All right. Boom. Okay. With 2 spells played, I was expecting Cyrus to try to go for it there, but it looks like he has other ideas.
Yeah, Cyrus looking just now. He needs something to make sure that, you know, the coast is clear here. He can, with an Infernal Tutor, set up potentially Ad Nauseam.
Yeah, he really needs to find some sort of discard card in order to know what Christopher's working with right now and whether or not the coast is clear.
Yeah, with the amount of cards Chris has seen, it's a little scary to try to fire off the combo here.
Yeah, that's been 4 cantrips for Chris so far. He can't not have a counterspell. Yeah, Chris continues to develop his mana, and he has the clock. And there's the... Really? Okay. So...
We have Brainstorm, Ponder, and Snapcaster.
Yeah, so the duress isn't exactly taking a counterspell out of the hand. Snapcaster and Brainstorm supplying the ability to kind of hide it.
And there's a Force and a Surgical that Christopher just picked up. So now Chris is looking to maybe force Cyrus or counter a saucy target for the Surgical Extraction.
Yep, and he does exactly that. Okay. Try to, I don't know what that Surgical is targeting quite yet, but Cyrus is going to take the opportunity to use it like a fetch land and get rid of some junk he doesn't need. Shrugs. Oh, you didn't hit the thing. How unfortunate for me.
So Cyrus has the Infernal, has a Ritual. So, and with all the duresses gone, it doesn't look like he has another way to ensure if the coast is clear or not. Oh, he has the Thought Seizes as well. Did not see that on the list.
Yeah, so really, the Infernal Tutor is awkward here because he could potentially almost empty his hand without using the Lion's Eye Diamond. but he has so many cantrips right now that seems almost impossible. You really just need to cantrip into rituals and duress effects and such.
I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but I'm not 100% sure I would have surgicaled on that duress there. It does give Christopher, the additional information about where Cyrus is in piecing together a potential, combo here.
Mm-hmm. It informs Christopher of the line that Cyrus might be on, depending on what the payoff spell is. In this case, Infernal Tutor. You could play differently versus if it's a Pass in Flames. Yeah, Cyrus has just been churning through his deck. Both players, honestly, churning through their deck with these cantrips. Cyrus rocking the full 12 with 4/4/4 Preordained Brainstorm Ponder in the main deck.
And with only a couple cards in hand for Christopher, looks like Cyrus is going for it here.
Yeah, oh, by the way, I've cast 5 spells this turn.
And is there a pause?
Christopher's thinking. He did have access to a Force of Will from the looks of it.
Counterspell. Or no, the Brainstorm there.
Yeah, he hit it on. Whoa. He had quite a few Force of Wills on top there. I was expecting the one right on top, but I didn't expect the other two. But he can't really access more than one right now. He has to hope that that one was good enough, and he is. Cyrus is explaining why it's not.
And there we go. Cyrus takes it down.
Continuing the undefeated streak.
Mm-hmm.
Cyrus Corman-Gill
So
on to the finals.
Even with the Force of Will there, Cyrus shows him the Pass in Flames, being able to put the Infernal Tutor on the stack, or just how he would get the Pass in Flames, I guess, actually, in the graveyard here, would just be with the Lion's Eye Diamond. He still had it on the table.
Yeah.
And so Cyrus basically saying, all right, well, even with your Force of Will, I still have enough mana and ways to produce more mana to run through another iteration of the combo and kill you.
Yeah.
So we will have Cyrus Corman-Gill on Ad Nauseam Tendrils versus Patrick Green on Miracles.
Who do you think is favored in the Miracles versus Ant matchup?
I mean, obviously, I think Miracles is probably favored. If they played this, I don't know, 100 times, I would say probably. I think it's close, especially with Cyrus being on the play, being a huge deal. And we already had him kill somebody on turn 2. But we'll see.
Yeah, I have seen Cyrus. Cyrus has had the opportunity on camera to dismantle a Miracles player. I believe that was the first thing he did this morning. He knows how to play the matchup for sure. He's shown that he knows how to play every matchup for sure. I mean, he hasn't dropped the match yet. He shook hands for an intentional draw in the last round, so the guaranteed first seed. He being on the play in that first game, I really think that Cyrus is gonna go all the way in this tournament.
Well, again, with Patrick Green and how his deck lines up, he has a lot of things that you just don't want to have in your 60 game 1, right? He's got these Swords of Plowshares. He's got the Council's Judgment. Just a lot of dead cards, so to speak, that we saw basically Christopher died with in his hand when he got turn 2'd.
All right, but before we get to that match, it looks like we're bringing Randy back in.
Yep.
Thank you for having me, and I will give the microphone over.
All right. So we're getting them prepped and ready, and we're going to have Cyrus Corman-Gill on Ad Nauseam Tendrils looking to pick up another painting for Tendrils this weekend versus Patrick Green on Miracles hoping to steal that trophy away from the Tendrils clan.
I don't know that anybody can
Yeah.
take anything away from Cyrus the way he's playing this weekend.
Yeah. Oh, and it just
Dude can play some Magic.
And Storm players, just collectively, I feel, are just know their decks in and out, right?
I mean, the good ones.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously Cyrus is pretty good if you made it this far.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't know about the Storm players' generalization.
Okay,
like,
yeah.
sometimes you compare it against Storm in round 2, and you're like, yes.
Oh, yeah. Early in the tournament, sure, yeah. But I'm saying this late in the tournament, if you see a Storm player in a top 8, you're a little nervous, right? Because they're going to know the ins and outs of their decks.
Now, I was watching over his shoulder for that last game, too, and it's tough to see the lines, but he set himself up where he's aware that his opponent can have Force of Will.
Yeah.
And so every spell might be the one to Force of Will, and he's just perfect poker face. He's giving no information away. Like, his mechanics are all the same. You know, Dark Ritual, do you want to counter this? You know, and the pause. Obviously, he's not saying that, but, like, he's just going through the motions, and every play, you know, Lotus Petal, pause, beat, opponent says, they were actually just saying card names back and forth to each other. You could hear, be like, Lotus Petal. The opponent would say Lotus Petal. And say Dark Ritual, and the opponent would say Dark Ritual. That was his way of acknowledging, was just, you know, it's like, okay, Dark Ritual. Then he goes Cabal Ritual, and the guy's looking over, and he's like, okay, Threshold. You know, what if he's got an Empty the Warrens was the card that Cyrus's opponent was particularly worried about there. And I'm looking at Cyrus's hand, and this Cabal Ritual is so beautiful because what he's holding is he's holding Past in Flame and he's holding Infernal Tutor, and he's got 1 black left floating as he invests 2 mana into the Cabal Ritual and a Lotus Petal.
Yeah.
So he can still cast the Infernal Tutor even if this gets countered. He can still cast the Past in Flames if it doesn't get countered. He's got the Lion's Eye Diamond, which is going to give him the red mana to flashback. He literally doesn't care which spell gets Force of Will.
Yep.
He's managed to craft the situation and sort of line the mana up where no matter which spell in the chain gets Force of Willed, he's still got a viable plan.
Yeah, and we saw
It's just
Cyrus
beautiful.
flip over his
beautiful.
cards and kind of explain to his opponent, hey, you're going to be
didn't
dead
matter.
anyway.
It didn't
yeah.
matter. I had it.
Yep.
I had it every which way through a Force of Will.
Yep.
That's the part of Storm. Like I've dabbled a little bit in Legacy Storm, and you know I know all the basic patterns. You know I can you can win. You can do the Past in Flames win. You can just do the tutors and you know all the rituals. You've got all these different lines to win. But the tricky bit is what if your opponent is interacting? Like playing around your opponent's interaction is the difference between, you know, the solid Storm player that kind of knows all the lines and the next level Storm player who can just win through a couple pieces of interaction. It's like when you have to make plays that maybe your opponent says no at any point in the chain and you have to be able to keep going no matter which part they randomly decide to interact with. Just, yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, no, being able to account for that obviously shows just the skill that Cyrus has with the deck.
Yeah, that is definitely the next level. And this, you know, he started playing Vintage because he was having so much fun with Legacy Storm that he thought he'd try his hand at Vintage. He had a winning in for the Vintage tournament this weekend.
Yeah, no, and I thought it was really cool to have kind of Dark Petition Storm kind of pop back up on the radar because a lot of people considered the deck effectively dead because of Mental Misstep.
Yeah, I don't know about dead. It's like the Yawgmoth's Bargain unbanning was apparently what sucked him in.
Yeah.
It's just like, this
Well,
guy,
that's
I
a
want to
cool
cast
card,
the Yawgmoth's
yeah.
Bargain. It is very powerful. If you can resolve it, it's absurdly powerful. I mean, I think that deck is, it's just a little bit less consistent. Its spells are a little more expensive than Paradoxical Outcome, so it's not the combo deck of choice for the Vintage regulars, but it's still plenty viable. And yeah, it wouldn't. I mean, you could totally see good Storm player making a top 8 with a Bargain Storm deck. I mean, we've seen it crush people in Vintage Super League as well. It's good times.
With the restriction of Thorn, you know, Shops isn't that prison deck it used to be, also kind of working against Storm.
Yeah, and the mental missteps are ebbing out of the format. Like, you have to deal with Shops. You know, people see, you know, blue decks see how well Paradoxical Outcome fares against Shops, partially because it just doesn't have any dead cards.
Yeah, it doesn't even
like,
play Mental Misstep.
Do I really need Missteps, Flusters, and,
you
know, Spell Pierces, Pyroblast? I don't need all this. Maybe I'll trim a little bit. The Dark Ritual decks are on the sideline going, yes.
Yes.
Trim your mental missteps, please.
Please do not play your mental missteps. But yeah, I think, you know, given where we're at in Vintage, Dark Petition Storm could definitely maybe kind of flow back into the format a little bit and definitely viable.
Yeah. Yeah, I see chat talking about the Force of Will and that Cabal Ritual being premature. Maybe. I mean, it totally depends.
Yeah.
If Cyrus had been holding Goblin Warrens, he would have not been able to cast his Goblin Warrens, and he would have fizzled, and just the turn would have ended.
Yep.
The real point being, Cyrus. Was it premature? It depends what you. At some level, when figuring out what to force a will against the Storm deck, you kind of have to figure, okay, I'm going to cut off this angle of attack, or at least I'm going to try to. And maybe you get a read. Bad Storm player might leak some information. I don't think there was anything you could do with that force a will. I don't think there was anything you could force a will in that chain that would have actually stopped Cyrus. So, kind of awesome.
How his hand set up, it didn't look
No,
like
right.
it was,
Counter the tutor, he's just going to flashback past in flames and kill you that way. Like I don't think there was a spell you could counter.
Yeah, no, I don't think there
Which
was.
is-
Trying to run through the math and the mana they had, and I think either way, he was dead to rights.
Meanwhile, Cyrus is not the only person in this final. I
Yes.
did enjoy, though. He's been sitting at the finals table waiting for us to, because I watched Jeff go over and say, all right, look, guys, we're going to play your match recorded. Please don't post to social media. Don't spoil anybody on the result. And then as soon as we're done playing the recording, then we'll play the final.
Yeah.
So Cyrus is sitting at the table, next to the painting, getting ready to play the final, watching himself on his phone. It's kind of awesome. He's like, I wonder who wins. Just watching himself. Did I mess anything up?
Well, that's a good way to kind of, even to reflect on your plays
yeah.
like that. So,
especially a match you think you played well.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess is most of them for Cyrus this weekend. But
yeah, he's been running pretty hot, and we have our 1 seed again.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, our 1 seed again.
The 1 seed won the vintage, right?
Yeah, Brian Koval was our 1 seed.
Cyrus
took down the
here.
top 8. Cyrus looking to also become the second 1 seed to take it down this weekend.
Yeah, not an overwhelming advantage, but especially in Eternal formats, you prefer to be on the play.
Oh yeah. Well, and when you're on a combo deck, you also prefer to be on the play.
Kind of a classic battle here. It's like Ad Nauseam Tendrils versus Miracles. What year is this?
Yeah.
This could have been 5 years ago.
Granted, I think it would have been a lot more lopsided with access to Sense's Divining Top back then.
I mean, I guess. There you see Patrick Green. The Taylor Swift shirt, the Miracles deck in his hands. It's like, I'm here too. Let's fight. I can win this thing. And he can. He totally can. I mean, I think this is a pretty classic, almost like a beatdown versus control matchup, right? Cyrus is the beatdown deck here. He wants to win before Patrick can set up shop. Once Patrick's got a bunch of mana and the ability to draw cards routinely, maybe he gets to a Jace, maybe he's just backing, recursing Snapcasters. At that point, Cyrus is just out of it. Like he needs to set up as quickly as he can and try to win before Patrick has the ability to set up shop.
Patrick already has double force in his hand.
Does he?
Yes. Cyrus looking to piece together his combo.
Yeah, and he's got a full set of, I think it's 7 1-mana discard spells, right? 3 to rest, 4 Thoughtseize.
Yes.
Got an 8th in the sideboard. That's about what you can fit. Hard to get any more than that. I mean, that'll usually let him clear a path. Also give him the information of what he needs to play around. Can't always play around it. Some draws you just have to go for it without being sure.
Yep.
I don't know. That's how I felt with the deck. I never see Cyrus just go for it. And like, well, I lose if they have a Force of Will, but they're only 40% to have it, so let's go for it.
Patrick
That's my logic like half the time.
A counterbalance. So if he opts for it, he can just slam down a turn 2 counterbalance.
Interesting. Blind.
Not quite as good without Sensei's Top, but still pretty good in this matchup.
All right, well, here is the duress from Cyrus. So he'll get the information about what he's up against. He'll get to take away one piece of interaction. And he gets to craft a plan. Or Patrick says no. That's interesting, because Patrick's basically saying, look, I'm going to lose a Force of Will to this duress. Either way, I'm going to lose a Force of Will to this duress. I'm going to deny Cyrus the information of what else he has to play around.
And Patrick has a counterspell in hand, too. So he has a Force of Will, counterbalance, and counterspell.
Okay. Yeah, it's rare that Force of Willing a duress is correct, but I think that one might have been.
That feels very correct.
It's funny how the value of that play is totally a function of how good you think your opponent is, too. Like, how valuable is this information to my opponent? Sitting in the finals,
against a guy who hasn't lost all weekend. Yeah, pretty. He wants that information. He'll use it well. Second Lion's Eye Diamond. So tons of mana potential
And
for Cyrus.
the Lion's Eye Diamond gets countered by the counterbalance.
Whoa. Crazy. Lands do have CMC 0, don't they? And Cyrus is calmly like, yeah, okay. I was wondering what was on top of your library. I thought I'd lead with Lion's Eye Diamond, find out what you've got on top. Then I'll risk my ponder.
That's a great point. I was just about to bring that up. I think that Cyrus was okay losing that Lion's Eye Diamond to
Yeah, the
just kind
second
of gain
one
the
is-
information for what counterbalance would be revealing.
I think you're right. Second LED, it's just, okay, now I really have lots of mana if I get to the point where
Yeah.
I'm, pulling off my Infernal Tutor combo. It's rare that mana is going to make the difference, though. One LED is usually enough. Patrick's draw here looks great, though.
Yeah, this is
He gets to
shaping
untap
up very
with a
nicely.
counterspell and a force. I mean, at some level, from Miracle's perspective, you kind of treat the Ad Nauseam deck as it's a glass cannon.
Yep.
Like, I just need to defend myself with Force of Will, etc. Okay, Engineered Explosives is revealed. There's a 0 on top. This is Cyrus, Infernal Tutor. He's not going to sacrifice LED as a response. Instead, he's just going to reveal a card to go get another copy. The card he reveals is Cabal Ritual, and we're at Threshold.
Yep,
That's 7 cards.
Those rituals will be juicy. Patrick does not want the Engineered Explosives, is able to get rid of that.
Sure.
Council's
Wow.
judgment. Gonna vote the Lion's Eye Diamond off the island here.
It's funny. Cyrus had the option to sacrifice as a response. Would lose his hand, but what, blow up the counterbalance? I don't think Council's Judgment's a May, and it's non-land. I think he could have actually traded his hand for the counterbalance if he wanted to. I don't think that's realistic. But
Yeah, then you're just really far away from
Right.
cobbling anything together.
Wow.
With Brainstorm.
to set up the Snapcaster to counter the Cabal Ritual. This is going to be rough for Cyrus. I'm starting to doubt. I'm not sure how he's going to pull this off.
Yeah, with counterbalance here.
It's like, all right, well, now you drew the Snapcaster. Do you have another Brainstorm? No, probably not.
Has
Wow,
the
sort
Snapcaster
of.
with the Brainstorm.
Place the Snapcaster to get back to Brainstorm. Does he have a 2 to put on top? I'm not sure he has
No,
a 2 in his hand.
he has Force. It was Entreat, Terminus, and Force. So he has Force, Pitch Force, but he's stuck with some rather dead cards in hand. He can also crack the fetch land and try to blind hit as well.
Sure. I think he set up Entreat instead, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he put Entreat on top.
I mean, he found a Force of Will is the other thing that happened on that Brainstorm. All right, Cabal Ritual resolved. He's at Threshold. So we're at 3 spells and 5 black mana. All you have to do is get through a Counterbalance and a Force of Will, Cyrus. No problem, right? Oh, the 1 was on top. The Counterbalance has countered, what, 3 things? I mean, it's just, it doesn't seem like it should be as good in a post-Divining Top world, but yeah, 1 spell has countered 3 things.
Couple of them blind. Or no,
Only
just
one.
Just the one.
The land countering the second Lion's Eye was blind. The other 2 were stacked.
Patrick effectively still with shields up here with the 2 Force of Wills in hand and counterbalance.
Yeah, he can counter ones with the counterbalance. And he can force a will once with his hand. Cyrus got the Volcanic. Does that mean this is a Past in Flames attempt?
Yep.
Yeah. He's going to cast Past in Flames. He's going to go down to 1 mana. We know Dark Ritual gets countered. Well, now we don't know. Patrick, I guess he's going to try to blind flip a 4. Shuffle and flip.
Yep. Yeah, really hoping to preserve the Force of Will in his hand.
Cyrus does have just enough mana to play the Cabal Rituals and get started that way. So he's actually, yeah, I think.
Terminus.
That's a 6.
And
yeah,
there goes the
Patrick
Force.
needs to Force of Will here and does. I mean, Cyrus managed, despite getting 3 things countered by counterbalance, he got that to a situation where Patrick needed to show him a Force of Will because he was going to win there if Patrick didn't have a counterspell of some sort. All right, Past in Flames, Ritual,
Infernal,
Tutor, Tendrils, right? It only took 1 counterspell to break that up. Well, 1 after the counterbalance did its thing.
Yeah, counterbalance kind of doing its thing helped.
Patrick's empty, right? He's on 1 card in hand and a shuffled library. All he's got is a Snapcaster Mage.
And he's...
Oh, Cyrus had an Infernal Tutor left in his hand? Apparently Cyrus had an Infernal Tutor left in his hand. I think he put Cabal Ritual in so that he can flash back Past in Flames next turn.
Yep.
Interesting.
And Patrick's draw was dead there because we know he was drawing Terminus that he revealed to the counterbalance.
Oh, right. Is Cyrus going to win this game? I gave up on him 2 turns ago. What was I thinking?
With a deck like Ad Nauseam, he just can come out of nowhere and win.
I mean, most people can't. I can't. Like, all right, Preordain. Let's see what's on top. Let's see. I want to see blind flip on counterbalance. Countered. That's a little awkward. If he'd gone for the Cabal Ritual there, he would have been maybe fine. No, I guess he needed the 1 mana rituals to resolve to get started. Ponder finds AK, Swords to Plowshares,
and another
counterbalance. So if he stacks, wow, it's funny. AK lets him actually change which is the top card. I think he's got a 1 and a 2.
Exactly.
And the ability to get to either. Yeah, Cyrus has to go for this Cabal Ritual. This is crazy. It would have worked last turn.
Yes.
And it's not going to work this time. Now he's in trouble. Wow, it's funny. He drew that Preordain, so he decided to lead with the less important spell and clear a path, but he did not have enough mana to follow up with Cabal Ritual once his Preordain got countered.
And he
if he had just randomly Preordained or Cabal Ritualed, let's see, he would get 5 mana. Oh, jeez. We're here anyway. Oh, the blind flip. Come on.
Patrick is running hot.
Oh, that was absurd.
This counterbalance is doing just the amount of work right now is out of control.
Sure.
Just, yeah.
Why not? Of course. And now he even gets to predict, even knows the top card, so this is a draw too. Yeah, look at Cyrus. Head in his hands. This was so close. His opponent's draw is amazing. And Cyrus almost threaded the needle.
Yeah.
So close. Ran him out of permission. Ran him down to blind counterbalance flips. But now the snowball's really starting.
Yep. And Patrick just picked up a Jace, which is now.
Yeah. And Cyrus knows it.
Yeah. The writing's on the wall now.
Jesus,
yeah.
so close. So if he had Cabal Ritual that turn to see, what's the flashback on Past in Flames?
5, but he needed
It's
the
red
red.
and 4?
Yeah.
Red and 4. So if he Cabal Rituals and does that, he only has 1 floating, which means he has to play a Dark Ritual with flashback, which would have gotten countered anyway. So the Preordain did not cost him. I think that the blind counterbalance flip would have got him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just unfortunate Cyrus is running into the blind flips there. Really unfortunate. And again, just Patrick's going through the motions here, but I think It's well in hand
We can
now.
fan that hand out, yeah.
It is pretty well in hand now that the Snapcaster is going to go the distance.
Cyrus played one of the most impressive games I've seen where the player didn't actually manage to accomplish much of anything.
Yeah, and Patrick able to navigate.
Broke serve, too, right?
Mhm.
He won on the draw.
And has all these dead cards that he's able to get out for game 2.
Yeah, sideboarding probably
Mhm.
helps him more than Cyrus, doesn't it?
Yeah, landing the turn 2 counterbalance really critical for Patrick.
Yeah, he
this
was only
game.
able to do that because he had the Force of Wills, right?
Yeah.
His draw was land, Force of Will blue card, Force of Will blue card. Yeah, Cyrus
Yep.
is ready to be done with this. Whew. Game 1 goes to Miracles.
Yeah.
Very well played by Patrick Green.
Mm-hmm. And that's a little tough mentally too. Just having those blind flips, kind of, Hopefully Cyrus should be able to compose himself well here and hunker down for maybe game 2 and 3.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of eye roll mode. Get
Yeah.
into laugh about it mode.
Yeah, because that tilt, potentially is real.
Oh yeah. I'm tilted. I'm not even playing.
Yeah, this is where it gets even a little tougher for Cyrus because now Patrick's not going to have, Swords of Plowshares, Terminus, those cards that do nothing in this matchup in his deck anymore.
Yeah. What does Cyrus get anything fun? He can bring in an Abrupt Decay potentially. He can bring in the 8th Duress potentially. Empty the Warrens potentially.
A Xantid Swarm.
Xantid Swarm seems absolutely coming in. Same with Flusterstorm, I would think. Yeah, the Xantid Swarm and the Flusterstorm seem directly applicable. Empty's one of those, like, do you hedge? I guess it's funny. Often with a deck like this, you kind of need to hedge against not knowing what their sideboard plan is. So, like, maybe you bring in an Empty in case you suddenly can't target them or something.
Yeah.
Or you bring in, like, a way to blow up an annoying permanent. Here he's got the deck list, so he actually knows what Patrick Green's hate plan is.
And looking at Patrick Green's list, we have some Flusterstorms. We could see, the Pyroblast coming in.
Surgical Extraction.
Surgical.
Yeah, I would think Surgical is probably the most impactful card over there, that and the Flusterstorms. I don't think you bring in Null Rod against LEDs. Maybe you do. LEDs and Lotus Petals. You want one card to shut those 8 down?
Seems like a reasonable trade to me, yeah.
Yeah, probably. But Cyrus doesn't have to worry about, the unknown hate card. He actually knows what the hate cards are that he has to potentially play around.
Yeah.
That's very useful information, I would think, for a pilot of Cyrus's skill.
And just looking at Cyrus's sideboard with, Chain of Vapor and Echoing Truth,
Mhm.
those are, catch-all type of cards, right?
Right.
Because you have to be prepared for such a variety of sideboarding plans.
This Miracles list is nice.
Oh,
Keep
yeah.
looking at it. I haven't played a version with accumulated knowledge yet. That seems just strong.
Yeah.
And similarly, I've erred on the side of not using Counterbalance since Divining Top went away. And it seems like, one or two of them, you're just going to get enough blind flips randomly.
Well, yeah, you still have 4 Brainstorms in your deck as well, and
Right.
you're playing Jason Mind Sculptor. And again, what they're playing for is right behind Patrick Green. They are playing for the Volcanic Island. We already gave away Time Walk today, and we'll be giving away the Volcanic Island to the winner of this one. If Taylor Swift played, do you think she would be a Miracles player? She might already be a Miracles player, and we just don't know.
It's possible. She's a what?
Yeah, I like that art on that volcanic. That's really nice. That'd be a nice painting to own.
My claim is that it's clearly 2 volcanic islands. I should tap for RR or UU.
Oh, wow, yeah. There are 2 volcanic islands in that painting.
Right?
Yeah. Taps for 2 mana.
All right, here we go. Game 2. Patrick Green up a game here.
1 game away potentially from walking away with this painting. Cyrus will be doing his best to make sure that doesn't happen on this game. This feels like a turn 1 duress from Cyrus.
Plausible.
Or Thoughtseize.
All right, let's see what Patrick's working with. 2 land, Flusterstorm, Force of Will, 2 AKs, and a Ponder.
Yep.
It's pretty good. Basically got the ability to counter twice, and he's got a solid set of cantrips to start finding the next business.
Yeah, definitely a strong 7 for Patrick.
Probably take Flusterstorm here. I mean, I'm pretty sure Cyrus usually likes to take counter spells. Okay, he's going to take the Force of Will. I guess the presence of that Flusterstorm means Patrick doesn't tap out for his Ponder here.
Yep.
So he's actually sort of weirdly disrupting him. That Ponder's not going to happen until at least turn 3 now.
And it looks like that Brainstorm found another duress.
Yeah? Got the fetch land to shuffle stuff away. Ships the turn. Patrick Green going to spend turn 2 on Ponder plus leave up Flusterstorm rather than starting the AK engine.
And Cyrus, I think, going to take this opportunity while he can to fire off a Brainstorm of his own.
Could be a Flusterstorm.
Could be.
I don't think he would Fluster a Ponder. Your theory seems more likely, but Dark Ritual ad nauseum.
Wow,
oh my
he just had it in his
God.
hand.
Look at that wry smile. That's amazing. Took the Force of Will. Caught him tapped out. He would have done this in response to an AK also. Amazing.
Patrick not playing his land yet for turn that he has.
Right.
Opting to Ponder.
Totally true.
Cyrus finds the window.
Yeah, Patrick was doing his best to leave up Flusterstorm, but he missed this window. Wow, that's a lot of cards. There's the Tendrils. Does he have enough to get the Storm count? He's taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage so far. There's not a 5 other. Oh, there's the Dark Petition. There's 1 card in his deck that's lethal if he keeps going.
Cyrus taking a drink.
Yeah,
running
he's
that,
trying
running
to
that
think.
hot, baby. Yeah.
Right. Well, I don't think he has 10 Storm count lined up. So he kind of wants more business, but there is 1 card in his deck with a 5 CMC that just kills him on the spot. It's the Dark Petition.
We can't have him die to that. Not like this.
Be a crazy way to end the finals. He says no. All right, I got my Tendrils. Not going to risk it.
And, oh, by the way, there is a Ponder on the stack still that we're now resolving.
Right. Cyrus does also have a giant handful of cards now, too. I mean, that was draw like 10-ish.
basically Necrode for 10 there. Necrode for 11.
And, oh, by the way, Patrick still needs to play out the rest of his turn.
And Patrick has a Flusterstorm. Don't forget Patrick has a Flusterstorm.
Cyrus picked up, it looked like a Thoughtseize, though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Patrick has, anything else outside of that Flusterstorm.
All right. Yeah.
Yep.
Good enough. Patrick acknowledges, okay, I saw the Thoughtseize. You can come get my Duress, or just get my Flusterstorm. Yep. And then, Cabal Ritual, you're off to the races. Plenty of storm count, apparently.
And that whole opportunity was because Patrick decided to play the Ponder before playing his second land that he had in his hand.
It's true. I mean, if let's say he does play the second land, Cyrus has still got a Duress.
No, I'm saying with the...
He wouldn't have got to ad nauseam that turn, but I think Cyrus was going to find a spot to get to do that. I think you're right. Patrick didn't need to open himself up to that on turn 2, but it's going to be really hard to navigate this game without ever opening himself up to that. And even if he's able to never open himself up, Cyrus can just force the action with any sort of Duress or Thoughtseize effect. Right. If it's just the Flusterstorm, which apparently it was, then clear that. The next Duress effect clears that, and you just don't even have to pick a spot. You just go for it, and it works.
So we get a Game 3 to decide who is the 2018 North American Legacy champ. On the left, Patrick Green with Miracles versus Cyrus Corman Gill on the right with Ad Nauseam Tendrils.
Chat seems to have enjoyed Cyrus's game there.
Oh, that was sweet. Him being able to kind of sneak that window in. One game, one final game of Magic this weekend here from Pittsburgh. And again, Cyrus did set that up nicely, too, by taking, with his first Duress effect, the Force of Will and leaving him with just the Flusterstorm.
Totally. Patrick Green doesn't look particularly tilted. I mean, good on him. He did open that up.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been arguing I think Cyrus could have navigated his way to an opportunity anyway, but at some level, Patrick Green's actual death was in part because he pondered before he played a second land.
I don't think we'll see that happen again.
Well, here's the thing. He prefers a fetch land.
Yeah.
Like, the land he had in his hand, I believe, is a volcanic island.
Yeah.
And if he's pondering, he'd rather play a fetch land there. So it's not like he forgot to play a second land. I think he actually strategically saw an advantage in waiting because he might come up with a better land drop, better land to drop.
Yeah, and, obviously, and Patrick was weighing, all right, if he has it, I guess he has it here. But for how the game was sculpting out, I think you're right on, though, with that. He's trying to find a fetch land, something else to kind of
I don't know if he's got it, he's got it. I think it's more like he made the default play, right? He made the autopilot play, and it's possible that in this matchup, the autopilot's wrong.
Yeah.
You're supposed to play the land drop, so you have Flusterstorm up to stop exactly that play, that ritual ad nauseum. I suspect that's the case, that his play is normally correct, but against ad nauseum, you can't. It's a little riskier here, and he didn't quite get that far in his thinking.
And a pilot such as Cyrus, you can't really sacrifice that.
Oh, he pounced.
Sacrifice those percentage points.
It was like, the line coming out of the brush, right?
As soon as he played that ponder and saw the shield down, Cyrus was chomping at the bit to get those rituals out of his hand in the ad nauseum.
All right, one more game. Looks like Patrick Green's going to start it with 6 cards. Less than 7, anyway. It looked like a mix of land and spells. Like, yeah, it looks like Patrick's keeping those 6. Is it a Pierce he's got up? Ooh, Tormod's Crypt.
Patrick
Interesting.
opting to bring in his one of Tormod's Crypt out of the sideboard also helps kind of keep the Cabal Rituals in check and deals with Pass and Flames.
Right, right. I mean, the Cyrus doesn't have to go through Pass and Flames to win, but there's a lot of draws where the easiest path, or I mean, there's a lot of draws where the only path does go through Pass and Flames. So, yeah, Patrick, it's a pretty disruptive card to have sitting there. It definitely constrains Cyrus's options.
Yes.
Now, it's face up. He knows it's coming. He knows he's going to have to plan around it. But will he be able to? Stay tuned.
So it looks like Patrick does have a counterspell and accumulated knowledge.
Okay.
And look, maybe a Spell Pierce I thought he flashed there?
I thought I saw Pierce,
Yeah.
Spell Pierce, yeah.
So, I mean, from Patrick's side, even with the mulligan, doesn't look like it's, I mean, it's less than ideal, but with his hand currently as it's configured, not a terrible start.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, basically all he wants at the beginning of the game is land and permission.
Yep.
Maybe a hoser. That's kind of what he's, that's all he drew. Draw the expensive stuff later. All right, let the hand destruction begin. Thoughtseize trades for Spell Pierce.
Cyrus keeps his Ponder. Cyrus does have a Bloodstained Mire at the top there. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, was able to ponder, take the best card, potentially shuffle away the other 2, or if he likes 2 of them, crack it main face next turn.
It looks like Patrick picked up Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to want to tap out for that. Yeah, I think he's going to sit with untapped mana. Thoughtseize. What are you working with? Wow, he gets the only counterspell. So Cyrus will get to take counterspell and know that the coast is clear.
It might be go time.
Might be. Patrick can now slam his Jace and not feel bad about having his shields down. The shields have all been taken away. Now, is Cyrus ready? Has to be a non-Pass and Flames line. Because there's that Tormod's Crypt sitting over there. He's probably not going to get Threshold on a Cabal Ritual, but maybe. Let's see how he can. Let's see how he does. Patrick Green just hands folded, cards face down, staring over, just waiting like us to learn his fate.
Got the old F6 button on.
Yeah. Yes, that is the F6 signal.
Yep.
Cyrus with his head in his hand. It does not look like a man who's got it. It looks like a man who's trying to figure out if there's a needle he can thread.
Cyrus looking like he wants to will the cards that he sees to the win.
He's like, if I wait, dude's going to play Jace. He's still going to have that Tormod's Crypt. Says go. Cyrus does not have it.
And we're going to see Jace.
Yeah, we are.
Yep.
I think, what's the card in Patrick's hand? I thought it was the Null Rod, which is interesting because like we talked about how it hoses the Lion's Eyes and the Petals, but also turns off Tormod's Crypt.
It turns off his own Crypt.
All right. Jace Brainstorm for Patrick. A reshuffle after the Brainstorm for Cyrus. Patrick is tapped down to 1 mana with a couple of fresh cards in his hand, so Coast may or may not be clear from Cyrus's perspective.
Patrick just hoping he gets to untap with that Jace here.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it feels like things really start to swing Patrick Green's direction if Cyrus can't force the issue now. All right, Duress. What do you got? That's a Brainstorm and a Ponder. So not much. Not much that's relevant anyway. Now what? Oh, Cyrus is reaching for the Storm counter.
Here we go.
Dark Ritual. 3 black. Dark Ritual. 5 black, 3 storm. Lotus Petal. More storm. Another Lotus Petal. More storm.
Oh boy.
There is Infernal Tutor. That's the last card out of his hand, right? So it's a full-on tutor?
Yep.
He cannot get past In Flames, though, because of the Tormod's Crypts. So he has to get what, Ad Nauseam?
He can start chaining together Infernal Tutors to generate Storm.
No, he goes for Ad Nauseam. Yeah, I don't think that Tutors was going to get there. He didn't have the mana. Yeah, he could get Storm Count, but he didn't have the mana to end with a Tendril, so he's got to go Ad Nauseam. Let's see what happens. 16 life to work with. The Storm Count is at 7. The floating mana's gone, but there's 2 Petals. He needs 3 Storm and a Tendrils. And the mana to cast it. Yeah, he needs +2 mana, +3 Storm, and a Tendrils. Patrick cannot interact other than Tormod's Crypt. Can turn off Threshold to a Cabal Ritual. Tormod's Crypt also taking Past In Flames out of play. Knocks on top of the deck. Lion's Eye, that's good.
All right, so I think we've...
Storm is achieved. Needs the Tendrils. Past In Flames isn't good enough, but it does deal 4 damage. Oh, he's going to run out of life. What's his life down to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Past In Flames 10, 11. He's at 5.
Wow.
He has to keep going, right? What does this hand do?
He needs to hit like an Infernal Tutor.
Oh, he needs to hit a Tendrils. Five life is also the magic part where he can die.
Yes.
Right, if he flips Dark Petition, he's dead. So that's why he stops at 5. He basically flips until it's possible to die, which is now. I don't think this hand's good enough. He basically relies on Ponder and Preordain. Oh, I think he kept it. I think he's... No. Yeah, he stopped.
Yep.
He's going to use Ponder and Preordain to try to see what he can find.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
Ponder, and he shuffles.
He's got one more shot at it here with the Preordain.
Well, he gets the shuffle card from the Ponder. Well, it was an island, basic island. Plays the pedal. Does he have to say go? If he preordains, he's played a land already, right?
Yeah.
If he preordains, he won't have Cabal Ritual mana. Yeah, he's going to say go. Wow. Had to risk an ad nauseum there. Couldn't quite chain Infernal Tutors. He just didn't have quite enough mana. Tormod had the game if it wasn't for Tormod's Crypt.
Yep.
That one random Tormod's Crypt up there.
Completely shut off the Pass in Flames.
Yep. Yeah, and Cyrus wasn't willing to keep drawing once ad nauseum had him at 5. All right, he is up a bunch of cards. He definitely has the ability to rebuild. And there's an Abrupt Decay in there, so he can actually Abrupt Decay the Tormod's Crypt.
Yep, and then go for the Pass in Flames line.
Potentially, but I mean, he loses his graveyard. Oh, Monastery Mentor for Patrick Green.
Oh, Nullrod.
Wow, do you Nullrod here? You know he's got the Abrupt Decay. Your Tormod's Crypt is of limited utility. Yeah, I think you Crypt and then Nullrod.
And then you force the Abrupt Decay, then just hit the Nullrod.
Right, maybe Crypt Mentor Nullrod. You're right, though. The Abrupt Decay does get the Nullrod in that world. Huh. I think Patrick should play the Mentor. I think. And try to get some Monks. Because Cyrus is at 5. Like, he can kill him relatively quickly. He can potentially kill him next turn.
And then that also forces Cyrus to maybe think about
Abrupt
using
Decay
that
the
Abrupt
Mentor.
Decay on the Mentor.
Right. How's he going to play this? That looks like Mentor mana. And it is. Now what? Yeah. Whoa, he plays the Nullrod without using the Tormod's Crypt. That is surprising to me. Don't you want to activate your Crypt first? Well, I guess not. Like, Cyrus actually has Past in Flames lines now. With Nullrod in play, turning off Tormod's Crypt. He gets to potentially go off with Past in Flames. But he sacked the pedals and got rid of the Nullrod. He doesn't think he can win without having access to his artifact mana. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Still has to worry about the Tormod's Crypt now, though. Also has to worry about a Mentor and a Monk token. So Cyrus Corman Gill is one spell from getting killed next turn. There's a Jace in play, so he has to expect Patrick Green to be able to trigger Prowess. Cyrus Corman Gill has to go for it right now. He's got to find some way through Tormod's Crypt to win this game. Preordain. Bottom, bottom. Brainstorm. Sits up a little bit, looks around, eyes that stupid Tormod's Crypt again. Okay, fetch land. There's the land for the turn. So he's got 3 mana left to work with. Wow, he ships the turn. Is he just hoping there's no prowess trigger? Or has he got another Abrupt Decay? Yeah, that's 5 power. And another Monk. Preordains his Force of Will Counterbalance. Draws the Force of Will. Is his other card blue? Oh, it doesn't matter. He's got Jace. Wow. So Patrick Green all of a sudden has a Force of Will and has a Counterbalance too. That's another prowess trigger. Three triggers, right? 2 triggers.
2.
So, yeah. He has the Abrupt Decay for the Monk. For the Mentor itself, the Monk is going to deal, I believe, 3 damage. Cyrus has bought himself 1 last turn, but this turn, he's got to deal with a Counterbalance and a Force of Will. Patrick Green's played this really well.
Absolutely. Yeah, a setup, counterbalance, Tormod's Crypt. It's not looking good.
It's looking good for Taylor Swift fans.
Well, that's true.
All right, Duress. Wow, Ponder on top. That'll counter it. The fist pump from Patrick Green. Cyrus just sits back in his chair. Yeah, applaud him. Both of them. First loss of the weekend in this format for Cyrus, and he knows how close it was. It was so close. That ad nauseum, he was just a little short of Infernal Tutor chaining his way to a Tendrils. The ad nauseum was, I mean, it was kind of crap.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly what he wanted to see. He had to, and he just refilled his hand, but that Tormod's Crypt was really just taking him off of a road to victory.
Yeah. Yeah, if he hits Tendrils instead of Past in Flames, he wins.
Yeah. It would have been done right then and there. But Patrick Green.
Yeah, very well played game. He played crisply. He played well. His deck is good. Had just the right combination of disruption and permission to win that last game. And he's our champion. Congratulations, Patrick Green. 2018 Legacy Champion here at Eternal Weekend. Had to take down the #1 seed, great player in Cyrus Corman Gill. Had to take down Sneak and Show in the semifinals.
After 11 rounds of Swiss and a top 8,
Also had to beat Matthew Dilks in the quarters.
Is Patrick Green.
All right. Oh, hey, I'm not Mark.
Yeah. Welcome, Mike. Mark had to sneak out, so thanks for joining us.
Yeah, that was I was watching that from a distance the entire time. It was the last match of the night. I had to. It was a heartbreaker for Cyrus. Like that's really what it was. I mean, you can't discount Patrick Green's play there.
Yeah.
We see things like the anti-synergy between Tormod's Crypt and Norod, but he understands that he kind of needs to deploy that and bait that Abrupt Decay so that Cyrus is still off kilter. And, yeah, Patrick was able to pull through in 3.
Yeah, I know Cyrus has got a lot of fans.
See a lot of well wishes in the chat. It was a hell of a run.
Mhm.
He came very close to finishing this tournament off. He played great all weekend long. I mean, he didn't do anything obviously wrong in the final.
No.
I don't know. Maybe he'll find some subtle regret about some judgment call, but he played great even in the losing effort in the finals. But Patrick Green got it done.
Yeah,
His
congratulations.
deck was just a little better. His play was just a little better. I'm guessing we're going to bring Patrick Green in to have
Yeah.
a conversation.
I can't. Yeah,
My
he
producer
absolutely
disappeared.
Yeah, it's probably to grab that painting, grab that Patrick, and
Yeah.
we'll get him on stream and we'll hear some words. That was very stressful for him, so I'm sure he would love
yeah.
to decompress and just
you
verbalize everything we couldn't hear.
You saw him on the one turn when he's just like F6'd. Just looking over,
Yeah.
hands folded.
Sweating bullets. Yeah.
Just F6.
Whew. Yeah.
That's a good tournament. Whole weekend's been awesome.
Yeah, that was the gameplay has been like on both the legacy and vintage side. Like we've seen a lot of cool diversity. I mean,
Right.
we
Yeah.
saw so many different decks. No more than 2 of anything in a top 8. Like, and then yeah, let me not talk.
You're
Let's
outta
get
here.
Patrick on. Yeah, he's who you want to really see.
Absolutely. All right, put this headset on, pull up a chair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
It was, it's unbelievable really because I had terrible hands all day. Just, play blue decks, draw brainstorm, win games.
It's a good formula.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk to us about that last match.
So that last match, I get an opening hand that's like a cantrip, a bunch of marginal cards, 1 land, and like, all right, that's terrible. So we mulligan into like Spell Pierce, Jace, a bunch of lands, and a Tormod script. I'm like, well, this isn't garbage. We
Yeah,
could always
you're
draw
keeping it.
brainstorm. We've got got things, and just like at several different points, I'm like, I'm dead, right?
Yeah, we saw you with the folded hands. You're just F6, just watching
Yeah.
to learn your fate.
Basically, just like, please don't have anything. maybe he'll like keep going at 4 and like flip a tendrils and die or something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, he had to kill if it wasn't for your Tormod script.
Yes.
Like, Tormod script did amazing work there.
Yeah, so Tormod script's one that I know a lot of people are like, what? Why don't you just play 3rd Surgical? So I was trying to, hedge against Dredge a bit. Certainly wasn't thinking of Storms. Mostly trying to hedge against Dredge, hedge against some other graveyard decks.
Mhm.
And for the 3rd effect, I wanted an effect that, just exiles a whole yard, not something like Surgical that can be, weak, especially in Storm where you bring it in and you're not really happy about it.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it's not Plow, so whatever. But Crypt, really good.
Yeah, definitely turned off the Past in Flames line. Now, was he thinking about continuing with that ad nauseum when he got down to 5? We couldn't really hear, but he kind of paused at 5, and he was so close off that ad nauseum
I don't know,
to finishing you off.
Ad nauseum wasn't really good because he still just couldn't win through Crypt. But it's like, at 5, now he has a Dark Petition in his deck, so he had at least
Right.
one, flip to die.
Well, I mean, if he hits the
Like,
tendrils there, I think he does have you.
Yeah, if he hits the tendrils, I'm dead. But he's at a spot where, like, he probably felt really ahead because I just had a Jace and a Crypt and, like, my hand was like a cantrip. But I didn't, he didn't know about the Null Rod and the Mentor on top.
Yep.
Because, I don't have a ton of ways to punish the low life total, so I had the Mentor, and that was kind of lucky because I didn't have the Mentor. It'd be like, all right, you're at 5 forever, and I'm just chasing, praying, and
that's a good point.
Failing with a Jace, and he's got all that discard, so just holding counters isn't going to beat him.
All right, take a step back. Talk to me about this deck. Why is this the deck that you brought to the tournament? Is this one you have a lot of experience with, or what was the thinking coming in?
So I started playing Miracles, I think, summer of 2015.
Fair enough.
I used to play Joe Lassette's Legendless with like Venser, Caracas, and main deck Vendilion Clicks. Stop got banned. It was very sad. I played a lot of Stoneforge Mystic. Stoneforge Mystic is a terrible card. No one should ever play it outside of Death and Taxes. It doesn't do anything. So after that, I screw around with that. I just kind of went back to it after we finally added Counterbalance back to the deck, and it wasn't just like this deck that crushed fair decks and folded to unfair decks.
Yep.
It's like, all right, this is pretty great. You just draw all the cards and hope that gets there. And the current iteration with like accumulated knowledge is just so great. There's so many games.
Those AKs look awesome.
There's so many games where it's just like turn 2 AK, turn 3 AK, turn 4 AK, and my opponent just wasn't making me use my mana. I was like, I'm going to pull way ahead of you. And it just felt great. You could draw all these cards. I I really didn't like Grixis because, you just can't deal with certain things. They play a choke, and you're like, all right, I literally can't remove that, and I don't have a clock, so I'm going to die. Or they play like a Merit Lage, and you're like, find something. But with white cards, you can deal with anything. Like, I had the Null Rod, which I thought was great, and the Back to Basics. So, like, there's a lot of the Cloud Post decks running around. I didn't face one, but, I felt like, all right, it's not a good matchup, certainly, but I can certainly beat it. I put the tools in my deck to beat it, and, these blue cantrips, I got 11 of them. I can find what I need if I need to. Find these one-ofs.
Where are you from? Tell us about your history with Magic.
So I'm from Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay.
When
it's not a short trip.
No. Well, I don't live there right now. So I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. When I went to college in Cleveland, I picked up the game like freshman year, absolutely fell in love. Over the summer, my friends started buying good cards, so I had to too, and suddenly I'm just hooked on competitive.
The arms race. I did that with my college roommate as well.
Next thing I know, I'm playing Modern, and then I'm playing Legacy, and it's like, all right, this is great.
Have you been to Eternal Weekend before?
I've never been to Eternal Weekend before.
Welcome.
I had buys for last year and couldn't come. It was sad. But I'm here. I had no buys. It was great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Did you play the Vintage?
I did not play Vintage. My friends played Vintage. I'm not the biggest Vintage fan. Feels a bit too swingy. I'm over there with the 11 cantrip deck. I like consistency. Vintage is not the consistency format for me. But I enjoy it from time to time. But no, I did not. I played a side event when 2-3 is like, oh, this is gonna be awful.
I'm ready.
Yeah. And then we're here. One loss the whole tournament over 14 rounds.
Yeah, spectacular.
Great. Yep.
Any crucial moments? Anything that happened off camera that we didn't get a chance to see that you want to talk about?
So round 9, I was playing against Eldrazi aggro, and I keep one of these, Brainstorm, 2 lands, a bunch of miracles that aren't going to do anything in my hand, and he just turn 1 Tomb Chalice. I'm just like, oh god, we're so dead. I have a Council's Judgment for it, but we never see the 3rd land. Eventually, I trade a Snapcaster with an Eldrazi Mimic. He's like, all right, here's a board. I rip the Blind Terminus. He's got nothing. He's attacking me with a Factory. He Chalices 2, so I can't trade with a Factory with a Snapcaster.
Wow.
I draw a land that doesn't do anything. Draw a 4th land, play Jace, find explosives for the Chalices, the Plow, set back my Terminus, and just completely turn the game around. It's just straight up miracle. Exactly the way the mechanic was designed to work.
There you go.
Great card design there. And just I'm gonna lose, and I'm gonna have to win 2 games against this bad matchup to be alive for top 8. No, I'm just gonna win game 1. Felt great.
Awesome. I assume you would run this deck back just the way you had it.
Pretty much. Yeah. There's maybe I'd want a 3rd Terminus, but not really. There's I lost. My one loss was actually to the Elves player who top 8'd.
Okay.
Which Elves is kind of seen as a good matchup, but with only 3 Terminus, it's really dicey, and I think I had no idea what I was doing in the post-top world. So yeah.
All right. Here's the part where we try to get this painting visible on camera. Got to get a good look at this though. That is gorgeous.
It is.
That's awesome. Wow. It was a hell of a run.
Yep.
The deck looks great. Your play, every time I saw you, looked crisp.
Oh, when you saw me, it looked good. I don't know if you knew.
Hey, learn to take a compliment, dude.
In one of those show and tell games, I went to snap a Brainstorm, and I'm just like, these are all sorceries. What am I doing? There was an AK there, so you probably didn't notice because it just snapped an AK. But no, that's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to snap a Brainstorm, really fix my hand. There was no Brainstorm. It was a bad plan.
Okay.
A few times I boarded out a dual land that I didn't try to fetch for, and just what am I doing?
Look, you're winning.
Winning, apparently, getting lucky.
Winning the tournament.
Yeah.
That was a great run.
All right.
Great deck, great play. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is going to do it for us. 2018 Legacy Champs is in the books. There's your winner, Patrick Green. He's going to go enjoy that.
Yep.
We enjoyed hanging out with you guys. How about we see you same time, same place next year? What do you think? You going to come back, Mike?
I think that sounds great. And I am going to come back.
Awesome. Was fun. It was a fun weekend.
Oh, yeah. It was absolutely a blast. I loved every second I got to sit here with you, with Mark, hanging out with Jeff in the background, the one-man show himself. He's waving. You can't see him. Yeah, it was some great magic. I loved every moment of it.
Yeah, Jeff's great. And shout out to Card Titan. They put on a great event.
Yeah.
Side events were fun. Main events were fun. Everything basically just ran and worked. It was awesome.
Yeah, Legacy, old school, vintage, middle school. Yeah, they were representing all the old stuff. It was beautiful.
You know you want to come next year. We'll see. We'll celebrate. Tell you what, instead of same time, same place, how about you actually just come to Pittsburgh? We'll hang out here in the hotel. All right. Awesome. Well, that is going to do it for Mike, for Mark, for Jeff. This is Randy saying we'll see you next time.
See you next time.